You would think I'd won the lottery, awakening an S-class ability. My power? I can generate endless mana. I thought my life was set, I'd be a legend, and everyone would finally see my worth. But that's not how my story began. They all looked down on me, seeing my magic as just a battery for the real mages and healers. Stuck at level 29, I was a low-tier hunter, forced to just watch the real fights from the sidelines. I was only ever called upon when the team's mages ran dry. Only then would I step forward to refill their power. I'd pour my energy into them, they'd unleash a devastating spell, and the boss would fall, but no one ever said a word of thanks. To them, I wasn't a teammate, I was just a tool. You didn't contribute much today, my leader said. Go help collect the monster parts. The injustice burned, but with no power to object, I could only obey. Isn't that guy supposed to be a combat hunter? Then why is he stuck on cleanup duty? A teammate sneered from nearby. I heard he only has one skill, something called times infinite mana generation asterisk. It's S-class, sure, but it's completely worthless on its own. Healers can already restore their own mana anyway. All he does is make it a little faster. It's only useful in a massive boss fight like today, when you need a ridiculous amount of magic. Against regular mobs, he's just dead weight. After 5 years as a hunter, he still hasn't even hit level 30. Their whispers were like daggers. I just stood there and took it all. Just you wait, I promised myself. The second I hit level 30, everything was going to change. But back at the Sage Guild headquarters, my world came crashing down. Sano, they told me, no one is willing to party with you anymore. And at level 29, you can't possibly clear dungeons solo. So we've decided to transfer you to the business department. Your talents will be better utilized there. If I couldn't even be a hunter, what was the point of any of it? So, with nothing left for me there, I walked away. But what they didn't know, what no one could ever guess, was that my real ability wasn't times infinite magic generation asterisk. My true skill had awakened long before I ever even became a hunter. The moment it activated, a system window flickered into existence before my very eyes. I hit copy, and the digital light solidified, becoming real, tangible food in my hand. For a second, I thought I'd been granted the ultimate power, until the crushing reality of its drawbacks came crashing down. The instant a copied item left my touch, it dissolved into nothing but fading motes of light. And the most infuriating part? The level restrictions on any equipment I tried to copy. Any gear above my own pathetic level simply refused to form. A failure, every time. But for some reason, copied mana was different. It didn't vanish. I could even transfer it, pouring my copied energy into someone else. That's how the misunderstanding started. That's why they branded me with the name times infinite magic generation asterisk. Even copying skills was a joke. Shackled by so many conditions, it was almost useless. Then, as I wallowed in that despair, a single news alert lit up my phone. The Khaleesia Dragon Sword, going on display in the island nation. It was a long sword with 2 skill slots and a defensive buff. But its real secret? The moment you gripped its hilt, your level shot to 200, yet it only required level 30 to wield. There was, however, one fatal flaw in this legendary blade. It only had 10 durability points, a divine weapon made of glass. That was its curse. But for me, durability was a meaningless number, because I could copy it endlessly. All I had to do was hit level 30 in 1 week and touch that sword, which is how I ended up here, in a random party, diving the Giant King's spider dungeon, hiding and feeding mana to some blonde mage. The guy was a real piece of work, too. Every time I refilled his tank, he'd immediately dump it all on some flashy ultimate, without a care in the world. But for the first time, I didn't care. The only thing I cared about was the glowing number on my experience bar. Sano-senpai, staring at your status window again? The voice was Ikanaga's, a member of the Great Sage Guild, of all things. He was my junior, technically. A junior on the fast track while I, his senior, was stuck in the mud. I'd heard he was running low on funds, using these temporary teams to earn some extra cash on the side. Before long, we stood at the entrance to the boss's lair. Its nameplate glowed ominously. A level 80 Giant King spider. The air was thick, heavy with a crushing pressure. My heart hammered against my ribs. Could we actually win this? Ikanaga must have seen the terror written all over my face. He noticed my fear and tried to calm me down. Don't worry, senior. Just hang back and stay safe. Taking down the Giant King's spider is straightforward, really. You just have to watch out for its webbing. Get caught in that, and you're not getting out easily. And whatever you do, don't touch the eggs. Damage those, and it'll go into a frenzy. But the blonde mage nearby was already getting restless. Enough with the lecture for the spectator. Are we going to do this or not? He punctuated his sentence with an irritated kick, sending a loose rock skittering across the floor. But the stone flew farther than he intended. Right into a nearly invisible strand of silk. A vibration, a twitch. The Giant King spider knew we were here. An earth-shattering shriek ripped through the cavern as it lunged at us all. Damn it, mage, look what you did. Our tank met the charge, shield first. A flash of steel, a leg severed. "What are you all waiting for? Attack!" he roared. The team surged forward, a blur of motion and a storm of skills. And me? I could only watch from the shadows, a useless spectator to their battle. But the chaos wasn't over. Disaster struck again. As the spider unleashed its times web barrage asterisk, the same blonde fool made his move. He unleashed a massive times inferno asterisk, aimed straight for the egg sac. The webbing protected the beast, but the flames engulfed the nest, incinerating the eggs. A new sound tore from the spider's maw, not of pain, but of pure, unadulterated rage. A torrent of silk erupted from its mouth, a white wave. No one escaped. They were caught, struggling uselessly, cocooned in an instant. "Why isn't it working?" the mage screamed. "My fire! It does nothing to the webs." The blonde's screams echo, drawing the gaze of the giant king's spider. It lumbers toward him, and the awful realization of his mistake dawns in his eyes. "No!" A single, choked cry, and then he was simply gone. A cold dread zites my heart as I watch. I'm wrapped in silk, pinned and helpless. Who could possibly save me now? The giant king's spider turns its attention to me. Staring into its monstrous face, all hope drains away. This was supposed to be a low-level dungeon, a safe run. How did it end like this? I refuse to accept it. Do you wish to copy and paste? Every time I'm on the brink of death, my ability activates on its own. It pastes a perfect copy of myself from moments before. The original body vanishes, but this revival doesn't solve a thing. The boss kills me again. Asterisk, Control V asterisk. The moment I respawn, I dive for cover. This isn't working. There has to be another way. As my mind races, a faint cry for help reaches me. It's Ikanaga. He's still alive. But I can barely keep myself from dying over and over. The boss is getting closer. Its steps shake the ground. I know if I don't move now, Ikanaga, he's going to die for good. Damn it all. I'm his senior. I can't just hide and watch my junior get slaughtered. I charge forward. My sword meets the monster's descending leg. The recoil sends me flying. But it was enough. The monster's attack misses. Just then, a system window appears. Level 30. I stare at the notification, my mind blank. What's going on? How did I suddenly level up? Could that desperate attack have actually worked? Lost in thought, I'm crushed by the boss again. Control V. Are you serious right now? But my attacks can hurt you. The running stops now. I'll die 100 more times if that's what it takes to put you down. 3 days and 3 nights. I've already died 50 times. I've shattered almost every weapon the team owned. But I leveled up again. A sliver of hope in this nightmare. And the boss? It's finally showing the scars I gave it. It's time to end this. I weave through a storm of its silk. It lunges again. That's my opening. I leap onto its massive leg, raising my sword for the final strike. Break! All my strength goes into the swing at its head. But the blade snaps. A cheap copy. You get what you pay for. Worthless when it matters. My balance shatters with the sword, and I slam into the ground. The beast roars, its victory cry echoing in my ears. I close my eyes, ready for the end to come again. But then, a miracle. A tiny crack appears right where I struck its head. The fracture spiders across its entire body. With a final, deafening crack, the boss explodes into 1,000 shards of light. In the silence that follows, Sano lies broken on the floor, gasping for air. A broken laugh escapes my lips. I actually did it. A cascade of system windows floods my vision. Congratulations, you have obtained the giant king spider's reward. After catching my breath, I lift Ikanagasu, ready to escape this tomb. But a blur of motion slams into the wall beside us. A sudden attack. My blood runs cold as I stare into the darkness. Dozens of level 30 spiderlings are crawling out of the shadows. No, not now. I can handle myself, but Ikanagasu is still unconscious. Against this many, all I can do is use my body as a shield. As the swarm pounces, I brace for the inevitable. But it never comes. The lead spider is sliced clean in two. A silhouette now stands between us and death. An ocean of spiders swarms forward, but the mysterious figure simply raises their weapon. A torrent of hellfire erupts, incinerating the entire horde to ash in an instant. Asterisk, hellfire asterisk, the absolute apex of fire magic. A power wielded by only a handful of people on the entire planet. And if I'm right, there is only one user in the whole island nation. The magic swordsman who carries the legendary witch's blade, the island nation's 5th-ranked hunter. It has to be Hunter Nanesi. Are you two all that's left? She asks, her gaze sweeping over the carnage. All of them high-level hunters. And yet, low-level Sano not only survived the boss room, he saved a teammate. The pieces didn't fit. Nanesi needed to understand what truly happened in this place. How did you manage this? She asks again, this time back at the Hunter Association headquarters. I was shocked to learn Hunter Nanesi was also the director of dungeon management. After a brief interrogation, Nanesi presents the spoils. This is the giant king spider's silk. She adds, I'll have this, and the rest of the dungeon's loot forwarded to you. If there's nothing else, you're dismissed. I could hardly process it. Was that really all? My team was unregistered. We ran an illegal raid. I could really just walk away from all this? It happens all the time, she explains, her voice devoid of emotion. Unregistered parties risk it all in unauthorized dungeons constantly. It's all for personal gain. The association has learned to look the other way. Hearing that, a breath I didn't know I was holding finally escaped me. I got up to leave. Nanesi picks up the silk, her voice stopping me at the door. You seem to have forgotten this. I don't need it, I replied, without turning back. Please ensure that and all other rewards go to my junior. After saying my piece, I shut the door and walked away. Nanesi stared at the priceless silk in her hand, utterly perplexed. Who was this man, and what secrets was he hiding? The second that door closed, I couldn't contain it any longer. A massive, triumphant grin split my face. This was perfect. I had absorbed the giant king spider's silk, and now possessed an infinite supply of it. The genuine article, straight from the dungeon boss. It shoots webbing just like the king, with insane stickiness and a level 40 requirement. My mind raced. What in the hell was this thing? All that work to kill the boss, and this is my reward? My first instinct was to copy it, but the instant my fingers made contact, the silk dissolved into nothing. My brain stalled. What just happened? Then, a notification from the system flashed. Giant King Spider's silk has been absorbed by your current skill. Asterisk Control V times. Ability value has increased. My eyes widened, locked on the glowing text of the system window. Before, my control skill was simple. It let me copy things I touched. Now, asterisk Control V times let me paste them. But my skill was now level 1, with 3 brand new options. This was insane. I never dreamed my unique skill could actually level up. I immediately tapped the 3 new branches for times Control C asterisk, and a new window materialized. Option 1, paste copied items and set a duration for how long they exist. Option 2, stitch any 2 objects together for a limited time. And Option 3, the ability to instantly unravel the giant king spider's silk. This wasn't just an upgrade, it was a complete evolution. Copied items no longer vanished the moment they left my hands. That one change broke all the rules. I had to test it. I copied the spider silk, setting the duration for exactly 1 minute. It worked. The silk held firm in the air, completely separate from me. I watched the clock, and after exactly 1 minute, it vanished on schedule. A single thought echoed in my mind. I'm going to be so damn rich. If I set the duration to 1,000 years, or even 10,000, wouldn't that make my copies permanent? The sheer scale of what I could gain from this dungeon hit me, and a wild laugh escaped my lips. Starting today, my life as a nobody is over. The world is about to become my personal playground. At the same time, a massive truck barreled across the Rainbow Bridge. Its precious cargo, the Khaleesia Dragon Sword. On board were Maul Grant, a level 112 fighter, and Ares Hugh, a level 131 mage. Both were top agents from the International Hunter Association. This should have been the final, easy stop for the sword exhibition. Got any vacation plans after this wraps up? Maul asked Ares, thinking of hitting the dungeons in the island nation. Hope you actually find some treasure this time. But Ares wasn't smiling. Worrying about other people's business is a good way to find trouble, he shot back. Just then, the radio crackled to life. Attention, convoy, now entering the Rainbow Bridge dungeon area. Expect comms blackout for approximately 5 minutes. Standard EM interference. Hearing this, Maul just shrugged, glancing out the window. The view of the dungeon suspended over the ocean was breathtaking to him, but a cold knot of dread tightened in Ares' stomach. On the far side of the bridge, 2 hunters stood guard at the immigration office. Man, Fireball, this gig is putting me to sleep, one of them whined. Fireball shot a dismissive look at his partner, Shinoda Satoru. You're a level 21 rookie, he scoffed. You pulled strings to land this cakewalk and you're still complaining? You forget what happened here just 3 weeks ago? This isn't a joke. Suddenly, a small, glistening orb rolled to a stop at their feet. A closer look revealed what it was, a slime. Shinoda Satoru grinned, bending down to scoop it up. Hey, this one's way cuter than the dungeon types, he remarked. But the color drained from Fireball's face. A monster. Outside the dungeon? Before he could finish, a shadow fell over them. Fireball spun around. Terror filled his eyes. A massive goblin, a raised club, a sickening crunch. A spray of red painted the pavement. And miles away, I was completely oblivious, still at the Hunter Association. My eyes were glued to my status window. All that EXP from the last clear had pushed me to the brink of level 50, a world away from the boy I used to be. All I needed was level 50. Then, I could finally join a real team, take on the ultimate dungeons. I was already dreaming about the cash I'd make with my new power, when a squad of hunters blew right past me. Their frantic shouts painted a grim picture. Something was wrong at the Rainbow Bridge dungeon. A red alert. Worse, the transport carrying the legendary Khaleesia Dragon Sword was trapped right on that bridge. No way. My mind reeled. The real Khaleesia Dragon Sword was there? Now? Atop the Hunter Association headquarters, choppers were already spinning up, ready for deployment. The association's elite hunters assembled, a sea of grim faces ready to jump into the chaos. That's when Hunter Nanai stepped into the light. Her voice cut through the noise. "Civilians first," she declared. "The sword is second." As Nanai turned to board her aircraft, a disturbance near the back caught her eye. She squinted, then sighed. It was me, shamelessly trying to tag along. I shouted, "Hunter Nanai, please, take me with you! I want to save people. I can help with the evacuation, guide them out." Nanai's eyes widened in surprise. She recalled the impossible odds I'd survived, and how I'd saved her junior. After a moment's hesitation, she gave a sharp nod. She agreed to let me come. On the flight over, I overheard the other hunters. There was something off about the Rainbow Bridge dungeon. They just put down a break there 3 weeks ago. It shouldn't be acting up again so soon. But in this broken world, were there any rules left to be surprised by? Even dungeons we thought were dead could break open again, and every single time, we had to be the ones to hold the line. We had to. We couldn't let what happened 15 years ago ever happen again. That day, the world broke all at once. Every single national-level disaster dungeon ruptured, unleashing their horrors. When a dungeon overflows with monsters, when they aren't culled, it shatters. And through those cracks, the monsters poured out, flooding our cities. Countless lives were devoured. Our homes became feeding grounds, a living nightmare. I was one of the few who made it out, but I watched that nightmare take everything, including my parents. And in the ruins of my life, something, not of this world, appeared before me. It branded me with a curse, the power of time's copy-paste skills asterisk. It called this curse a gift with a 20-year expiration date. But does this limit apply to the skill or to my life? The clock is ticking. I have 5 years left. If that thing's arrival caused the last cataclysm, then in 5 years, when it returns, the world will burn all over again. But now, I have a path, a way to get stronger. If I become the strongest hunter there is, I can stop the coming apocalypse. And maybe, just maybe, I can break this curse. Right now, the Rainbow Bridge is a war zone. Explosions rock the pavement. Screams echo in the smoke. Shinoda Satoru watches, his hands tied as monsters swarm the innocent. There are too many of them. Just too many. We need more hunters. Now! A goblin lunges from his blind spot. He spins. The sword flashes. It's down. No time to breathe. Another one strikes from the shadows. A blast of flame incinerates it. It's the hunter from before. Fireball. Shinoda gasps. "Thank you. That's twice you've saved me today." "If you hadn't tackled me earlier," he admits, "I would have been dead." The man just scoffs, his eyes dripping with disdain for someone he assumes bought their way in. But Shinoda Satoru clenches his fist, a silent vow burning in his heart. Asterisk. "One day, I will be strong enough to repay this debt." Asterisk. Fireball points down the road. "We need to get to the bridgehead. Rendezvous with the rescue team. Let's move." Meanwhile, at the bridge's center, a colossal beast tears at an armored transport. A level 190 giant bear. A walking catastrophe. One hunter shouts, "Ares, are you sure this truck will hold?" The other, Ares, just smirks. "Relax, Maul. I understand your concern," he boasts. "But don't worry, my protection magic is top tier. A level 400 monster couldn't even scratch this barrier." And then, something goes terribly wrong. The entire bridge groans, lurching violently from side to side. Every hunter on the bridge looks on in absolute disbelief. Because against this kind of power, their perfect defense means nothing at all. Just then, the Hunter Association's support chopper finally cut through the clouds. This can't be happening. That's the final boss of the Rainbow Bridge dungeon. The sea churned, and a colossal dragon-like beast erupted from the depths. "All units, engage." Instantly, the beast unleashed a torrent of dragon fire straight at the bridge. The inferno swallowed everything in its path. A massive chunk of the bridge simply vanished, leaving only the monster floating on the water. From the chopper, all I could do was watch in absolute horror. Its gaze shifted. It saw us, its massive jaw unhinged. Another blast of dragonfire tore through the sky, aimed right at us. Our world became fire and falling metal. We bailed out, escaping the explosion by a hair's breadth. The dungeon boss's arrival changed everything. The old plan was scrap. Now, every hunter from the association was gearing up to fight that thing. They scrambled, rallying their forces for the impossible fight. Nanai ignited her power, asterisk hellfire times pouring from her blade like a river. With a war cry, she unleashed a volley of times, hellfire times, blasts, all screaming towards the boss. Meanwhile, Sano used his spider silk to swing to safety. His new priority, the Khaleesia Dragon Sword. Sano moved through a graveyard of monster corpses but found no hunters. Not a single one. As that chilling thought settled in, a desperate scream cut through the silence. Run! Up ahead, Shinoda Satoru was in a losing battle against a swarm of monsters. Behind him, Fireball was down, bleeding badly. Get out of here! You'll die with me! Fireball pleaded, but Shinoda Satoru wouldn't leave his partner behind. You idiot! Do you really think these are just low-level mobs in a high-rank dungeon? Fireball coughed. They hunt in packs. Together, their strength rivals high-level monsters. If you don't run now, it'll be too late. But I think it already is. They're wolf demons, level 15, weak alone, but they never hunt alone. Together, their power rivals that of high-rank monsters. And behind them, an endless tide of wolf demons closes in. But Shinoda Satoru felt no regret. He remembered his senior shielding him from death. This time, it was his turn to be the shield. From a distance, Sano watched, the scene echoing a memory of him saving his own junior. He had been walking away. Now, his feet froze in place. In a heartbeat, the wolf demons swarmed them, a wall of fur and fangs. Shinoda fought back desperately, but the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. A demon lunged for Shinoda's throat. A blur of motion slammed it aside. It was Sano. You all right? Sano asked, his voice steady. Shinoda stared, shocked by Sano's arrival, but the fear didn't leave his eyes. More of them are coming. Thanks for the save, but we have to get out of here, Shinoda yelled. A pack that size. Even high-rank hunters would struggle. But Sano didn't move. He just stood there, a faint smile playing on his lips. Is that so? Perfect, he said. Shinoda couldn't understand what he meant. The wolves charged. Sano calmly summoned his system window. His expression never changed. In a flash, the tide of monsters swallowed him whole. Shinoda's heart stopped. He could only watch in horror. Then, it happened. Countless strands of silvery silk erupted, ensnaring every last demon. Sano walked out from the writhing mass, completely untouched. The display was breathtaking. The silk threads pulsed, tightening their grip, crushing the struggling beasts. An unbelievable scene played out before them. Shinoda was speechless. Then, the familiar chime of a level-up notification echoed in the silence. Just what kind of skill was that? He'd wiped out dozens of monsters in a single move. But now Sano had a new problem. If he left these two here, they were as good as dead. And Sano had his own urgent mission to complete. He couldn't afford to be a bodyguard, dragging two people behind him. What could he do? There was only one option left. Sano reached into his pack, pulling out a vial filled with a crimson liquid. Fireball accepted the vial, his expression a mask of confusion. It's a mid-grade potion, Sano explained simply. Drink this. It'll patch you up. Fireball's eyes widened in disbelief. Something this valuable, why give it to me? Sano met his gaze. It's a senior's duty to get his juniors home in one piece. The words struck Shinoda Satoru, a wave of emotion washing over him. Thank you, he choked out, his voice thick with gratitude. I swear I'll find a way to repay this kindness. Sano just nodded, turning to walk away. But then, he stopped and turned back to Shinoda Satoru. A sheepish grin spread across his face. About repaying me. Sano started. Could you point me toward the International Hunter Association's transport vehicle? I'm completely lost. Shinoda Satoru just stared, dumbfounded. His hero, the man who just saved him, had no sense of direction. Meanwhile, on the far side of Rainbow Bridge, shadows moved with purpose, converging on the epicenter. The boss's sudden appearance was a wild card. One misstep, and their entire plan would crumble into dust. Nace and the association would have no choice but to focus all their power on the boss. Taking it down was the quickest path to stabilizing this chaotic dungeon. And in that chaos, they would seize their prize, the Khaleesia Dragon Sword. Back at the heart of the bridge, the monstrous bear raged, a whirlwind of claws and fury. Ares acted, another sleep spell flew. The beast collapsed, out cold. He put it to sleep. Again? A hunter muttered in disbelief. A hunter who refuses to kill, a walking contradiction. Suddenly, a sphere of black iron screamed through the air, aimed right for them. Maul's eyes snapped to the threat just in the nick of time. One clean strike. The flying iron ball split in two. Maul smirked. Knew you'd show up. This ambush was getting old, a regular feature of the Come Out Bandits tour. From the deepest shadows, figures cloaked in black bled into view. One of them, senses razor sharp, issued a challenge. I'd love a dance with you. And then he lunged. Maul's blottom at his, steel screaming against steel. Don't sleep on the defense, Maul warned, his voice a low growl. Maul swung hard. The figure dodged, a blur retreating into the dark. Maul gave chase instantly. Maul, wait! Ares' warning was lost in the air. It was too late. His body seized. Control vanished. Blood erupted from between his lips. What's happening to me? He choked out. Ares was at his side in a flash. Ares saw it, his blood running cold. Poison pills, those bastards. Once ingested, the poison severs a hunter's connection to their magic. A forbidden weapon, explicitly banned by the International Hunter Association. The sight shattered Ares' usual calm. Raw fury took its place. "You will regret this," he seethed, his voice dangerously low. Mana flared in his palm and fizzled into nothing. It didn't even leave a scratch. The man in black just laughed, a cruel, grating sound. "A mage with no magic?" he sneered. "You're just a target." As he spoke, a massive fireball ignited in his hand, bathing them in its hellish glow. He was about to unleash it, when his head was swiped clean from his shoulders. The attacker wasn't human. It was the giant bear. It turned out Ares' failed spell had an unintended side effect. It woke the beast. Before the towering monster, the assassins looked like nothing more than insects. One earth-shattering roar, a swipe of its colossal paw. The remaining assassins were simply erased. Their leader saw it all. "Miscalculation," he muttered, and vanished into the night. The assassins were gone, but now the bear turned its gaze, lumbering slowly toward Ares and the fallen Maul. Can you put it back to sleep?" Ares pleaded, his voice trembling. Maul, gasping for air on the cold ground, could only manage one word. "No. The poison. It's blocking my mana flow now, too." Ares grunts. "I always knew that soft heart of yours would get you killed. I just never figured it'd be today." "Yeah," Maul agrees, his eyes hardening. "But you're different." And with that, he charged. A sigil of raw power flared to life in his hand. Seeing him go, Ares screamed, "Get back here, you fool! You'll die." Maul just coughed, a spray of dark blood staining the ground. Forcing his mana felt like swallowing glass, the poison fighting him every step of the way. His mind raced in despair. Is it still not enough? He stumbled to the beast's feet, his reserves utterly drained, nothing left. All that awaited him was a maw of descending, razor-sharp claws. "Ares, I'm sorry," he whispered, his voice cracking. Just as the claws were about to connect, a web of silver erupted from the shadows. Impossibly strong strands of silk snared the claws mid-swipe, then swarmed the monster's entire frame. The great bear thrashed, its roars muffled, but it was useless. It was trussed up like a grotesque trophy, then fell completely still. Ares could only stare, dumbfounded. This had to be Sano's work. Sano and his two companions appeared, just as stunned that their ambush had gone off so perfectly. But relief quickly curdled into suspicion in Ares' and Maul's eyes. They saw only more scavengers, more vultures circling the prize. Sano's explanations were met with cold silence and the sharp points of their weapons. The tense standoff only broke when Shinoda Satoru held up his official credentials. "We're with the Island Nation Hunters Association," he stated calmly. "Our jurisdiction covers the entry and exit of the Rainbow Bridge dungeon." As their hostility finally began to fade, Sano stepped forward with an offer. "Here," he said, producing 2 mid-grade healing potions. "Heal up first, we can talk after." With that simple gesture, the fight finally drained from Ares and Maul. And right on cue, the sky thundered with the sound of approaching aircraft. "Look!" someone shouted with renewed hope. "Reinforcements! We're finally saved!" Meanwhile, Hunter Ninus was locked in a desperate struggle with the dungeon boss. Just then, the beast began to transform, entering its 3rd phase. Ninus instantly halted his assault. He bellowed a warning. "Watch out for the wide-range shockwave! Our reinforcements have arrived. We just have to buy enough time for the citizen evacuation." But could they really stop the dungeon from collapsing on them all? A voice cut through the chaos, Hunter Ninus. "It's been a while." The newcomer was Shirosaki Masato, a level 503 dark mage. Ninus whipped his head around, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What are you doing here?" he demanded. Shirosaki offered no explanation. He simply raised his magic staff. Magic flared to life, and a colossal incantation circle materialized before the boss. Seeing the immense power gathering, Nenus screamed for him to stop. "If that spell fails to kill it," Nenus warned, his voice laced with dread, "the fallout will be unthinkable." Shirosaki, however, had no intention of stopping. "You'll never get anything done if you sweat the small stuff." Shirosaki retorted, "Leave this one to me." He then roared the incantation, *dark lightning*. Instantly, terrifying black lightning consumed the boss, its screams echoing in the chamber. Seeing the beast begin to topple, Nenus yelled, "Everyone, run for it!" The monster's colossal frame came crashing down. The impact sent the Rainbow Bridge shuddering violently from side to side. When the dust settled, the bridge was nothing but ruins. Sano clutched his chest, gasping for air, just grateful to be alive. "I really thought that was it again," he thought, staring into the abyss where the bridge once stood. Thankfully, everyone was okay, and the transport vehicle was still in one piece. But his relief shattered the moment he glanced to the other side. A row of impossibly sharp, giant teeth emerged from the darkness. A scream caught in Sano's throat, his body frozen in pure terror. He froze, terrified that the slightest movement would wake the monster. In that instant, a figure descended from the sky, Shirosaki. Sano's eyes locked onto the emblem on the man's chest, his breath catching in his throat. It was the Future Guild, the number 3 ranked guild in the entire island nation. Shirosaki's gaze fell upon the enormous bear, trapped in the nearby webbing. He reached out, his fingers barely grazing the spider silk. The entire web shattered in an instant. The giant bear itself was torn apart, reduced to countless fragments. Sano stared, his mind struggling to process the overwhelming display of power. A sudden chime broke his trance, a system notification. A torrent of level-up windows flooded Sano's vision, yet there was no item reward from the bear's kill. Shirosaki, standing a few feet away, also heard the distinct sound of a level-up. "So these threads were your handiwork, kid?" he asked, his voice calm. "My apologies. I seem to have accidentally taken the credit for your kill. Take the experience. I don't make a habit of poaching from others." Just then, another ace hunter landed beside them. Her gaze fell on Sano, and a flicker of surprise crossed her features. "We need to get out of here, now," she commanded, her tone urgent. "If that thing wakes up," she explained, "it'll go berserk and unleash attacks across the entire area." "Then why not finish it while it's down?" Sano asked, confused. Unfortunately, she shot back. "That's impossible. High-level bosses have multiple combat phases. Raids have to be cleared one phase at a time. There are no shortcuts. Based on this boss's data, when its health drops to 1/3, it unleashes its ultimate. Whether it's a berserker rage or an area of effect blast, they're all full-range attacks. Right now, we're about to trigger the 3rd phase. The boss will shield itself with an impenetrable barrier. It will constantly absorb the magic in the air, making any of our attacks completely ineffective." As the words left her mouth, the boss's eyes snapped wide open. It unleashed a furious roar, its maw gaping wide with unbridled rage. "It's awake. Far sooner than we ever imagined." Shirosaki shot a final hard glance at Sano. "So long," Shirosaki said flatly. "Your death isn't on me." Then, he charged a blur of nanosei aimed straight for the beast. The clash was immediate. A storm of steel and fury erupted. Sano didn't waste a second. He had to get them out. "Now, listen up! We're out of time!" His voice cut through the chaos. "The boss just hit its 3rd phase. It's charging a wide-area attack." His voice dropped, grim, "and we're not getting out of the blast zone." A wave of shock silenced them. It was a death sentence. "That's why I need the Khaleesia Dragon Sword. It's the only way to kill it." Sano's gaze was steady. "I swear I'll give it right back." But Morgan just scoffed, not buying a single word of it. "You've saved us 2 times, I'll give you that. But a low ranker? You can't kill a final boss, even with that sword." "Besides," Morgan added, "the blade is fragile. It can't handle many more strikes." Sano's hope wavered. "So, it's impossible?" That's when Ares stepped forward. "The seal on the transport requires a massive surge of magic to break," he explained. "But this poison, it's blocking us. We can't channel a thing." "That's perfect," I said, a slow smile spreading across my face. "They call me a walking mana battery for a reason. I have times infinite mana generation asterisk." The second I triggered my skill, a torrent of pure magic flooded into Ares. The ancient seal on the transport vehicle shattered instantly. That was my cue. I vaulted inside without a second thought. My promise echoed in my mind. "I will protect every last one of them." "Why? Why would he do all this?" Ares murmured. "It's all right," a soft voice answered. "Remember the giant bear? He only subdued it. He chose not to kill it. Is that why you trust him?" Another hunter just shook his head. "Man, I'll never understand women." The moment my feet hit the transport's floor, my blood began to sing. At last, the Khaleesia Dragon Sword was just an arm's length away, but a shadow fell over him. The assassin from before, blade high, ready to plunge. Sano's eyes widened, a flash of steel. There was no time to react. Pain exploded in his chest as the blade sank deep. His body went limp, crashing against the vehicle's cold floor. The legendary sword was finally his for the taking. As the assassin pried open the chest, a blade of pure darkness rested within. A system notification flashed in his vision. Upon user's death, giant foot spider silk will randomly dissolve. As prophesied, the threads snapped. The entire transport plunged, sinking into the black abyss below. Confirm acquisition of item? As the assassin's fingers grazed the hilt, Sano surged to his feet in a blur of motion. One swift thrust. His own sword pierced the assassin's back. "I'm a simple man. I return favors. And I settle every score." Sano seized his prize. The Khaleesia Dragon Sword was finally his. He immediately activated his skill. Control-C asterisk. But an angry red warning flare filled his screen. "Error. User level does not meet item requirements. Copy failed." Sano stared, his mind reeling. "No, that's impossible. Its requirement is level 30. and I'm well over level 50. I should more than meet the conditions. But his shock was cut short by a sickening scrape of metal. The assassin wasn't dead, not even close. A vicious counterattack. Sano's blood sprayed across the floor. I almost brought shame to the assassins of the Blood Tower Guild. If it weren't for my healing skills, I'd have been a goner. The sword fell from Sano's grasp and back into his enemies. Too bad for you. I'm the type to forget kindness but return vengeance tenfold. This time, he snarled, thrusting his sword toward Sano. You don't get another chance. Asterisk. Damn it, asterisk, Sano thought, his world narrowing to a single point of steel. Asterisk. After everything I've been through. Asterisk. In a flash, the Khaleesia Dragon Sword fused into its master. It began to copy the sword's value absorption ability. Absorption? What is this power? Sano's mind raced. But the system notifications weren't finished. They just kept coming. Copying the Khaleesia Dragon Sword's level. Absorbing. Copying the Khaleesia Dragon Sword's passive skill. A 35% defense increase. Absorbing. Copying unique skill number 1. Asterisk vampirism. Asterisk. Absorbing. Copying unique skill number 2. Asterisk. Berserking asterisk. Absorbing. Every power of the Khaleesia Dragon Sword had been completely absorbed. A new notification flashed. When the user's health drops below 25%, the Khaleesia Dragon Sword's protection mode activates. Unique skill number 2, asterisk, berserking asterisk, will be forcibly unleashed. At that exact moment, the Rainbow Bridge boss began to unleash its ultimate skill. Its massive area of effect attack began to form. All hope seemed lost. But in that instant, a colossal beam of energy shot up from the seabed. It pierced directly through the boss's massive body. Shirasaki and Hunter Inasa stared, their minds unable to process what they just saw. A system message flashed. Boss successfully defeated. Dungeon cleared. Later, the Island Nation Hunter Association reported that at 4 p.m. this afternoon, the Rainbow Bridge dungeon break had caused major casualties and widespread disaster. Thanks to the assistance of a hunter, the dungeon was quickly brought under control. The president immediately shut off the video feed. He looked around the room and said, "Stop looking at me like that," Takuchi asked. "But didn't we successfully take down the boss this time?" Shinoda then interjected, "But I heard the Rainbow Bridge dungeon was just cleared 3 months ago," he continued. "Even if it was cleared, it's not impossible for it to break again." Someone else snapped, "All of you, just shut up. How in the world are you managing things around here? We've had dungeons breaking back to back in such a short period." Nain, a hunter sitting off to the side, had zero interest in their bickering. But, as always, trouble came looking for her. Another voice pressed on, "What I want to know is this. Don't final bosses need more than 5 months to respawn? Was Nain lying to us? Just 3 months back, nobody had a working strategy to take that thing down." Nain had no patience for their bickering. But when the blame shifted to her, her fury ignited. A sharp crack echoed. Her palm slammed down, shattering the conference table. The room was a powder keg. Just before it blew, the Hunter Association's president stepped in. He stated plainly, "My staff was out of line, and for that, I offer his apology." He added a warning. An attitude like that can get you put in the ground, but they didn't flinch, so Nain finally broke her silence. She started, "They say hearing is believing, but seeing is the only truth. I can talk until I'm blue in the face, but you won't believe a word. That tremor you just felt? That was the reward, from killing the Rainbow Bridge boss 3 months ago. If you doubt my word, just ask the man standing right beside me," Nain continued. "Furthermore, I'm personally investigating this outbreak's cause, and the guild responsible will answer for their negligence." Right on cue, the doors opened. Moore and Ares entered. "We represent the International Hunter Association," Moore announced, "and we have an urgent matter to discuss. The Khaleesia Dragon Sword is gone. It's been stolen. Your new priority is to help us recover that sword, effective immediately." Someone in the crowd shot back, "Hold on. The rumor is you broke the transport seal yourselves during the attack." Moore retorted, "Only because we were answering your times request for a hunter's aid. Shinoda Satoru of a major guild and your own Sano from the Hunter Association were both on site." A wave of murmurs and disbelief washed over the room. President Fuwa's fingers flew across his phone, searching, but the name Sano returned 0 results. But Nain knew. She was the only one who knew who Sano really was. So, did Sano actually steal the sword? Not a chance. The Khaleesia Dragon Sword was already in the hands of the true culprit, the assassin, and he had just delivered it to the mastermind pulling the strings, Kurosaki. Just wielding the blade grants a 200% power boost. The longsword bonds to its user through the ancient runes carved into its hilt. To Kurosaki, the hundreds of millions spent orchestrating the dungeon outbreak was a small price to pay. Just as the assassin reached out for his payment, Kurosaki silenced him. "Secrets are safer with the dead." The times Khaleesia Dragon Sword asterisk's durability dropped by 2, leaving only 8 points. Kurosaki glanced at the blade in his hand, a faint smirk playing on his lips. It'd be a damn shame if this thing shattered before he could even get it fixed. Sano's eyes shot open, ripped from a nightmare he couldn't escape. A pale, blue light pulsed from the strange mark on his neck. This damn hourglass. It's ticking again. Sano cursed under his breath. The moment Sano stirred, Shinoda Satoru's face lit up with pure relief. Man, I was so scared you weren't going to make it, sir. He rushed to explain, hey, don't give him that look. He's the one who saved you. He pulled a lot of strings, got hunters from the Great Sage Guild mobilized just to find you. They're the ones who found you, passed out on some beach. Oh, right. You probably don't know this, but Shinoda Satoru. He's the son of the Great Sage Guild's president, Shinoda Shiro. Impossible. Meanwhile, in the Hunter Association president's office, a serious question hung in the air. Are you certain you witnessed Hunter Sano's death with your own eyes? The answer was firm, yes. We saw it happen. So his sudden return, doesn't that strike you as odd? The reply came back, cold and steady. After all this time as a hunter, nothing surprises me. I need you to assign a team of high-rank hunters to help us track that sword, and make sure Hunter Nanai coordinates the operation. The times Khaleesia Dragon Sword times isn't a weapon for just anyone. It's etched with runes that judge the wielder's power. I can track those runes. I felt its power flare up about an hour ago. Before it was taken, its durability was at a full 10. Now, that number is dropping. We have to find it before it's gone for good. 15 years ago, right after the Great Disaster, Ari's mother just vanished. The times Khaleesia Dragon Sword times is the only thing she left behind. It wasn't just a weapon, it was her mother's. And that's everything Hunter Nanai has managed to uncover so far. But Nanai was certain. Ari's team was hiding something big. And Hunter Sano, he was the biggest mystery of all. Just then, Shinoda Shiro appeared at Nanase's side. Thinking of coming back? Shiro asked, his voice low. The major guilds, they'd take you back in a heartbeat. Nanase shot back. The major guilds need to create proper management companies. They can't just be focused on chasing cash from dungeons. Look at what happened at the Rainbow Bridge today. If I find out this was because of their negligence, I will make them answer for it. Is that why you won't come back? Shiro pressed. The association still needs me, father, Nanase replied, her tone firm. Shiro sighed. Fine. My daughter's grown up. She has her own path to walk. Meanwhile, Sano sat alone on the rooftop of Central Hospital, staring at his status window. His screen glowed. Level 76. Plus 200 bonus levels. Skill proficiency, level 2. Profession proficiency, level 9. He thought, I couldn't copy the Khaleesia Dragon Sword, but it looks like I absorbed every last one of its abilities. Asterisk. Berserking asterisk. This skill is just insane. He pulled up the details. Doubles all ability stats. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 1 day. Activation condition. Forces on when health drops below 25%. He remembered how it completely annihilated that boss. A monster over level 400. The boss didn't even stand a chance. And just like that, he'd secured the dungeon clear reward. He'd even snagged the boss skill, asterisk, shockwave asterisk, and his own times, Control-C times, had evolved. The times, shockwave times skill was absorbed and reformed into 2 entirely new skills. Asterisk, inherent vibration asterisk, and times inherent wave asterisk. Even his times giant foot spider times skill had upgraded to level 2. Now he could use times giant foot spider times with times inherent wave times and times vampirism times at the same time. My times copy-paste times skill. It's evolved. It can absorb and fuse now, he thought, a grin spreading across his face. This is unreal. In the elevator down, Sano couldn't stop himself from laughing. A little girl standing nearby just stared, wondering if that man was okay. Sano thought to himself, this time's inherent vibration asterisk, its power is absolutely insane. A dark grin spread across his face, and the others in the elevator shrank back in raw fear. A little girl whispered to her mother, that man's smile is really scary. Just as Sano stepped off the elevator, a voice he recognized stopped him in his tracks. I'm just so relieved you're all right. Then, he heard the chiding words. Didn't I tell you to run the second you sense danger? Sano crept closer, curious. Who could Hunter Nanase possibly be visiting? A weak voice answered, Sis, I'm sorry I made you worry. Wait, Nanase and Shinoda Satoru? They're siblings? Sano's mind reeled from the revelation. After a few more moments of quiet conversation, Hunter Nanase's voice cut through, asking where Sano was. Hearing his own name, Sano instinctively ducked back into the shadows. Did they find out? Did they know I faked being with the Hunter Association to get the sword? He had to get out of there, now, before anyone laid eyes on him. But it was too late. A figure blocked his escape. Going somewhere, thief? Moore snarled, his voice dripping with contempt. Sano's heart sank. He was trapped. Moore grabbed his collar, slammed him against the wall, hard. You really had the guts to lie about being from the Hunter Association? No matter what Sano said, Moore's eyes burned with pure, unadulterated rage. We saw you die, he hissed, and now you're just walking around like nothing happened. How dare you say you're not one of those bandits? That was it. Moore drew his longsword, its edge humming with a deadly energy. Moore, stop! Ares yelled, rushing forward to intervene. But Moore was beyond reason. He raised his blade and lunged, aiming to kill. The sword plunged downward. And just as it was about to connect, Sano's time's inherent vibration times flared to life. Light erupted from Sano's fingertips. The instant flesh met steel. Moore's longsword shattered into 1,000 pieces. Moore stared in utter disbelief at the useless broken hilt left in his hand. The commotion drew the siblings from the room, just in time to witness the impossible. Their eyes widened in shock. That was the shockwave skill. From the Rainbow Bridge boss. Him? The one who took down the boss? 15 years ago, the world broke. Calamity struck everywhere, all at once. Hordes of monsters erupted from dungeons, flooding our cities. Countless lives were lost in an instant. Civilization became a graveyard overnight. Amid the ash and ruin, a being from beyond the veil found Areta, granting her an ability she first thought was just odd. Her power, restoration asterisk, worked like a system command, reverting any object to its previous state. She could seal a wound or piece together a shattered heirloom. Areta used this gift to survive, restoring scrap for a pittance. Sometimes, she'd play the part of a healer, mending the injuries of others. But the money was never enough. It was never coming in fast enough. I need more, she'd whisper into the darkness. I need so much more. Her parents were casualties of the great disaster, trapped in a waking death. Areta knew her times. Restoration times could save them, but the cost was a mountain of magic power she didn't have. Her reserves were just a drop in the ocean, enough for scrapes and bruises, nothing more. And only true hunters could gather magic power on their own. So, Areta sold her pride, joining a hunter team as a pack mule and sometimes healer. For an unawakened girl, it was like walking into a lion's den with her hands tied. Death her constant shadow. All of it just for a few scraps of magic. Her teammates never let her forget her place, their words like daggers. Then came the raid where everything fell apart. The team was slaughtered. Areta, broken and bleeding, was the only one left standing among her dying comrades. She watched them fade. She didn't lift a finger. She just gathered the gear from their corpses. I'm done with this, she spat, the words tasting of blood and ash. And in that moment of absolute despair, a man appeared from the shadows. I hear you're in need of magic power, he said, his voice smooth as silk. Make a contract with me. My name is Kurosaki. And just like that, Areta Sara vanished, reborn as a star in the idol group If. I'm so jealous of you, a voice chirped, pulling her from the memory. Eating all that amazing food 3 times a day and still looking perfect. What a stroke of luck, Kurosaki went on. I still remember the first time we met. A man was bleeding out at your feet, and all you could think about was looting his gear. Right then, I knew. We were cut from the same cloth. Just so we're clear, Kurosaki added, his tone shifting. Let me be up front. As long as our contract stands, I won't get in your way. Then why drag me into a dungeon now? Areta demanded. In response, Kurosaki presented the Khaleesia Dragon Sword. This needs to be repaired, he explained, and your ability is the only thing that can restore it. It's going to take a massive amount of magical energy. I swear, this will be the last time I ever ask you to enter a dungeon. Areta's eyes lit up at his words. Are you telling me the source of time's infinite generation times is in that dungeon? She pressed. Yes, Kurosaki confirmed. We've located it. Our contract was meant to keep you out of dungeons, I know. But this time, I need you with me. And I give you my word, it will be the last time. A short while later, Sano and his team arrived at the Future Guild headquarters. The contact Nanasa spoke of was none other than Kurosaki himself. The Future Guild might be the nation's second largest, and their reputation is complicated. But their strategy, management, and intel are undeniably world-class. Kurosaki strode into the office to greet them. According to our intel, he began, Blood Tower is a highly enigmatic organization, and they've just made their move on the Gargoyle Snow Mountain dungeon. That gate was discovered 15 years ago. It's never been cleared. Our data ranks it as the most problematic dungeon on record. Only 2 assault teams and 1 collection team have ever even dared to try. On top of that, there's a hidden boss, the giant gargoyle. Reports say that killing it drops a hidden reward, the giant's heart. It's also known as Time's Infinite Generation Asterisk. Asterisk, Infinite Generation Asterisk. I don't need it personally, but there's no denying its power. But what's the connection to the Khaleesia Dragon Sword? Are they planning to use the sword to take down the dungeon boss? To conquer this dungeon, they're running a shadow recruitment on the Dark Silk. The post is chillingly direct. seeking 30 elite hunters, level 90 or higher, for the Gargoyle Snow Mountain raid. And the ones pulling the strings? The infamous Blood Tower Guild. Their reputation precedes them, and it's soaked in blood. They're known for ambushing other raid parties in the dark, stealing their loot and leaving no survivors. The Blood Tower Guild is rotten to the core. Just then, Nanasa cut in. You've got the Giant's Heart project. Does that mean you're forming your own team to clear Gargoyle Snow Mountain? We move now. Her eyes locked on him. Shirasaki, can you assemble a raid team on the fly? Shirasaki muttered under his breath. Damn it. How did she rope me into this mess? But despite his grumbling, he led his team to the Snow Mountain Sano and the crew in tow. The moment they stepped into Gargoyle Snow Mountain, they were swarmed by rock giants. Level 40 grunts, individually weak, but their numbers were staggering. Worse, as long as their cores were intact, they'd just keep respawning, an absolute nightmare to deal with. I knew I shouldn't have come to this frozen hell, Shirasaki griped. He lifted his staff. Instantly, a legion of gargoyles took to the sky. Dark magic flared. The airborne monsters were pulled to a single point. Asterisk, implode, asterisk, he commanded. A split second later, a deafening blast tore through the air. The gargoyles rained down as nothing but dust and stone. The sky was clear. He glanced back at his team. Smash every core that hits the ground, he ordered. The tension vanished from the young hunters' shoulders. Their captain had it all under control. Is that it? That was almost too easy, one of them marveled. Wave after wave, Shirasaki's dark magic annihilated the endless swarm. Sano watched from the back, completely stunned. The same guy who complained about coming was now putting on the biggest show. Ares' intel suggested this was an inductive-type dungeon. Most dungeons are broken up into separate areas. Normally, you can find shortcuts, skip sections, and make a beeline for the final boss. But not here. In an inductive dungeon, you have to clear every single area, one by one. One wrong move, one missed objective, and the path forward stays locked forever. Which means, we have to kill enough of these things to literally force the boss out of hiding. The boss would only spawn in the hidden area. They had to move fast. If that boss dropped the key, they had to claim it before the Blood Tower Guild even knew what hit them. But for Sano, some hidden boss didn't matter. He was here for one reason, to reclaim the Khaleesia Dragon Sword for Ares. Sano activated time's control, 5 asterisk. Massive webs of spider silk shot forward. In a flash, the gargoyles were completely ensnared. The silk constricted. Asterisk inherent wave times pulsed through the strands. The stone monsters exploded into dust. He didn't even bother to watch. The explosions lit up his back as he walked away. Meanwhile, Ares unleashed her time's ice magic asterisk, consuming the gargoyles ahead in a wave of frost. Mors followed up, his blade shattering the frozen statues. A perfect, deadly combination. But the sheer number of gargoyles was relentless. They were proving to be a real problem. A few hunters couldn't keep pace. The stone claws found their mark, sending them reeling. Just as things looked grim, Nanai arrived. One clean strike severed a gargoyle's arm. Her palm glowed, then unleashed a devastating shockwave. The monster didn't just break, it disintegrated. Nanai turned to the downed hunters. Are you hurt? But her eyes caught someone in the chaos, a face she knew all too well. Shinoda Satoru? What in the world are you doing here? It was her little brother, Shinoda Satoru. He shot back immediately. Why can't I be? I'm an official member of the team. You mean here to follow Sano-senpai around? Nanai retorted. That's ridiculous. The truth was, when Sano planned this raid, Shinoda Satoru had pitched a massive fit to join. It was a full-on tantrum. I don't care. I want to go too. His excuse? What if Sano-senpai gets lost by himself again? I can be his guide. Faced with that level of dedication, Sano was helpless. He finally caved. But on one condition, Sano had told him, "You're coming as part of my team. No exceptions." The words gave Nanai an instant headache. What were 2 low-level hunters possibly thinking? Forming a rookie team for a place like this. But Shinoda Satoru immediately jumped to Sano's defense. Don't you dare underestimate Sano-senpai, Shinoda insisted. I saw it myself. Sano-senpai cleaved the Rainbow Bridge boss in 2. Recalling the strange events of the past few days, Nanai had to admit it wasn't entirely impossible. But a single question remained. How did he do it? Meanwhile, on the other side of the dungeon, the Blood Tower Guild was methodically wiping out gargoyles. Kurosaki and Arita Sara watched from the relative safety of a cave mouth. There's no need for us to join this mob cleanup, Kurosaki commented. We just use our time's stealth skills times and blend in with the main force. Our time's stealth skills times are convenient, Arita Sara replied. But we must stay wary of the high rankers. Their perception is on another level. Kurosaki's gaze shifted, landing on Arita Sara. How is the magic absorption progressing? This is a high-grade magic transmitter, Arita Sara explained. It was incredibly expensive. It takes the essence of 100 low-level monsters to charge it, she continued. Back in the Rainbow Bridge dungeon, I used 10 of these to force a monster outbreak. Restoring the Khaleesia Dragon Sword will require almost twice that amount, she added grimly. Arita Sarah's eyes narrowed. So you want to restore the sword to defeat the hidden boss here? She went on. My intel says there's a powerful barrier in the hidden part of this dungeon. Only the Khaleesia Dragon Sword can break it. I'm just curious, she pressed, where you got information like that. But Kurosaki wasn't about to reveal his sources. You just need to restore what I asked for, he said flatly. Don't concern yourself with the rest. Asterisk. His eyes are so cold, asterisk, Arita Sara thought. She steeled herself. Asterisk. As long as this contract is active, what Kurosaki does is his own business. Asterisk. Asterisk. If I can just gather enough power to bring my parents back, I'll do anything. Asterisk. That night, after they had slain nearly 200 gargoyles, something began to change. The ground fractured beneath them as countless gargoyle fragments shot into the air. A horrifying presence stared out from the suffocating darkness. Then, without warning, a colossal monster materialized before them. It was the dungeon's nasty surprise, a gargoyle snow mountain boss, level 150. The boss's gigantic hand descended upon them. Damn it, a hunter cursed, his voice trembling. That thing is way too big. Just then, Kurosaki stepped forward, unflinching. He unleashed a torrent of Time's dark magic asterisk. The boss shattered on impact. Amazing, someone gasped. He finished it in just one hit, but the surrounding debris immediately began to writhe, converging on a single point. The two hunters nearby were frozen solid with fear. In seconds, the boss had almost completely reformed. No, Kurosaki desperately fired another blast of Time's dark magic asterisk, shattering it once more. And yet, the core remained, glowing and unharmed. In that brief moment, Sano seized the opportunity. He cast Time's giant foot spider silk Times directly at the core. Countless strands of silk shot out, attempting to ensnare it. But the threads lacked the speed and strength to halt the monster's regeneration. The boss reformed, looking even more powerful than before. Damn it all, a voice cried out. With each recovery, it absorbs the gargoyle fragments scattered around it. We have to figure something out, right now. Just then, Nini ignited her spear with Times, Hellfire Times, and charged straight for the beast. Her attack was a direct hit. It had absolutely no effect. Damn it, she seethed. We can't even melt its core. I knew it. This boss is nothing but a deception. It puts on this grand show, acting like the final enemy. But in truth, this mid-boss is the most grueling part of this entire dungeon raid. You trigger its appearance by defeating a specific number of gargoyles. But here's the cruel twist. The boss uses the debris of those same gargoyles to repair itself. This relentless self-repair is the true terror of these inductive dungeons. Any other hunter team would have already broken and fled. Or worse, they'd already be corpses on the floor. This monstrosity could easily be the final boss of any standard dungeon. There are only two ways to bring it down. Either we shatter its core, or we melt every last piece of rubble it uses to rebuild itself. Both paths felt like an impossible climb. After just a few blasts, sweat was already pouring down Nanas's face. Then, it reformed. Right behind her, Nanaze spun, pure will fueling another torrent of hellfire that turned the debris to slag. Sano watched from the edge, his gut twisting with every passing second. He knew his Times Khaleesia Dragon Sword Times could end this struggle in an instant, but using it would mean revealing his true power to Ares and everyone else. Then, an idea sparked in the chaos. He summoned an item from his system space, one he'd acquired long ago. The item's name was the Times Giant Bear's Foot asterisk. It possessed two primary skills. One could seize control of any object, while the other allowed the user to phase inside and destroy it from within. Sano immediately activated Times Control 5 asterisk, absorbing the item and its abilities. The first skill would reinforce his Times Spider Silk asterisk, making it unbelievably strong. The second would let him invade a target's body, siphoning 15% of their health and magic. No hesitation. Sano charged the boss. Now, they had a fighting chance. All the while, Nanase was still fighting a losing battle, desperately incinerating gargoyle fragments. But even a hunter of her caliber couldn't sustain Times Hellfire Times forever. If this kept up, she wasn't just in danger, she was finished. Her power sputtered, her vision blurring, and the boss reached for her with a colossal stone hand. But in that final, critical moment, countless strands of Time's Spider Silk Times erupted, encasing the monster like a mummy. Not a moment to spare. Everyone could only stare, their minds reeling from the sudden turn of events. Sano's voice cut through the shock, roaring at Shirosaki to unleash another attack. Now, Sano held the core in place. He just needed Shirosaki to strike. Shirosaki didn't waste a second, unleashing a storm of dark magic. The gargoyle's form shattered into 1,000 pieces. Again, the core was exposed. Instantly, a web of Time's Spider Silk Times shot out, ensnaring it. It was cut off, sealed from the very debris that could reform it. It actually worked. Shirasaki couldn't process what he was seeing. They had trapped a high-level boss with the most basic items in the game. A deafening cheer erupted from the hunters. They had done the impossible. But just beyond the fight, Kurosaki and Aritasara were lying in wait, ready to steal the kill. Sano's brilliant, unexpected play had just thrown their whole strategy into chaos. "Stop channeling magic," Aritasara commanded, her voice cold. "Move up the timeline. Prepare for immediate combat." In that instant, every hunter from the Hidden Blood Tower Guild began to mobilize. Because of that one unpredictable kid, the entire game had just changed. Snatching the core now was going to be a bloodbath. "It seems I'll have to handle this myself." When Sano asked who should land the final blow, the answer was unanimous. "You caught it, Sano. You finish it." Sano didn't hesitate. He needed this reward more than anyone knew. One clean thrust of his blade, the core exploded into dust. The moving gargoyle was finally silent. A symphony of level-up chimes flooded the air, a sound of pure victory. A system window flashed. "You have destroyed the moving gargoyle's core. Reward received, the key to close the heart. This key opens the dark door that seals the heart of the giant." He had also just unlocked the key to a hidden area. Sano's level skyrocketed from 85 to 285, his skills jumping to level 5, his profession proficiency hitting level 10. This surge of power, it felt unreal. He was level 285, only 15 more levels until he became an advanced hunter. Sano let out a triumphant laugh, but behind him, Shirasaki could only stare, completely and utterly stunned. He couldn't believe it. Just a level 85 rookie? What was the big deal? He sneered to himself. "Me? Helping some newbie take down a boss? You've got to be kidding. A high ranker like me, babysitting a rookie? Yeah, right. You're seeing things." In that instant, massive black pillars shot up from the earth. A wave of confusion washed over the crowd. One after another, they erupted, boxing everyone in. Strange runes glowed across their surface. A warning. "Everyone, get out of here!" But it was already too late. The space inside the pillars detonated in a blinding flash. Every hunter nearby was engulfed by the blast wave. When the smoke cleared, the future guild hunters were scattered, broken. A lone silhouette stepped out from the swirling dust, its voice cutting through the silence. "In this world, there's truly nothing you can't buy. Toss aside your conscience, and victory is just so simple." His gaze locked on its target. "Found you." The command was given. "Dispel Time's King Giant Footorb's web asterisk." The shimmering threads of the web started to dissolve. Sano burst from the fading trap, eyes blazing. He saw him, the masked figure holding the Khaleesia Dragon Sword. Without a second thought, Sano raised his own blade and charged. "Give me back that sword," he roared. But his attack shattered against an invisible wall, utterly useless. The masked man chuckled. "You're a clever one, aren't you? Using the web to beat the boss, and then surviving my little welcome party. You've really made a mess of my plans." And with that, he brought the sword down, a blur of motion aimed at Sano. The blade slammed into the earth, carving a deep gash. "You bastard, stop!" Nanai's shriek tore through the air, her face pale with terror. Her mind shattered. She raised her spear, unleashing her ultimate skill, Hell's Fuse *. Ares saw the madness in her eyes. He lunged to stop her, but it was too late. A torrent of hellfire erupted, screaming straight for Kurosaki. The smoke cleared. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Nanai lay broken on the ground, not Kurosaki. Kurosaki's voice cracked with panic. "Heal her, now!" Ares grabbed his arm. "Master Kurosaki, stop," he warned. "You can't use magic here." That explosion. It filled the air with a toxic gas. "It's choking our ability to draw in mana. This is a classic Blood Tower Guild trap." As he spoke, a black ooze began to seep from the very ground beneath them. And then Kurosaki reappeared before them all, without a single scratch. "Impossible," a voice choked out. "That's shadow movement, *. He can use the pinnacle skill of the entire stealth class?" Kurosaki walked toward the dying Sano, his steps silent and deliberate. He spotted the boss key lying nearby. As his fingers closed around it, the authority to seal the gate became his. Objective complete *, he thought, but escape was the last thing on his mind. He grabbed Sano by the throat, slammed him into a stone pillar. "Yudi here," Kurosaki growled, his voice pure ice. "My thoughts exactly," Sano coughed, a bloody grin spreading across his face. "I just never figured the one who stole my sword would be a piece of trash like you." And with that, he silently unleashed his web skill. Strands erupted, cocooning Kurosaki in an instant. Then, channeling the King Giant Footorb, he activated his next skill, Giant Bear Chain *. In seconds, the web sprouted vicious spikes, tightening into a massive, bulbous prison of pain. "This is what happens when you steal from me," Sano spat. But as the web dissolved, Sano's victory turned to ash in his mouth. It was empty. And then, Kurosaki stepped out of the shadows behind him. I got careless, Kurosaki admitted. That's the first time I've ever seen a skill like that. If my shadows hadn't taken the hit for me, I'd be dead. With that, he raised his blade, ready to end Sano for good. You know what they used to call me? Everyone knew me as the walking mana battery. This is my first time pushing it this far, but there shouldn't be a problem. Are those your last words? Then disappear. In that moment, an endless torrent of magic flooded Kurosaki's entire being. He couldn't explain it, but the power felt like it had always been his. Let me be the one to end the Blood Tower Guild. Instantly, a colossal orb of pure light blazed into existence above. Kurosaki watched in a daze. That was his own area of effect spell. Where did he get the mana to unleash magic on that scale? My times, Shadow Step times, is being completely neutralized. I can't escape? This is inconvenient. Then there's only one thing to do. Sarah, now, Roger. At once, every box surrounding Sarah burst open. Countless streams of power shot out, converging into a massive sphere in the air. A command echoed, ** system restore, Gargoyle Snow Mountain Maze **. Suddenly, the entire mountain howled as a terrifying gale engulfed everything. Kurosaki reacted instantly, throwing up a barrier to shield them all. Amidst the raging storm, the gargoyle fragments began to stir, slowly reassembling. They're regenerating. What in the world is going on? Did he just initialize the entire maze? A dense swarm of gargoyles poured out from the walls once more. A massive gargoyle's fist blurred, appearing right in front of Kurosaki's face. Damn it. This poison gas still interferes with my ability to absorb mana. I have to keep this barrier up for them, but if I do, I can't fight the gargoyles. Cowering inside this shield will only get us all killed. As Kurosaki wrestled with the choice, Nanase stepped forward, engulfing the gargoyle in a blast of vicious times, Hellfire **. Kurosaki was stunned. Hunter Nanase, how do you still have magic power? Didn't you hear what Sano just said? The walking mana battery can generate limitless magic and share it with his allies. They're saying that was Sano's unique skill. No, that's impossible. Only a mage-class hunter could pull that off, and Sano is anything but. Even top-tier hunters like me and Nanase burn through massive amounts of mana to use our skills. And it wasn't just me he affected. Every single hunter here had their mana reserves completely restored in an instant. I've never even heard of a skill that can generate infinite mana. If that power is real, forget the giant's heart. We need to get Sano in our guild. Now. I can't believe the Blood Tower Guild can actually reset a dungeon. That explains why the Rainbow Bridge dungeon has been in constant upheaval. The real question is, how many times can they pull a stunt like that? My gut says they can't just spam that ability again and again. Still, we haven't found a single trace of the hidden maze. There has to be some hidden trigger we're missing. They found a way to make the hidden maze appear 100% of the time. But something's still off. The gargoyle numbers are way down compared to the real Snow Mountain. Whatever, we need to clear these things out, fast. Then we hunt down the Blood Tower Guild. But what about Hunter Sano? He has to be alive. He just has to be. Elsewhere, on a desolate peak of Snow Mountain, Sano clawed his way out of a cocoon of webbing. That son of a... He actually used times Khaleesia Dragon Sword's times at the last possible second. Lucky for me, I threw up that web defense just in the nick of time. He almost killed me. But in doing so, he showed me how to truly unleash this sword's power. Still, this place is nothing but an endless sea of white. Where do I even begin? Back at the Hunter Association in Japan, President Shinoda tried to sound reassuring. President Shirasaki of the Future Guild is with them, he argued. They'll be fine. But any engagement with the Blood Tower Guild is a worst-case scenario. We have practically zero intel on their leader. Sir, we've just received a priority message. It looks like the Blood Tower Guild is in bed with Star Stadium. That's impossible. You mean times Star Stadium? The world-class Hunter Guild? That very maze is a remnant of the Great Disaster, a scar left from the riots 15 years ago. The gargoyles that poured out of it, they were worse than anything we'd imagined from hell. It was Nishimoto Tomoka, one of the planet's strongest mages, who finally sealed them away. If she hadn't sacrificed herself, the world we know wouldn't exist. And now, the giant's heart she sealed in that hidden maze is the focus of the entire world. Star Stadium, Blood Tower, neither guild cares who they have to crush to get what they want. So them teaming up? It's not a surprise at all. There's more. Ares, from the International Hunter Association. She's Nishimoto's daughter. And this time, it looks like she's hunting for the truth behind her mother's death. Wait, Nishimoto was never officially declared dead. What are you talking about? After all this time, is there any chance she's still alive in there? 5 years back, someone actually made it out of that maze, a lone survivor. He swore he saw a glimpse of Nishimoto Tomoka's shadow in the depths. The room fell silent, their faces frozen in disbelief. The strange thing is, that hidden maze isn't sealed by a single door, It has multiple entrances. Suddenly, the door flew open, a man stumbling inside. President, it's a catastrophe. The maze, it's gone red. He scrambled for the remote, flicking on the nearest screen. The broadcast was pure chaos. A gate break, right in the heart of the city. Civilians screamed, running for their lives as the monsters poured out. They were Snow Mountain gargoyles. How is this happening? At that same moment, deep within the Snow Mountain, Blood Tower pushed forward. Never seen Mr. Kurosaki take a hit like that before. Is this going to compromise the mission? That's above your pay grade. Focus. Before long, the team stood before the hidden maze of Gargoyle Snow Mountain, and trailing them like a shadow, Shinoda Satoru activated his times, stealth asterisk. So, this is it, the hidden area. Members of the Blood Tower Guild reached the maze entrance, only to be stopped cold by an unseen barrier. Boss, there's no way through. We're completely blocked. The Star Stadium Guild? They really are on another level. Every piece of intel they gave us was dead on. This is the masterwork of Nishimoto Tomoka, the most powerful mage hunter from 15 years back. The giant's heart is sealed deep within this hidden maze. Everyone, move out. We're breaking the seal. Stay sharp, no mistakes. The Blood Tower members scattered, taking their positions instantly. Orita began preparing the sword for its restoration. But then, Kurosaki froze. He sensed something. Someone, tailing them. Who would be stupid enough to follow the Blood Tower Guild? Ice flooded Shinoda Satoru's veins. Asterisk. Did he see me? Asterisk. I can't die here, not like this. Without a word, Kurosaki's blade swung down. Meanwhile, across the vast snowscape, a curious little stone was on the hunt. Its target, a Snow Mountain berserker rabbit. These level 30 beasts prowl the hidden mazes, driven mad by hunger, and drop magic stones upon death. One strike, it was over. A crimson magic stone clattered onto the snow. The little stone snatched its prize and scurried back to its master. And that master was none other than Sano. Good work, Sano said. Now, eat. On his command, the little stone tossed the magic stone into its maw and began to crunch down. This creature was born from the core of a boss he'd defeated, the moving gargoyle. By infusing it with magic, Sano can summon a powerful gargoyle. Its first ability, asterisk shapeshift asterisk, allowing it to alter its form at will. Its second, asterisk guardian armor asterisk, a living shield to protect its master. And its third, asterisk sensory link asterisk, sharing everything it sees and hears directly with its user. The higher its level, the further our connection spreads. Sano stared at the core in his hand, a surge of pride swelling within him. This is insane, he thought. One core, one gargoyle. If I could just replicate these, I could build an entire army from nothing. He imagined it, storming mazes completely on his own. A Snow Mountain gargoyle at level 10. It can shapeshift at will and share its senses directly with me. Suddenly, the little stone creature sensed an approach, darting off to intercept the newcomer. The figure that emerged from the shadows was none other than Shinoda Satoru. Shinoda's eyes widened when he saw Sano, and he rushed forward, pulling him into a desperate hug. I thought I'd lost you for good, Shinoda choked out. The moment I knew the Blood Tower Guild found this hidden maze, you were the first person I thought of. My heart was pounding. I was sure they'd spotted me. But they caught someone else tailing them, instead looked like a potential recruit for their guild. There's a girl with them too. She's gathering an insane amount of magic power. And then, they began some kind of dark ritual. She's the one in charge of activating the maze. I wanted to stop her, but I was frozen with fear. I'm sorry, Shinoda whispered. You did more than enough, Sano replied, his voice firm. Shinoda's brow furrowed. You know that girl. She looked incredibly familiar. I swear I've seen her somewhere before, he added, lost in thought. Speaking of, what's the deal with this little guy following us around? Sano let out a small laugh. Oh, right. I forgot to introduce you two. This is my new partner. No way, it's adorable, Shinoda exclaimed. I never pictured you as a tamer, Sano. Before long, they reached their destination. Just across the bridge, the entrance to the hidden maze loomed. Sano knew taking on the entire Blood Tower Guild with just the two of them was a suicide mission. Shinoda Satoru, Sano commanded. Go get Nanase and Shirasaki. Bring them here. I'll stay behind and keep an eye on them. A wave of disappointment washed over Shinoda Satoru. They were parting ways with Senior Sano again, far too soon. To keep him safe, Sano offered him the core of a living gargoyle. He's your little brother now. But don't let his look deceive you. He's an absolute beast in a fight. Shinoda Satoru's eyes welled with tears. You're really giving me something this valuable? He stammered, but Sano just shrugged. It's not that big of a deal, really. I've got an endless supply of these things. And with that, Shinoda Satoru departed, the core and his new gargoyle companion in tow. The moment they were out of sight, Sano produced another core. He was already creating a new one, molding its form to his exact specifications. In moments, a winged avian gargoyle stood complete. Through its eyes, Sano's vision locked onto Kurosaki and his crew. His focus zeroed in on Aratasara, her hands gripping the Khaleesia Dragon Sword. Mana surged into the blade, drawn from the collection boxes arrayed around her. She was using times-control bullshit times to restore the sword's very essence. Just a moment ago, the blade's integrity was at a mere 6%. The reading skyrocketed, climbing relentlessly until it hit 100%. The Khaleesia Dragon Sword was whole again. Perfect. But the toll was immediate. Aratasara collapsed, completely drained. "That's enough," Kurosaki shouted. He snatched the gleaming sword from the ground, his excitement palpable. Finally, he breathed. "I can unleash its true power." Sano, watching from afar, was stunned. How? How was that even possible? To completely restore an item's durability, it defied all logic. Could she be like him? A user of a cursed ability? The intel he had was clear. Her power, control bullshit could revert any object to its pristine original state. Sano knew his own copy ability came with heavy restrictions, but her power, what were its limits? Sano's gaze fixed on Aratasara, his decision hardening into resolve. "I have to ally with her first." Kurosaki gripped his sword. The seal was about to break. He eased the blade's tip into the shimmering barrier. Instantly, ethereal chains screamed and rattled in protest. A vast magic circle erupted beneath his feet. Without the Star Stadium Guild's intel, this key would be useless. Kurosaki spoke, then plunged the sword into the circle's heart. "Only this blade can shatter the seal. Hunter Nishimoto crafted this masterpiece 15 years ago. Its original wielder was her husband. She designed a barrier that only his sword could ever breach. Her husband was Frederick Shu, the world's greatest swordmaster." Kurosaki twisted the blade 90 degrees. The magic circle flared to life. Blinding white light pulsed from its core. The gargoyles overhead were vaporized by the sheer force. They never stood a chance. The barrier's light flickered, then died, revealing the true path into the hidden maze. After 15 long years, the hidden maze of Gargoyle Snow Mountain was open once more. "Now, we hunt for our real prize," Kurosaki declared. "The giant's heart." Sano watched his mentor, his mind racing, torn. Go in alone, or wait for backup? The biggest gamble of his life. The scene shifts. South, an S-rank maze. Carnage painted the floor. One man stood untouched amidst the ruin. "Your target was just me, wasn't it?" The dying man choked out. "Why? Kill them all." The victor looked down. "If I only took you out, I'd be a murderer. But if I erase them all," the man continued, his voice cold as ice, "it'll all just be chalked up to a dungeon accident." In a flash, the man on the ground vanished, leaving only a spreading pool of crimson. Control A, When a user falls, their power seeks a new host. He had just violently claimed the fallen man's cursed power for himself. A searing pain suddenly shot through his neck. 3 hourglass symbols burned themselves onto his skin. One of them, a vibrant red, was freshly marked. He could feel the new power coursing through him instantly. He activated times Control A. Select all blue, inverted triangles materialized above the carnage. Then control cut every target locked. A gaping void tore through reality itself, swallowing everything in its path. Just as it closed, an elf materialized behind him. "It seems your power has evolved once more," the elf noted. "No longer one by one, its range, it has grown immense." The man replied, "To claim these cursed skills, I have to end their users. It's an inconvenient process. What truly grinds my gears is that even mastering this power isn't enough to make it evolve. Unfortunately, that is the only way, unless you can find times Control C *. We've searched for times, Control C times for over 10 years, the elf continued, and still, there's been no word. I'm beginning to wonder if he even exists." "He exists," the man insisted. "I know he's in our dimension somewhere. Besides, isn't that fool times Control F times also on the hunt? We're bound to hear something soon. Our intel places times Control H times with the Blood Tower Guild as we speak. By now, they should have already shattered the barrier Hunter Nishimoto erected. Control C times is the goal, but the giant's heart is your priority. It is the key to unlocking the true potential of your cursed power." Back in the hidden dungeon, the party regrouped, moving forward as one. The corridors were unnervingly silent. No sign of a threat, no monsters, no tracks, but they knew their targets couldn't be far. They had to move faster. They were falling behind. Then, an unnatural light erupted from under Shinoda Satoru's feet. "A magic circle!" someone screamed, but it was too late. In a flash, everyone inside the light was gone, just vanished. Sano could only watch his hand outstretched to an empty space where his friends just stood. Nanazi and Sano sprinted forward, desperation fueling their every step. The ground beneath them exploded in a blinding flash. The world dissolved. They crashed into a strange alien world, but Shinoda Satoru and Shirasaki, they were gone. How is this possible? They're not here. We were right behind them. Seconds, not even. Suddenly, a shadow fell over them. A colossal beast lunged from the sky, jaws wide for Sano. Nanaze moved, a blur of motion. Her blade flashed. The monster's head hit the ground. The threat was over before it began. What the hell was that? Some kind of dinosaur? This isn't just a different place. This is a different world. Could this be a multi-dimensional maze? One hunter whispered. No, that's impossible. They were all supposed to have been wiped out during the Great Disaster 15 years ago, another shot back. Then explain this. How else do you explain what's right in front of us? A third voice cut in. Teleportation circles are the signature of a multi-dimensional maze. They're gateways, linking our world to countless others. Once you step through, you're in a completely different reality. Is this why Hunter Nishimoto sealed this dungeon? To keep this gateway closed? That means Shinoda, Satoru, and Shirasaki. They could be in an entirely different dimension. To get them back, there's only one path. We fight our way through this maze and find the giant's heart. Then what are we waiting for? The hunt begins now. Meanwhile, back in the city, all hell was breaking loose. The dungeon glowed an ominous red as swarms of gargoyles poured out, tearing the city apart. Screams echoed through the streets. Civilians ran for their lives. The hunters were barely holding the line. But it was a losing fight. As long as their cores were intact, the gargoyles just kept getting back up. Worse, the clash of magic between the maze and our world choked their most powerful spells, crippling their ability to fight back. Damn this left eye. Never works when it matters most. If we just had its times infinite mana engine asterisk, this fight would already be over. Just as the bald warrior faced his end, a flash of steel sliced through the chaos. A blonde swordsman appeared, cleaving the gargoyle in two with one clean strike. The reason he stopped? He'd heard something that piqued his interest. He asked them, what was that about in time's infinite mana engine asterisk? To repay the man for saving his life, the bald warrior told him everything. A skill like that. I've never even heard the rumors. Could the stories really be about him? Suddenly, two immense fonts of magical power erupted from the association building's rooftop. It was the presidents of the island nation's two most dominant guilds. A colossal gargoyle was hurtling right for them. Looks like it's our turn to play. If we wait any longer, the casualties will be catastrophic. Takayuchi Go leaped into the fray, his stone armor skill flaring to life. In an instant, solid rock enveloped Takayuchi Go's entire body. After a thunderous impact, the transformed Takayuchi Go strode out from the smoke. The gargoyle was already upon him, but with one effortless punch, Takayuchi Go blew it to pieces. He surged forward, an unstoppable juggernaut. Shinoda Shiro began his own assault, unleashing a devastating magical barrage. A brilliant wave of energy slammed into the ground, clearing a direct path for Takayuchi. Go to the boss. The boss swung a gigantic fist, but Takayuchi Go didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he met the blow head-on with his own. One punch, then two. The boss's form began to crack and splinter. An instant later, it shattered into a million pieces, revealing its crimson core. I'm not letting that old geezer take this kill, he declared. With that, he ground the core into dust. The maze riot was over, but while the others celebrated, the blonde man had already uncovered a new piece of intel. Search command. Target, Takayuchi Go. Manual override, not in use. As expected of the island nation's #1 guildmaster, shutting down that maze riot in mere minutes. He even managed to pull valuable intel without needing a single control key. Come to think of it, Control Plus should still be trapped in that maze. I just hope he made it out of there alive. Meanwhile, the Blood Tower Guild pushed deep into the hidden maze, hunting for the giant's heart. Zombies swarmed them from the shadows, but against the legendary sword, they were nothing but cannon fodder. One swing, that's all it took for Kurosaki to wipe them from existence. With the path cleared, they pressed on toward the lair of the giant puppet heart. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted from beneath their feet. In an instant, they stood before a massive stone door. Without hesitation, Kurosaki produced the key he'd seized and slotted it into the lock. The gateway groaned open, and the team filed into the darkness. The chamber walls were lined with colossal statues, standing like silent sentinels. But the room was empty, no boss in sight. Yet Aratasura felt it a crushing pressure that stole the air from her lungs. Is it because I'm not a hunter? A guildmate was still looking around when a stone palm slammed down with a wet, sickening crack. Where he once stood, there was nothing left but a crimson stain on the floor. One of the sentinels had moved. It now loomed over them, alive. Damn it, the statue's alive. Everyone, watch out! But it was already too late. Stone ground against stone as the other statues stirred, sealing their escape. Aratasara was frozen solid, paralyzed by the sudden, brutal ambush. Kurosaki's rage cut through the chaos. What are you just standing there for? Use your times, restoration skills, asterisk, save him now. The words snapped her back to reality. She was the healer. She had to act. She scrambled to her pack, pulling out the charged mana devices she'd gathered. But her hands met empty casings. The magic, it was draining away. How? That's impossible. Not even an archmage could break those seals. And why was all of it flowing in the exact same direction? The Blood Tower Guild clashed with the Stone Guardians, but they were being slaughtered. Kurosaki's voice was raw, screaming for his team to deploy landmines. But it was no use. Stealth skills fizzled. The mines wouldn't arm. A stone fist descended with crushing force. Kurosaki's eyes widened in sheer horror. A teammate was just gone, erased in an instant. In a matter of seconds, the rest of the Blood Tower Guild lay broken on the floor. You can't be serious. How is this possible? You're nothing but rocks. Kurosaki raised his blade, pouring his remaining rage into a single powerful skill. But a cold, emotionless notification flashed before him. Insufficient mana to activate times Khaleesia's Dragon Sword asterisk. The words froze him in place. As Kurosaki stood there, paralyzed by confusion, the statue's killing blow descended. Meanwhile, Aritasara had followed the draining flow of mana to a raised dais. All the magic in the chamber was being siphoned into a single cube at its center. What in the world was this thing? The moment her fingers grazed its surface, the facade dissolved, revealing a massive, beating ruby heart. Could it be the heart of the giant? But this wasn't releasing power, it was devouring it. Why? In that instant, the giant's heart pulsed with a violent, malevolent energy. A primal sense of danger screamed at Aritasara. She turned and bolted. It was too late. A crimson beam of light erupted from the core, piercing straight through her waist. She hit the ground, a raw scream of agony torn from her throat. The statue loomed over her, its greatsword raised high for the final strike. In a blur of darkness, Kurosaki used time's Shadow Step asterisk, his sword meeting the stone blade just in time to save her. He immediately crushed a high-grade healing potion over her grievous wound. He swept her into his arms, his only thought to escape. But a system alert chimed through the hall. The giant's heart has been activated. Preparing for boss encounter, the heavy stone doors began to grind shut. Kurosaki tried to trigger time's Shadow Step times again, but a new notification appeared, sealing their fate. Not enough mana. Asterisk shadow movement times won't activate. Was this some kind of sick joke? Where did all my mana go? We don't get out now, Wadi. We're going to be sealed in here together. Damn it. There's only one way. Kurosaki grabbed Aritasara, hurling her toward the exit with everything he had. She hit the ground hard, skidding across the stone. Why? Why would you save me? As long as you make it out, you can fix all of this, right? You idiot. I'm not even a hunter. Where am I supposed to get that kind of power? Her eyes fluttered open, and Sano was standing over her. It was him. It felt like he could share his mana, and that's exactly what he did, pouring a constant stream of energy into her. With enough mana, you can heal your own wounds, can't you? Aritasara's eyes went wide, staring at Sano in utter disbelief. How could he possibly know about her ability? A few minutes later, Aritasara was fully healed, sitting silently with her hands tied. A prisoner. The Blood Tower's prized healer. She'd been on death's door, yet recovered in an instant. We have to dig into her background the second we're out of here. So, what's the plan now? We fought like hell to get here, and now we can't even open the damn door. It's no use. To open this from the inside, you need a key. You mean we're going to be stuck in here for good? Is this what happened to all the others who went missing? Nearby, Sano was wrestling with a single, crucial thought. What am I supposed to do? I actually copied that key. But how could he ever explain that? He decided he'd just have to make something up. And with that, Sano took out the key. But in that instant, Ari stepped forward, her hand gently brushing against the door. Incredibly, her arm phased straight through the solid surface. Identical runes flared to life, glowing on both the door and Ari's robe. A moment later, the ancient door swung open. The robe. It was her mother's. A perfect resonance, a key left behind just for her. Nearby, Sano caught their words. He realized it then. Ari was the true key to this labyrinth. He swore to himself, if they survived this, he had to explore this dimensional maze with her. Just as Aritasara warned, a chilling realization hit them all their magic was vanishing. The colossal heart was drinking it dry. And then, the Stone Guardians returned. Sano's hands flew. Asterisk, Control E asterisk, he commanded. Asterisk, copy magic power asterisk, then asterisk control, 5 times to paste. He spammed it, an infinite paste, over and over. Suddenly, the air itself fractured, filled with countless skill windows, An eruption of terrifying magic flooded out from Sano, overwhelming the chamber. The heart couldn't drink it fast enough. He was generating more than it could ever take. Aritasara could only stare, completely stunned by the display. A flicker of hope ignited within her. If her skill could be combined with his, could she finally save her parents? His magic restored, Nanase charged, lunging at a statue. One clean strike, it split in two. Shirazaki refused to be left behind. He raised his staff. Darkness coiled around it. A bolt of black lightning obliterated the closest guardian, but more closed in, surrounding them. A wicked grin spread across Shirazaki's face. Perfect, he declared. You'll all do nicely to help me vent. He unleashed a storm of dark magic, erasing the statues from existence. And in that moment of chaos, Aritasara saw him, Kurosaki. He was a broken heap on the floor, gasping for air, life fading from his eyes. Aritasara moved to help, but Sano was faster, stepping in front of her. Sano looked down at him. Never thought I'd see you like this. His hand closed around the hilt of the Khaleesia Dragon Sword, lifting it from the dirt. A thought echoed in his mind. Finally, it's mine again. Just as he'd hoped, its durability was completely restored. Now, for the real prize. How do I take his skill? Sano focused, attempting to copy the man's timed shadow movement asterisk. A system window flashed. Asterisk, copy, failed asterisk. Target's level exceeds user's level. Just as his hope faded, a new notification appeared. Target possesses extreme hostility towards user. Under these conditions, two methods of skill acquisition are available. 1. Eliminate the target and claim the skill. 2. Forcibly absorb the skill from the target. Absorption is only possible when target's HP is below 15%. Upon successful absorption, the target will permanently lose this skill. Sano's eyes widened. So, you can literally steal a skill, and in his current state, it's ripe for the taking. A moment later, Kurosaki strode over to join them. He gestured to Aritasara. You're the healer, right? Patch this guy up. We've got questions for him. Important ones. With a quick motion, Kurosaki undid Aritasara's bindings. As the healing light washed over him, the man's mangled arm began to mend. A second later, his eyes snapped open. Looks like I made the right call, Kurosaki muttered. Instantly, his hands were bound once more. You'd better stay put, a voice warned, or things are gonna get ugly. Got it? But first things first. We have to make it out of here alive. This labyrinth was only the beginning. The colossal heart pulsed. A blinding beam erupted from its core. Kurosaki dove, scrambled for cover. The light carved a path of annihilation, straight for Nanase. The ground around her vaporized. Seeing her peril, Shinoda Satoru bolted forward. Another blast. The heart locked onto its new target, Shinoda. In that final, desperate second, Little Stone became a blur of motion. Impact. A deafening explosion tore through the chamber. The smoke parted, revealing a lone silhouette. It was Shinoda Satoru, encased in living stone armor. Little Stone had become his shield. Behind him, Nanase stood shaken, but alive. Someone gasped, "You two, you merged? To think you evolved this quickly. No matter how I look at it, that's a dead ringer for Master Takuchi's times Stone Aegis times skill." 30 minutes earlier, Kurosaki and Shinoda Satoru were cast into a chaotic, multi-dimensional maze. Kurosaki's shadow magic didn't just fight the monsters, it erased them. Their remains glittered with countless rubies, a feast for Little Stone's eyes. With a nod from Kurosaki, Little Stone dug in, devouring the gems with a ravenous hunger. And just like that, a new power began to surge within it. Status: Snow Mountain Gargoyle, Level 2, Max Potential, Level 10. New skills acquired, asterisk Freeform Change Level 2 asterisk, and times Master's Sense Link Level 2 asterisk. Little Stone, you're incredible. You actually evolved. Back in the present, the giant heart's onslaught intensified, each pulse more violent than the last. The barrage was relentless. Even Kurosaki's protective barrier finally shattered. These beams, they're pure, high-density mana. Standard defensive spells are useless against this kind of power. Then, a furious warrior charged into the fray. He faced the light without flinching. His sword swung. The beams split. The mana is so dense. It's almost solid. You can actually cut it, but even if we can cut them down, we still can't get any closer. My infinite magic is its fuel. The heart will just keep absorbing it and firing forever. But if I stop, it'll just drain the rest of us dry. Either way, we're finished. No. There's one last chance. Time to bet everything on my new skill. Asterisk Shadow Movement, asterisk. I'll use its Shadow Traveling ability, combine it with times Control +5 asterisk, and activate times Giant King Spider Silk asterisk. Silk exploded around Sano, and in a flash, he was gone. Maul's eyes went wide. Where did he go? Behind the giant heart, a shadow stretched, taking human form. Sano materialized. His hand slammed onto the heart. His plan. Shatter it with time's inherent vibration asterisk, but he'd underestimated its cunning. The heart erupted with raw magic. The explosion sent Sano flying, blood spilling from his lips. A voice echoed in his mind. Asterisk, who do you think you are? Asterisk. Asterisk, that power is a gift from me. Remember that. Asterisk. He grit his teeth. Asterisk, control +5 asterisk. Activate time's giant king spider. Silk asterisk. A torrent of silk erupted, swarming the giant heart, wrapping it again and again until it was a massive sealed cocoon. For a moment, they thought they'd won. Then beams of light tore through the silk prison. It's not over. Asterisk control +5. Giant king spider silk asterisk. The barrage intensified. Beams of energy seared the air around Sano. This time, I times will times make contact. His fingers brushed its surface. The silk surged, encasing it once more. Asterisk, control +5 asterisk. Use time's inherent vibration asterisk. Resonate, and destroy the target. The giant heart cracked, then shattered. A brilliant light consumed everything. And then, a system message appeared. You have destroyed the giant's heart. Conquest of Maze Labyrinth. Successful. In the next instant, his vision flooded with countless level-up notifications. A weary, triumphant smile spread across Sano's face. Congratulations, you have obtained the conquest reward. Giant's Heart, Level 1, upgradable. Skill 1, can generate magic power infinitely. Skill 2, it can absorb or even stockpile a certain amount of magic power. And the best part? It's a skill that can be upgraded continuously. But reading the description, Sano felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed useless to him. Just then, a new notification flashed. Asterisk Control C times has been upgraded. It can now automatically duplicate any compatible object. Automatic copying. This is an absolute game changer. Sano-senpai, you're just incredible. Get away from me. I'm not into guys. At that moment, Shirazaki approached with a serious expression. Congratulations on acquiring the giant's heart, he continued. Once we get back, I need to have a word with you. If you're after the giant's heart, I'm willing to sell for the right price. At the offer, Shirazaki's eyes lit up with excitement. After a short rest to regroup, Sano returned the Khaleesia Dragon Sword to Ares. Suddenly, Maul stepped forward. Was that an advanced skill from the Blood Tower Guild you just used? He pressed. You covered a huge distance in an instant. A cold sweat trickled down Sano's back. He scrambled to come up with a believable excuse. I just used some spider silk to pull myself over quickly. Maul opened his mouth to argue, but Nene cut him off. Prying into someone's skills is incredibly rude, she stated flatly. We're leaving. We have to get back and run a background check on those two anyway. As they moved on, Kurosaki spoke to Aritasara in a low voice. It's time, he whispered, to repay that life debt you owe me. Go and restart the maze. Aritasara's voice wavered. Are you sure? This has to be the last time. Kurosaki scoffed. Is this about that mana-rich kid? Just don't forget our contract, or you'll give me a headache. The contract? Asterisk Adam's Oath asterisk. It's a permanent bond, a pact that means you can never, ever betray your partner. And as long as it's active, you can never leave my side. Don't forget, your parents' lives are in my hands. I gave up my own life to save you once before. Now, it's time you repay that debt. There's more than enough mana here. Begin. In an instant, the air warped as raw power coalesced around Aritasara. Her eyes went blank, the control skill activated. Sano's blood ran cold. He whirled around, his voice a desperate roar. Everyone, run. The labyrinth is resetting, he screamed. He dissolved into the shadows. Asterisk, shadow step asterisk. Reappearing at Aritasara's side, he reached out, desperate to break her concentration. Why are you doing this? He pleaded. I'm sorry, she whispered back, tears in her eyes. The mana erupted. The world groaned as the labyrinth's walls began to shift and crumble. Kurosaki and Ares threw up shimmering barriers, shielding the others in a mad dash for the exit. They dove through the portal just as the ancient stone ground shut behind them. They found themselves back in the city above, gasping for air, finally outside the maze. And just like that, the exit sealed completely, leaving not even a crack behind. Shinoda Satoru's voice was sharp with panic. They didn't make it! They're still inside! But deep within the fractured maze, the reset had failed. Kurosaki stood free, the bonds that once held him shattered like glass at his feet. He drew his sword, the sound of steel echoing as he stalked closer. What happened? The maze. It didn't fully reset. He pulled me out of the spell, Aritasara explained, her voice trembling. So the reset was interrupted, Kurosaki mused, a slow, cruel smile spreading across his face. I see. It makes no difference. The others are gone. Kurosaki's eyes glinted with cold ambition. As long as I get the giant's heart, none of this matters. A fire ignited in Sano's gaze as he stared down his opponent. He reached for his power, preparing to summon the might of the time's giant king spider asterisk. But in the next moment, Sano could only stare in horror at the system window that flickered into existence. It read, asterisk target not found asterisk. What is this? Sano stammered. It's useless. Kurosaki's voice cut through the air, cold as steel. It wasn't just the maze that reset, it was you. A cold dread washed over Sano as he frantically summoned his information panel. The glowing text was a death sentence. Sano, level 1, skill proficiency, a mere 1%, both times Control-C times and times Control-V asterisk, completely wiped, back to 0. But wait, what was that? Sano's eyes locked onto a single line. His panel displayed a faint message, unconfirmed object has been copied, ready to paste. In the next instant, a silver flash, a spray of crimson. Kurosaki's blade bit deep into Sano's flesh, a crippling, vicious blow. Goodbye, little rat, Kurosaki sneered, his face a mask of contempt. He raised his sword, ready to deliver the final strike. Suddenly, a clang of steel, another blade intercepted Kurosaki's attack. It was Maul, the other hunter left behind in this twisted trap. But a single glance told the story. Maul was hopelessly outmatched. Kurosaki's grin widened. A blur of motion, a flurry of strikes. Maul's defense shattered. A vicious kick sent Maul flying, his body slamming against the cold stone. Kurosaki lunged, his sword aimed straight for Maul's heart. But Sano threw his broken body in the path of the blade, absorbing the full impact before collapsing in a heap. Maul stared, his mind reeling in disbelief. Why? He was my kill! I don't need your pity! Get out of my way! Maul roared. His words were cut short by the sound of tearing flesh, as Kurosaki's blade sliced him in two from behind. A stunned silence fell. Before their very eyes, Sano had just been executed. Just as I thought, only he was reset, Kurosaki chuckled, a dark, chilling sound. But the treasures he carried are still very much here. Now, I'm the only one you can possibly depend on. Don't give me that look. Kurosaki's voice dripped with false sympathy. You're the one who returned him to this pathetic state. He's like this because of you. I'm sure he'll be thanking you in his next life. Then, in a blink, another flash of light tore through the darkness. Kurosaki's wrist was severed clean off, and a raw, agonized scream echoed through the maze. And just like that, Sano materialized before Kurosaki, without a single scratch. I'm back. Sano's voice cut through the silence. It seems the one you killed wasn't the real me. He revealed that at the moment of death, a skill had triggered on its own. Asterisk Control 5. The skill was Pazed Myself asterisk. A wave of shock silenced the onlookers. What the hell is going on? Kurosaki screamed. I sliced him in two with my own hands. What is that skill, you bastard? What even are you? In that instant, Sano's times Control 5. Giant King Spider Silk times shot out, ensnaring Kurosaki. He desperately tried to activate times Shadow Movement times to escape, but a system message flashed before his eyes. This skill has been removed and cannot be used. Kurosaki's eyes bulged, staring at the notification box in disbelief. His reality was crumbling around him, one impossibility at a time. Sarah, do it again. Reset everything now, he demanded. But Arita Sarah didn't move. The will to obey was gone. Have you forgotten our contract? Kurosaki snarled. Move your ass if you want to live. Vicious sparks erupted from the bracelet on Arita Sarah's wrist, a cruel jolt of pain threatening her. Sano's gaze locked onto the device. So that's your leash? A contract bracelet, he noted with contempt. One step, Sano closed the distance, appearing at Arita Sarah's side. He grabbed her wrist, unleashing times. Control 6, inherent vibration asterisk. A heartbeat later, the contract bracelet shattered into dust. As the metal fell away, so did the invisible chains around Arita Sarah's heart. She was no longer Kurosaki's puppet. She was free. You can't command anyone now, Sano stated, his voice like ice. So go to hell in despair by yourself. In the next instant, Sano activated times, shadow movement times, and stood face to face with a terrified Kurosaki. Today, your own power will be your undoing. A promise made in silence. Kurosaki vanished. Sano reached down, his fingers closing around the pulsating heart of the giant. How much blood was spilled for this? The question hung heavy in the air. Filth like you was never worthy of this power. With a single thought, he clenched his fist, and the heart disintegrated into dust. The system's cold voice echoed. High-level reward item, destroyed. Congratulations, a unique treasure has been acquired. Meanwhile, within the sterile walls of the Japan Hunter Association, a tense meeting was underway. The Gargoyle Snow Mountain Maze wasn't just a maze, it was multi-dimensional. A chilling echo of the past. The great disaster, 15 years ago, began just like this. No one thought they'd see one again, especially not with the Western Hunter's seal now broken. This wasn't just a problem, it was a potential apocalypse that demanded their full attention. But the 7 hunters gathered in the room, they couldn't have cared less. Their minds were elsewhere, focused on the blood tower, eager to just be done with this. To them, these mazes were an impossible problem, a fight for another day. This arrogant dismissal finally broke Takushi Tsuna's patience. He sneered. How truly impressive. You think we just sat on our hands while you were away? He rose from his seat, his predatory gaze locked directly on Sano. I heard you're the one who conquered the maze. If you're that strong, then why is your name completely unknown? He leaned in close, his voice a low growl. Who are you? Sano met his glare without flinching. Just a hunter. And what exactly? Sano continued, his tone calm. Are you planning to do? We didn't just clear a dungeon, we uncovered a multi-dimensional threat that could doom us all. It may not be a world-shattering feat, but it certainly doesn't warrant this. Interrogation. Wouldn't you agree, Master Takushi Tsuna? Takushi Tsuna's eyes narrowed to slits. You're an interesting one, knowing who I am and still daring to use that tone with me. In a flash, rock erupted over his skin. Asterisk, stone armor, asterisk. The sudden surge of power sent the nearby civilians into a blind panic. Thankfully, the Hunter Association president was on site, stepping in to quell the chaos. Takushi Tsuna, seething, reluctantly withdrew and stormed out of the meeting room. The scene cuts to the quiet intensity of the Hunter Association president's office. The president confessed, I was once part of the Great Sage Guild, but I left, for my own reasons. He looked at Sano, his voice firm. On behalf of every hunter, thank you for what you've done. The weight of President Tomiwa's words brought a rare, genuine smile to Sano's face. Beside him, Ari announced his duty to report back to the International Hunter Association. Maul, however, declared her intent to remain here for the time being. I'm putting in my resignation with the International Hunter Association, she stated flatly. That evening, an unexpected crowd gathered inside Sano's home. Sano sighed. What is everyone doing in my house this late? Maul simply replied, I'm no longer with the International Hunter Association. I've got nowhere to go, so I figured I'd crash here for a bit. Sano pressed her. Maul, what's this really about? I'm sorry, she said, avoiding his gaze. I can't tell you. Another voice cut in cheerfully. I just came to play with Sano's end pie. A different person added, I'm only here to deliver a message from Arita Sarah. Don't you dare group me with these two. They explained the grim situation. Kurosaki was still comatose, as Arita Sarah refused to use her healing ability. The moment Kurosaki awakens, she's scheduled for a prison transfer and interrogation. Arita Sarah herself was being detained in the Hunter Association's interrogation wing. She hadn't said a single word. Her only demand was a meeting with Sano. It was also revealed that Arita Sarah was a member of an idol group. I have a feeling she was forced into all this, one of them speculated quietly. I shattered her contract bracelet. Her connection to Kurosaki should be completely severed. Sano's jaw tightened with resolve. I'll head to the association and see her. His eyes then fell on another figure in the room. Speaking of which, Master Kurosaki, what are you doing in my room? Kurosaki's expression was dead serious. I'm here for one reason, and one reason only. But Maul, standing at his side, cut in sharply. If you're after the giant's heart, you can forget it. Hunter Sano already obliterated it back in the maze, Maul announced. A wave of disbelief washed over the entire room. Are you out of your mind? Someone shouted. Why in the world would you destroy an artifact that rare? But in the next instant, the giant's heart materialized in Sano's hand. Sano explained coolly. What I destroyed in the maze was a fake. Just a copy, he thought, though it was a perfect one, indistinguishable from the original. Maul could only stare, her eyes wide with disbelief. That's impossible, she insisted. I can personally confirm that the heart destroyed that day was the genuine article. Immediately, both Kurosaki and Nanas began shouting insane offers to get their hands on the giant's heart. Kurosaki's staggering bid of $20 billion ultimately sealed the deal. Later that night, Sano was basking in the thought of the fortune headed his way. He mused, what if I just used my times copy times skill to mass-produce giants' hearts and sold them on the overseas black market? I'd be set for life. The sheer audacity of the idea sent a thrill through him. This dungeon run had paid off beyond his wildest dreams. His level had soared past 300, and he'd even snagged a unique reward. The item was sealed for now, but the seal could be broken by injecting it with mana. Driven by curiosity, Sano channeled a massive amount of his magic power into the object. In a flash of light, a triangular artifact appeared before him. It was a dimensional fragment, just 1/5 of a whole. The system explained that collecting all the fragments would allow him to synthesize a dimensional key. A key that could open a door to any dimension he chose. These fragments also possessed a strange quality. They were drawn to one another. Sano eyed the piece with a confused frown. This thing feels useless on its own, and to make matters worse, my skill can't even times copy times it. So how am I supposed to track down the other pieces? Just then, the door slid open, and Maul stepped inside. There's something I need to confirm with you, she said, her voice heavy. Maul's hand fell to his hilt, drawing his longsword. Sano's blood ran cold at the sight. What are you doing? His plea hung in the air, but Maul remained silent. Instead, he lifted the blade, preparing to strike. He plunged it into Sano's heart as blood sprayed forth. 15 years ago, during Europe's great disaster, a colossal beast tore through the city. It was a lower horned dragon, over level 500. Its power was rumored to rival that of the higher horned dragons. A fire attribute monster, mages were told to counter with ice. One mage shot forward, weaving through the chaos, and found an opening behind the beast. His magic circle flared to life as he unleashed his ice magic. But the ice lances shattered uselessly against the dragon's armored wings. The sheer force of the impact sent him flying back several meters. Damn it. Where did this disaster-class monster even come from? The mage cursed. We're completely outmatched. The lower horned dragon then opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of fire. The inferno instantly consumed the closest hunters. Moments later, massive explosions rocked the entire city. Hunters watching from a distance broke, turning to flee for their lives. The entire city had become a vision of hell on Earth. Back then, as a newly awakened hunter, I knew I was going to die. Then, a figure appeared before me, a single light in my suffocating despair. It was him, the world's strongest hunter, Frederick Shu. For a single fleeting moment, I thought we were saved. The very next second, the lower horned dragon devoured him whole. Only the lower half of his body was left standing there. My strength vanished. I collapsed to the ground, paralyzed by fear. But then, something began to change within the dragon. A roar of pure agony echoed across the ruins. Its entire body began to warp and swell. In a final, deafening roar, its body detonated. The shockwave ripped across the battlefield, and through the chaos, he reappeared, standing before me once more. My mind reeled. You're alive, I stammered. But I saw it. With my own eyes, I saw you die. I glanced back. Where the monster fell, only black dust danced on the wind. Frederick, what did I say about using that technique times in front of strangers? A sharp voice cut in. I spun around to find a female mage standing just behind me. Her magic still lingered in the air. She was the one who shielded me from the blast. It was an emergency, he countered. This was the only way to end it quickly. That lower horned dragon's hide was too thick. Normal attacks were useless. If we had hesitated, this entire country would have been wiped off the map. You saw everything, didn't you? I need you to keep what you saw a secret. In the distance, the silhouettes of other hunters began to close in. Frederick noticed them and turned to go. Farewell. The next time we meet, I hope you've become a hunter to be reckoned with. I rushed forward, desperate to make an impression. I'm Maul Grant, of the Grant family, a newly awakened hunter. Please, remember my name. He paused. I will remember you, Maul Grant. A hunter whose power defied the very concept of death. That was my first encounter with the world's strongest hunter, Frederick Shu. I never thought, not after he vanished, that I would ever witness that power again, until now. This was madness, but I had to know if I was right. I had to see for myself. I raised my hand. The blade flashed. I plunged it straight toward Sano. The moment my blade struck, his body crumbled, dissolving into nothing but ash. And then, he reformed, materializing right behind me. A cold voice whispered in my ear, "Why did you just kill me?" I couldn't stop the cold sweat, but a chilling sense of relief washed over me. My theory wasn't a guess, it was the truth. I am truly sorry, but I had to see that skill with my own two eyes. Weren't you terrified your guess was wrong? What if I hadn't come back from that? In that very moment, Shinoda Satoru appeared at the door, his eyes locking onto the scene. Why is he still hanging around? This is just getting more and more complicated. After a tense explanation and apology, Maul pledged his service to Sano as repayment. So a skill that brings you back from the dead. It really exists. Is this the secret to Senpai's overwhelming power? The thought sent a jolt of pure excitement through Shinoda Satoru. Let's just put a pin in that for now. By the way, Ares, I thought you went home? What made you come back? It's because of this. Sano stared, shocked, at the item now resting in Ares' hand. The dimensional fragments. They have a way of pulling on one another. Ares was on his way home when the fragment he carried suddenly came alive. He followed its guidance, and it led him straight back here. The fragment Sano held was marked with the number 5. The one in Ares' hand was number 1. Mine was a unique reward for destroying the giant's heart. And mine was my mother's keepsake. According to the notes she left, the fragments are drawn to each other. Now we have proof. This means finding the other pieces just became a whole lot easier. Speaking of which, what exactly is this thing for? If you gather all the fragments, you can forge a key to the dimensional gate. It's just like that multi-dimensional maze we barely escaped. If you hold this key, you can navigate those shifting dimensions at will. So you came to Japan not just for your mother, but to hunt for information on these fragments. I have to believe my parents are still alive, somewhere in another dimension. I believe it too. There's no way they went down that simply. It means they could be trapped, stuck in another dimension, or something is preventing them from ever coming back. If so, what could possibly be powerful enough to hold them? It could be a threat far greater than the great disaster 15 years ago. No matter what, if we have the dimensional key, we can seal these mazes and prevent it from happening again. But how does this thing even become a key? Just then, Little Stone's fingers brushed against the fragment. Instantly, the two pieces snapped together, pulled by an unseen force. A blinding light erupted from the seam. When the light faded, the fragments were perfectly fused. So that's how they connect. The hum between them was stronger, more intense than ever before. Meanwhile, at the Star Stadium Guild's European HQ, the elfman felt a sudden thrum from his own dimensional fragment. A wicked grin spread across his lips. Looks like it's finally time to go home, he thought. In a flash, a white-haired man materialized behind him. What's so funny? The white-haired man asked. We've heard nothing from the Blood Tower Guild. It seems their mission was a failure. The elfman's smile vanished as he dropped to one knee. Lord Michael, the elfman said, his voice trembling. My congratulations on finally acquiring Times Control C***. You can now move without restriction. You're another step closer on the path to transcendence. For now, it only allows for short-range travel, Michael replied coolly. I must push Times Control C times further and force it to evolve. But rest assured, that day is coming very soon. The dimensional fragments just pulsed with energy. Two of them must have just joined together, and the one I hold will lead us straight to all the others. So, you're saying we can go home soon? The elfman asked, his voice laced with hope. Speaking of which, doesn't your world have its own dimensional key? Oh, we have one, Michael clarified, his tone flat. But opening the gate from our side is impossible right now. 15 years ago, it all went to hell because of that damned mage, the Western Hunter. He sealed every single dimensional gate connected to Blue Star. Blue Star's own key was shattered into 5 pieces, scattered and sealed across the land. Once we gather those fragments and break the seal, the dimensional gates will open once more. And then, Michael continued, we can travel to my homeland, Fairyland. We'll open a portal directly to the Sacred World Tree. There's a source of power there, something very similar to Times Control C***. If you absorb it, the power you'll gain will be unimaginable. That sounds good, the elfman said, a hint of unease in his voice. But is it really the same as the Times Control Key asterisk? Michael scoffed, his eyes narrowing. I remember how stunned you were the first time you witnessed my skills. Did you really think I wouldn't figure out what you're truly after? Your homeland, the country of the elves. Its world tree was corrupted centuries ago, wasn't it? Now you just call it the Dark Tree. Worse, it's on the very brink of destruction. During the Great Cataclysm 15 years ago, Blue Star and the Elven Dimension overlapped. You elves tried to transfer your world's corruption to Blue Star, but the Western Hunter stopped you. So, what is it you really want? Michael pressed, his voice dangerously low. Are the elves trying to finish their failed plan by reconnecting our worlds? Are you just using me to achieve your own ends? A cold sweat immediately beaded on the elfman's forehead. Guilt twisted his features as he fumbled for an excuse. But the white-haired man cut him off. Honestly, I don't care about any of that. I'm just using you to open more worlds and absorb more skills. I'll become like the Transcendents. I couldn't care less what happens to this world. From this moment on, I'm taking matters into my own hands. The words sent a jolt of panic through the elfman. You can't go now, Mr. Michael, the elfman pleaded. You're the guildmaster of Star Stadium. Leaving without a solid reason will draw the wrong kind of eyes. I've already accounted for that, Michael replied, his voice calm and steady. That's why I've ordered Lucas to initiate Plan B. Once it's done, we'll have all the justification you need to move freely. Meanwhile, in Japan, Sano, Shinoda Satoru, and Maul prepared to conquer a high-level dungeon, the Forest of Death. Their prey, the Gnoll, a level 90 beast born from a twisted fusion of fairy and wolf. Individually weak, but terrifyingly smart, they hunted in packs, a coordinated, lethal swarm. Sano, Shinoda's voice trembled. Aren't there a few too many? It's just the 3 of us against that horde. Run away from this? Sano scoffed. This is a goldmine for leveling up. A wide grin spread across his face as he taunted the nearest gnolls. What are you waiting for? Come and get me. His words ignited their primal fury. Shinoda Satoru looked like he was about to have a heart attack. Sano-senpai, what are you doing? A heartbeat later, the entire pack surged forward like a tidal wave. Sano slammed his hand down, activating a skill with a gargoyle core. He unleashed the skill again, and again. Asterisk, summon, Gargoyle Legion times erupted, birthing an entire army of stone. The Stone Legion thundered toward the charging gnolls. Shinoda Satoru and Maul could only stare, their jaws hanging open. How? How does Senpai have so many cores? Maul whispered in awe. Sano just smirked. Just sit back and enjoy the show, he said. What in the world is that skill? He can summon an entire army. Just like that? In an instant, the two forces collided in a brutal clash. The Gargoyle Legion crashed forward like a tidal wave, their immense power sending scores of gnolls airborne. They look like a bunch of street thugs, Sano mused to himself. My little stone can't be learning those bad habits. The fight was over before it truly began. Sano crouched, patting a gargoyle's stony hide. You all worked hard, he murmured. With a thought, he recalled them, pulling up his system inventory to check on a nagging detail. There's not enough space to create a full gargoyle squad, he sighed. Forget it. I'm not going to stress about that right now. It's time to go see Arita Sarah. Moments later, a Mercedes G-Class was blazing down the highway. I didn't expect you to have a car like this, one of his companions noted. Yeah, my dad got it for me for my birthday, Sano answered casually. Oh, that's right, his companion remembered with a jolt. I almost forgot this kid is the prince of the Great Sage Guild. They were fast approaching the Hunter Association's interrogation facility. Within its stark walls, Arita Sarah sat alone, lost in silence. For 3 days, she hadn't eaten a thing. She ignored every question, offering only one repeated phrase. She wanted to see Sano. Can this conversation be private? Sano requested. I'm very sorry, an officer replied, his tone rigid. Due to the sensitive nature of this investigation, we cannot accommodate that request. Sano's mind raced. Asterisk. Fine. I'll just have to use times, Control plus times to erase this later. Asterisk. He entered holding a cup of water. You're thirsty, aren't you? We can talk after you've had a drink, Sano offered. Arita Sarah's gaze met his. She seized the cup and drank it all in one desperate gulp. You want to know my skill, is that it? She asked, her voice a dry rasp. It's not much of a secret. My skill is infinite mana generation, she confessed, her eyes locking onto his. If you can get me out of this, I will cooperate fully with your investigation. But first, I need to confirm something with you. You have an ability to restore anything, and it's called times control plus asterisk, right? That's what she asked. Yes, Sano confirmed. A cursed ability. A bitter smile touched her lips. So I'm not the only one who's cursed. And it clicked for Sano. In other words, he could copy and paste her skill. This changes everything. He could copy and paste times any times control type skill from now on. The words exchanged inside sent a shockwave through those listening outside. Restoration. A curse. Asterisk. Control plus asterisk. What in the world were they talking about? They could only wonder. Could a skill like that even exist? Wait a second. Her power isn't healing. It's complete restoration. That explains it. That's how the Khaleesia Dragon Sword's durability was fully recovered. As realization dawned outside, Arita Sarah continued her story. My parents, they're in a coma, and it takes a massive amount of mana to restore them. You're the only person I've ever met who might have that much power. Her voice broke. Please, help me. Sano's reply was immediate. Understood. I'll give you all the mana you need. In exchange, his hand closed over the cuffs on her wrist. Outside, the confusion was palpable. What was he trying to do? The next second, a sharp crack of energy split the air. Sano's skill activated. Asterisk Control C asterisk. Target skill. Asterisk Control plus asterisk. But the system's response was a punch to the gut. Copying impossible. His mind reeled. Why? Why wasn't it working? He'd always known some skills might be immune, a distant theory. He never expected to face one today. Damn it. Of all the days for his luck to run out. Arita Sarah stared down at her hand, still caught in his tight grip. Her voice was laced with confusion. What are you doing? Her question snapped him out of his shock, and he quickly let go. Just then, a crimson notification window blazed into existence before him. The text was simple, yet it changed everything. Asterisk Control C times skills. Special skills can't be copied, but if the target is eliminated, their power can be absorbed. Only by meeting that condition can the skill be taken. A cold dread washed over Sano as he processed the cruel rule. I can't just take a life for a skill, he thought, his stomach churning. There has to be another way. Maybe, if I wait until she dies naturally, I can absorb it then? Outside, the team watched, completely baffled by the scene inside. What on earth is Sano doing? Nanis couldn't just stand by any longer. She demanded to know what was going on in there. Sano snapped out of it. Sorry, I just zoned out for a second. Everything's going smoothly in here. He made a decision then and there. Forget it. I'll save her parents first. I need to earn her trust. A better way might reveal itself later. And if not, an alliance with her is still the best move. That same afternoon, they all convened at the Hunter Center Hospital. Countless victims of the Great Disaster, all suffering from mana poisoning, filled its halls. This hospital was the last and only hope for patients like them. It clicked for Sano. So this is why I needed Kurosaki's help. Treatment like this requires an insane amount of money. Then he realized, wait, Kurosaki is a patient here now, isn't he? Yes, they're keeping him in the underground facility. The voice added, the moment he's conscious, he's being sent to prison for interrogation. Just then, a man deliberately brushed past Maul. Maul's eyes narrowed. Why is Times That Times guy here? It was Lucas, the user of Times Control F***. The scene follows Lucas as he descends into the underground facility. 2 guards immediately move to block his path. This is a restricted area, one of them declared. No one authorized entry. Lucas simply smirked, presenting a small card with a flourish. Appreciate the hard work, gentlemen, he said smoothly. Here's my permit. But the inscription on the card wasn't a permit. It read, Control F***. In an instant, the letters warped and twisted. Tendrils of black energy erupted from the card, lashing out at the guards. They were swallowed by the darkness. When the shadows receded, the guards stood blank-eyed, their wills erased. Nothing more than puppets. Lucas strode past them without a glance, heading straight for Kurosaki. He then produced a grotesque orb. Vile purple leaves clung to its surface, pulsing with a foul, dark energy. A voice echoed in his memory. Lucas, there is a task only you can perform. Should the Blood Tower Guild fall, I need you to unleash this across all of City C. The memory alone made his stomach churn. He'd recoiled from the object then, just as he did now. It is a fruit from my homeland, the voice had explained. A seed from a poisoned world tree. With this fruit as a key, we can tear open a subspace. You may not grasp what a subspace truly is, the voice had condescended. Allow me to demonstrate. What Lucas witnessed next had frozen the blood in his veins. The elfman's fruit had ripped a hole in reality. The sky shattered, and through the cracks, a colossal nightmarish beast stared back. Snapping back to the present, Lucas stared at the purple seed in his palm. Asterisk. He wants to turn this whole city into a living hell. Asterisk, Lucas thought, his grip tightening. Asterisk, damn it, I have to save them. Asterisk. Asterisk, they're connected to my family. I can't let them die. Asterisk, this is no time for hesitation. Meanwhile, upstairs in the hospital, Arita Sarah's parents were finally awake, their recovery a quiet miracle. And watching them reunite, she saw tears of relief welling up in Satoru's eyes. Witnessing this miracle, Nene's mind raced with possibilities. Could Time's restoration truly surpass the limits of our best healers? I have to find a way. I must keep her within the association. But wait, where did Maul disappear to? Meanwhile, in the quiet hospital corridor, Lucas helped a newly awakened Kurosaki to his feet. Suddenly, a system window materialized before Lucas's eyes. It read, Warning, Control-type skill user detected nearby. Kurosaki's head snapped up at the words. Could it be Sarah? Was she here to see his parents? And was that other guy with her again? A voice cut through the silence. Maul stood behind them. Lucas, it really is you. For a second, I almost didn't recognize you. And Kurosaki, you're on your feet. I heard you walked out on the Hunter Association. So what do you think you're doing here? Helping him escape? That makes you an accomplice. His hand went to his weapon. Lucas watched him, unimpressed. Still as reckless as ever, I see. Have you forgotten where you are? This is a hospital. Stay out of it, Maul shot back. I'm going to teach this traitor a lesson he won't forget. In a flicker of darkness, Sano materialized behind Maul, using Time's shadow movement asterisk. Mind if I join? He said with a smirk. Maul whirled around. You bastard, that's my skill. Another alert flashed in Lucas's vision. Users of Times Control plus E times and Times Control plus 5 times detected. Target directly ahead. I finally found you. Asterisk, Control plus asterisk. Lucas grit his teeth. This was getting complicated. One problem after another. First, Kurosaki's escape, and now an international criminal crashes the party. The newcomer, Nanase, finally drew his weapon. Lucas and Sano froze, their eyes wide with shock. A gasp rippled through the hall. That's the witch's blade. Nanase sighed, muttering to himself, Great, another one of these times days. It feels like I'm always stuck on overtime, no matter where I am. The sight of an armed Nanase instantly drew a crowd. Wait, is that Hunter Nanase? Why would he draw a weapon inside a hospital? The whispers spread like wildfire. Unfazed, Nanase addressed the situation head-on. Look around, he said, his voice cutting through the tension. This is a hospital. Can't we settle this without a fight? He then produced a pair of mana suppression handcuffs. If you're willing to wear these, I'll gladly hear you both out. But it was clear that talk was cheap. In a desperate move, Kurosaki snatched a terrified bystander. Don't you get it? He screamed, his voice cracking. Everyone here is my hostage now. He sneered. So, how about we resolve this peacefully? The next second, Nanase moved, a blur of motion, a single, devastating kick. Kurosaki was launched across the hall, slamming into the wall before collapsing in a heap, blood spraying from his lips. A cold sweat broke out across Lucas's brow as he watched the scene unfold. Asterisk, that attack? It was too fast. Asterisk, he thought, his heart hammering in his chest. Asterisk, I couldn't even follow his movement. Asterisk. Nanase's cold gaze then shifted, landing squarely on Lucas. Lucas, you're not like him, are you? He asked again. Can we resolve this peacefully? The question now carried the weight of a death sentence. Lucas's eyes darted to Kurosaki's broken form, his mind racing. Asterisk, should I use that thing? Asterisk. He looked back, meeting Nanase's unwavering stare. Tell me, why did you choose me? Nanase's expression hardened. It's the dark magic power, the kind that bleeds from the corrupted world tree. For a normal person, just being near that energy is a death sentence. But you're not like them, are you? You're just like the leader of the Blood Tower Guild. You mean Kurosaki? He's one of them? Lucas asked. He is, Nanase confirmed. He channels dark magic to fuel all of his skills. Go on, use your power. Pour your dark magic into these corrupted fruits from the world tree. Make them bloom. A heavy sigh escaped Lucas. I'm truly sorry, because I'm no different from Kurosaki, which means this can't end peacefully between us. A blade of pure light materialized from the void in his hand. I will take him with me, no matter what it takes. That blade, it's the prayer sword. Lucas is from the Holy Knight family, a clan renowned across the nation. They are the keepers of an heirloom sword, passed down through generations. It's rumored to be the one true holy sword, rivaling even the Khaleesia Dragon Sword. But it grants no levels, no enhancement to your stats. It has a single purpose, and a chilling name, the Times Heretic Inquisitor Asterisk. Its edge purges any power or weapon it judges as heresy. And Hunter Nanase's cursed blade was instantly judged as heretical. The holy sword lunged, seeking to purify. Nanase! Sano cried out, stumbling forward to intervene. Stay back, Nanase commanded, his voice calm. I'm fine. The holy steel only managed a scratch on his blade. My turn, Nanase stated, his eyes cold. He swung. A blur of cursed steel. Lucas sidestepped, the blow missing by a hair. The hospital walls must be holding you back, Lucas taunted. You can't win this with brute force alone. A heartbeat later, he ate his words. A thin strip of silk fluttered to the ground. His tie, cleanly severed. Before it even hit the floor, Nanase was already moving in for the kill. A single sword strike slammed into Lucas's chest. The force was shattering. He flew back several meters, a spray of blood erupting from his lips. It felt like every organ inside him was being torn to shreds. The holy sword. It wasn't enough to bridge the gap in our power. So this is the might of the world's 10th-ranked hunter. I didn't want to use my skills in a hospital. You forced my hand. Just then, a voice grated through the air. You damn bastard. Kurosaki staggered to his feet, awake and radiating fury. In his hand, the contaminated world tree fruit was already blooming. You want to protect this hospital so much? Kurosaki snarled. Then I'll reduce it all to nothing. He plunged the corrupted fruit straight into the ground. Stop it! This is a hospital, someone cried. Kurosaki only smirked. You're supposed to plant these at key locations in City C anyway, so allow me to plant one right here. A flood of dark magic poured out, the very floors and walls beginning to corrode. This is dark magic, someone whispered in horror. Only those with dark skills have it. But this concentration is insane. At this rate, everyone in the building would die from mana poisoning. Damn it, Sano cursed, immediately activating Time's shadow movement asterisk. He materialized behind Kurosaki, ensnaring him in a web of spider silk. Too late, Kurosaki laughed maniacally. It can't be stopped. What was a flower a second ago was now a monstrosity. It exploded outward in a violent growth spurt, forcing everyone back. Its thick, thorny branches tore through every corner of the hospital. In moments, a small, twisted world tree had formed, punching holes through the structure. The civilians inside were now caught in a death trap. Sano and the others launched into a desperate rescue. Are you all right? Everyone, evacuate this way, as fast as you can, they shouted. Patients who could move fled, but so many others were helpless. Their rescue efforts were a double-edged sword. The entire hospital was now drowning in demonic energy. At this rate, mana poisoning would claim everyone inside. Sano saw the only way out. The hospital had to be purified, restored from the ground up. With that thought, he vanished, using Time's shadow movement times to find Aritasara. In the ruins, Koichi and Shinoda Satoru were desperately pulling civilians from the wreckage. Sano materialized behind Shinoda, who told him Aritasara's room was miraculously still standing. When they got there, they found the entrance sealed behind a thick wall of ice. Ares had thrown up an ice barrier, a last-ditch effort to protect the room. But it wasn't enough. The demonic corruption was already bleeding through the cracks. They shattered the ice wall and stormed inside. He quickly explained the horrifying situation to Aritasara. The enemy had desecrated the hospital, using a monstrous tree to poison the very foundation. Sano was certain. The only way to fix this was for Aritasara to use her skill and restore everything to what it was. Aritasara agreed without hesitation, knowing that with Sano's infinite mana, restoring the entire building was more than possible. The scene changed, showing the group standing before the grotesque giant tree. "This thing is even more massive than I imagined," Sano muttered, staring up at it. Someone asked the question on everyone's mind. Where did it come from? The answer was delivered with a cold fury. Kurosaki. He escaped, and he unleashed this. A stunned silence fell over them all. Aritasara's voice was sharp with betrayal. He knew my parents were still in the hospital, yet he still did this. He doesn't care about their lives at all. Sano's jaw tightened. Then let's begin. He immediately began channeling a colossal amount of mana into Aritasara. She, in turn, pressed her hand against the tree's trunk, preparing to release her world-altering skill. But in that exact moment, the tree sensed the danger. It began to pull back its roots. Tendrils ripped free from the hospital's floors and walls, coiling into a massive living barrier that blocked Aritasara's path. Suddenly, a giant rift tore open on the trunk. A torrent of pure demonic energy blasted out, aimed directly at Aritasara. Panic seized Sano as he watched the scene unfold. He lunged forward, unleashing times. Control 5. Giant King Spider's Silk Asterisk. In a flash, a dense web erupted, forming a shield before them. The next instant, a deafening blast tore through the air. The silken wall shattered. The dark energy vanished into nothing. Shinoda Satoru scrambled to his side, his face a mask of sheer panic. "Senor Sano, are you all right?" Shinoda Satoru cried out. "I'm fine," Sano grunted, pushing himself up. "But Aritasara, she's unconscious. The restoration. It failed. We have to get everyone out of here, now. This poison will consume them all." Without a word, Shinoda Satoru lifted Aritasara and sprinted towards the hospital exit. Sano turned to Ares, his trembling hand pointing at the grotesque tree. "What in the hell is that thing?" Ares' voice was grim. "My mother's notes warned of this. It's from another world, a dimension completely alien to our own. I believe this is a fruit from a corrupted world tree," Ares explained. "Its only purpose is to bleed the corruption of its home dimension into ours. The world tree itself exists elsewhere," he added. "So our restoration magic is useless against its spawn. These fruits also function as impenetrable barriers, and our enemies are planning to plant them all over City C." The color drained from Sano's face as the horrifying truth sank in. This wasn't just a coming catastrophe, it was already here. 10 minutes later, the hospital entrance was a war zone of organized chaos, with rescue teams moving scores of casualties. Magic hunters cast desperate spells, their purification light struggling against the suffocating demonic energy. But no matter how hard they fought, the darkness wouldn't yield. Hunter Association President Fuwa and Takuchi Tsuyoshi arrived, their expressions grim. "So it's true," one of them said, his voice low. "A corrupted world tree from another dimension. Even seeing it with my own eyes, it's hard to process," the other confessed. "Nanase has a lot to answer for in this whole mess. I never imagined Kurosaki could actually escape from a hunter as famous as Nanase. If Lucas was also involved," the first man added, "then we'll be demanding more than just an explanation from the International Hunter Association." In an instant, the ground heaved. A violent tremor ripped through the city, catching everyone completely off guard. A hunter scrambled toward President Fuwa, his face a mask of pure panic. "Sir," the North District just confirmed it. "A second world tree has erupted from the ground. Damit, Kurosaki moved fast. Too fast." Now, two colossal, unnatural trees loomed over the city, scarring the skyline. A foul black demonic energy bled from their bark, poisoning the very air. A single breath was all it took to fall to the corruption. In response, the areas surrounding both monstrous trees were immediately declared quarantine zones. A citywide evacuation order was issued for all surrounding districts. The roads choked, a gridlocked nightmare of sirens and fleeing civilians. The archives held a terrifying truth. These trees were spawned from the corrupted fruits of another world. This black miasma, it was a direct feed from that dimension's dying world tree. These two spires were nothing but conduits, funneling that otherworldly poison straight to Blue Star. With all this chaos, there's no way in hell they can catch us now. You know, I never figured you had it in you to be this ruthless. To actually use black magic to warp the minds of regular people. Anyone you touch becomes a mindless puppet, dancing on your strings. Lucas's face twisted into a snarl of pure rage. "Shut your mouth. This is all because of you." "Easy there. I'm giving you a compliment. Every hunter in the city is out for our heads right now. But as long as you're with me, we're ghosts. They will never find us. After all, they'd never dream we'd be hiding in plain sight, inside a police car. 3 more locations. Let's get a move on." Back at the Hunter Association, Sano and his team scrambled for a counter strategy. "So, what you're saying is 2 maybe 3 more of these trees will appear, and they'll form a barrier around the entire city. Yes, according to my mother's research, that's exactly what will happen. The same kind of trees appeared during the Great Disaster, 15 years ago. These corrupted growths serve as both a cage and a key. When the barrier is complete, it will become a gate, and a horde of contaminated beasts will pour through. The Great Disaster, 15 years ago. Is this happening all over again? I can still see it. The roots of that tree, attacking our car. My father, he was flooring it, trying to get us out, trying to save me. Damn it, is this the same monster they were talking about? What kind of psycho would unleash this in the middle of the city? He drove as fast as the car would go, but it wasn't enough. The roots were faster. They tore right through the car, through everything. The memory makes it burn. The cursed hourglass on my neck glows with a cold blue light. Is this nightmare connected to my curse? Damn it all. If it's the same person behind this, I swear, they will pay for what they did. Wait, now I remember. Someone else chimed in. There was a tree like that back then, but I was swamped with a dungeon break. Never got a good look. It creates a barrier. It can act as a gate between dimensions, or even open a subspace. I don't get it. Why go through all that trouble? What's so special about this subspace? Don't tell me. It's a subspace for Dark Souls? They say Dark Souls need an atmosphere thick with demonic energy. These contaminated trees create the perfect gateway for them to descend. Given what's happening, a subspace opening is almost a certainty. But the worst-case scenario, it could tear open a gate to another world entirely. Subspace. Hearing that word, an idea sparked in Sano's mind. If I could copy that into my infinite space, I'd solve my storage problem and build an unstoppable army of gargoyles. I'd be invincible. I have to find the one responsible. I need to get my hands on that subspace. The conversation shifted, turning to the topic of dimensional keys. Takuchi Tsuyoshi scoffed, calling them a myth. So, Sano revealed the two-dimensional fragments in his possession. Takuchi Tsuyoshi's eyes went wide. He couldn't process what he was seeing. He stammered, "Is that really a dimensional key? These are just 2 pieces of the key. You need all 5 fragments for it to actually work." My mother's journal. It mentioned a contaminated gate that opened once, in Country Y. With the contaminated trees and dimensional fragments reappearing, it's clear the outsiders from back then are on the move. And there's a good chance they're holding fragments of their own. That's when Shirasaki dropped a bombshell. Actually, our guild has one of those too. 1 hour later, they all stood before the subterranean vault of the Future Guild. The sheer scale of the vault door was immense. Master Shirasaki, where exactly did you get this dimensional fragment? You didn't source this from some black market channel, did you? It better not be a fake, or we'll all be humiliated. Sano, however, was absolutely certain. A true fragment was inside. He could feel it. The fragments were resonating with each other. As the colossal door groaned open, the chamber within was finally revealed. In the vast, empty space, a single item rested at its very center. It was dimensional fragment number 4, sealed within a shimmering barrier. Since no one could predict the outcome of the merge, only Sano and Shirasaki would enter. A decision that brought a smirk to Takuchi Tsuyoshi's face. He thought to himself, if you tear open some hellish dimension by mistake, I'll make you both pay dearly. The door boomed shut behind them, leaving Sano and Shirasaki to approach the fragment alone. You're really not going to tell me where you got this? Sano asked. Shirasaki just shot him a look. Enough talk, let's get to work. The second they combine, you get inside my barrier. Instantly. Sano scoffed. You don't need to be so wound up. I've merged these things once before. This isn't my first rodeo. He added with a grin. Besides, I can always use a movement skill to times blink times out of trouble. The moment Sano's hand touched the fragment, the barrier shattered like glass. A blinding, violent light erupted from the dimensional core. What's happening? The thought was ripped away by a massive explosion that rocked the vault. Sano teleported just in time, a fraction of a second to spare. Any slower, and there would have been nothing left of him. He couldn't believe it. The fragment hadn't just merged. It had torn itself from his dimensional space to combine on its own. He realized, if the third fragment alone could unleash this much power, what would the fourth bring? Sano was lost in thought, but Shirasaki's eyes locked onto the teleportation skill, his face twisting with rage. Just what in the hell are you? He demanded. Sano shot back. I'm Sano. What's your problem? In the next instant, Shirasaki's hand was clamped around Sano's throat. How can you wield the highest tier movement art? Shirasaki's voice was a low growl. What are you freaking out about? Sano choked out, but the grip only tightened. Answer me. How are you using dark arts without a single drop of dark mana? Sano's mind raced. Asterisk. Crap. How do I even begin to explain this? Asterisk. Asterisk. Do I really have to reveal my secret? Asterisk. He tried to stammer out an excuse. I can't use dark mana. But Shirasaki wasn't buying that load of crap for a second. He raised his staff, unleashing a torrent of black lightning times directly at Sano. Sano panicked. Asterisk. Damn it, why won't time shadow movement times activate? Asterisk. A cruel smirk spread across Shirasaki's face. Wondering why your little trick won't work? It's because times black lightning times is the one and only counter to times shadow movement asterisk. I knew there was something off about you from the very beginning. He leaned in closer. Now, tell me, who are you? What really went down between you and Kurosaki on that snow-capped mountain? Was this all just a part of your grand design? Sano cursed under his breath. Asterisk. Damn it all. Asterisk. Asterisk. How do I possibly talk my way out of this? Asterisk. Asterisk. I never should have come in here alone with him. What a stupid mistake. Asterisk. Sano's eyes hardened. He knew there was only one way out of this. Asterisk, I have to end this. Now, asterisk, he resolved. Then, he unleashed it. Asterisk, control copy, giant king spider silk. Asterisk. A storm of silk threads erupted. They swarmed Shirasaki from all sides. In a flash, he was cocooned, wrapped tight. But a moment later, a tremor ran through the silk prison. Boom! The cocoon violently exploded from within. In a flash, Shirasaki was right in his face. Talk, now, Shirasaki seethed. Or this is where you die. He's not bluffing, Sano realized, a cold dread creeping in. He'll actually kill me. What did I do to make him this furious? Shirasaki was a different person, his aura a suffocating darkness, ready to erupt with his full power. Backed into a corner, Sano saw only one way out. His system panel materialized as he snatched 2 master-grade potions. The description glowed, heals 95% of all damage. Restriction, cannot be stacked. Note, useless on the dead. Too late, Shirasaki struck. A storm of black lightning tore directly toward Sano. Panic set in. His health bar plummeted. He screamed, Control 5, health below 25%. Activate Khaleesia Dragon Sword. Skill, Berserk mode. Control 5, equip times Khaleesia Dragon Sword asterisk, he commanded. Power exploded from Sano, his aura shredding the black lightning to nothing. His eyes locked onto Shirasaki's. You asked for this. Sano roared, unleashing a devastating swing of his sword. Damn it, Shirasaki cried out, staggering. What is this power? The blast threw him back, wounded. Blood dripped from his lips. Then, a memory. Hey brother, what should we name our guild? I want it to be the strongest one day. How about Future Guild? Yeah, I like that name. The other voice replied, the memory pulling him deeper. We'll make it the #1 guild in the world, I swear it. Brother, I'll help you become the world's strongest hunter. The world's strongest hunter. A smile. I like the sound of that. The past faded into a different time. 10 years ago, they stood before the King of Hell himself, unafraid, and they won. But as they prepared for the raid, a stranger was spotted in their ranks, an infiltrator. Shirasaki, however, just brushed it off. He figured it was a famous dungeon. You can't know every face in the crowd. Besides, with your return times skill, what's the risk? We can bail from any trap. But Nanki's gut screamed that something was terribly wrong. And at the very climax of the raid, his worst fears came true. The bandaged man turned on them. A sudden, vicious betrayal. You son of a… What are you doing? Someone screamed. The man just sneered. This is a dark magic addiction toxin. Once it hits the air, it seeps into your mind, corrupting everything. Soon, you'll all devolve into mindless monsters. Something far worse than ghouls. A hunter screamed. The antidote! Give it to us now or you're dead. The villain ignored him, his eyes fixed on Shirasaki. You got the final reward, the time shadow movement times skill. Give it to me, he hissed, and I'll tell you how to save your brother. He added a final twist of the knife. Of course, without dark magic, that skill is useless to you anyway. Cornered, with his brother's life on the line, Shirasaki handed it over. The man smirked. The ancestral sword, asterisk, glory asterisk, from the Cooper family in Country Y. That's your only hope against the poison. What? You're not giving us an antidote? Shirasaki's voice cracked. You bastard, Shirasaki roared, but the bandaged man just laughed. There is no antidote for dark magic addiction. Oh, and one more thing. This is a moving dungeon. Now that it's been cleared, it teleports away, and this entire space collapses on itself. The realization hit like a physical blow. You never meant for any of us to leave, Shirasaki seethed. Goodbye, little hero. The villain mocked as he vanished. The moment he was gone, the world began to crumble around them. Nanki pressed something into his hand. I found this in the boss room. I don't know what it is, but it feels important. His voice was quiet. Brother, I can't go with you. No, but the light of Nanki's return time skill was already consuming him. In a flash, Shirasaki reappeared, alone, in the dead silence of the guild office. A raw scream of grief tore from his throat, a futile challenge to the empty sky. Now, 10 long years have carved their mark since that day. I've scoured every gate, every last dungeon. But that shifting labyrinth remains a ghost. The hope of finding my brother alive is a dying ember, but even if it's just his bones, I will bring him home. So that's why they call him a dungeon fanatic. That move just now? All thanks to the Dragon Sword's power. It's the very reason I delved into the forbidden arts of dark magic and its skills. The International Hunter Association's rules? They mean nothing to me. Most dark skills were supposed to have been wiped from existence ages ago. Asterisk. Shadow movement asterisk. Now that's a skill on another level of rare. Only one person was thought to still possess it. That man wrapped in bandages. So, you're wondering how Kurosaki and I got our hands on it, huh? Fine, I'll tell you. But before he could, an interruption. That was the Khaleesia Dragon Sword you just used, wasn't it? I highly doubt Ares would just hand that over to someone like you. I think I've got your little trick figured out. It's some kind of theft times ability, isn't it? Just like with the sword, you simply stole the shadow movement times skill. Oh, my deepest apologies for the misunderstanding. So you're nothing more than a common thief who uses stolen skills. Shirasaki shot back, if you're actually apologizing, try dropping the thief part. Then he added, once the dimensional key collection is done, I want in. Meanwhile, across the world, Kurosaki planted another corrupted world tree. Their disagreement settled, Sano and Shirasaki emerged from the treasury. Curious eyes followed them, but Sano deflected their questions with a casual lie. Just got an update, he announced, his tone shifting. The third corrupted world tree has manifested. Its location gives us a pattern. We can finally predict Kurosaki's next move. But first, we need to mobilize every available hunter near Ginza. The barrier's scale, its coordinates. The subspace is going to erupt right in the heart of Ginza. We have to stop him before the fourth world tree manifests. That's our only chance. I'm heading back to the association. I need to rally the hunters. Are you two coming with me? No, it's fine. We have our own preparations to handle. And so, they scattered, each with their own part to play. Meanwhile, somewhere in Europe, Michael Sama and his guild held a clandestine meeting. They were reviewing a request for support that had just arrived from Country H. And, as expected, Country M had been looped in as well. The time has come. The subspace will open as planned, correct? One of them asked. Of course, Michael replied. The opening of the subspace is an inevitability. It will be teeming with goblins and half-orc monsters. Just goblins and half-orcs? Someone scoffed. Are you underestimating the hunters of Country H? Michael just smiled. Do not worry, everything is proceeding according to plan. However, do not underestimate what's at stake. Once the subspace opens in City C, a massive debuff will blanket the area. We absolutely cannot afford to fail this time. That's a certainty, another agreed. Shortly after, the ferryman took his leave. At the same time, in the White House of Country M, a far different conversation was unfolding. Has that thing truly surfaced in Country H? A commander demanded. Yes, sir, an aide confirmed. It first materialized in Country Y, 15 years ago. These entities originate from the same dimension as the Dark Souls subspace. This situation presents an existential threat to us all. If a direct gateway opens between the two worlds, it could trigger the end of everything. I heard the International Hunter Association already deployed a support team, another official remarked. In that moment, a nearby secretary took an urgent phone call. Commander, she announced. There's a video call from the Hunter Association. The moment approval came through, the screen flickered to life. A face, etched with anxiety, stared back. Commander, the voice on screen was strained. We have a massive problem. This situation is spiraling. The commander's voice was sharp. Our intel says the Rattlesnake Guild's jet is already en route to Country H. You can't mean Turner is on his way. He trailed off, the implication hanging in the air. Turner is carrying the guild's most advanced arsenal. He's a walking nuke, ready to detonate at any second. Pray to God he doesn't do something stupid. The commander's tone was grim. This is bigger than Country H now. Scramble our best hunter team. Get them there for immediate support. Now, the scene cuts back. The third corrupted world tree looms. High on a distant rooftop, Lucas stood alone, his gaze fixed on the monstrous tree. A heavy sigh escaped him. Kurosaki was right, he thought. I've become just like him. I did it to protect my family. But all of this, it's my fault. It all began the day he awakened the skill. Asterisk control, F asterisk. In an instant, a tidal wave of media, of information crashed into his mind. He was drowning in a torrent of humanity's rage and hope. The minds of monsters, their very deaths. He felt it all. For a solid week, he was comatose, a prisoner in his own skull. Broken and desperate, he saw only one way out, trying to end his own life to escape the curse of time's control F asterisk. The irony was cruel. In that moment of ultimate despair, he found his salvation. His family had a sacred heirloom, the angel sword, a holy blade. Just by holding it, the curse of times Control F times was silenced. In time, he slowly learned to adapt to the curse's overwhelming power. And then, the incident happened. A dimensional gate tore open in Country Y. Hunters from the west came to their door, demanding to borrow the holy sword. His father, desperate to protect his son, refused them flat out. Because of that choice, Country Y paid a heavy price, and the Cooper family lost everything. That failure, that shame, it forced Lucas to master the curse on his own terms. He had tried everything, but in the end, he was left with only one terrible truth. This curse would only answer to the shadows. A single moment of weakness, and the power would devour him whole. That was why the holy sword could never leave his side. Then, he found them, and with their help, his family was saved from the brink. But that salvation demanded a heavy price. Michael Sama forced his hand, demanding he use times Control F times to hunt down all the others. Once located, Michael would eliminate them and steal their cursed power. He'd hidden behind the excuse of protecting his family for far too long. The truth? He was just terrified of dying. A coward. Now, the wielder of the control skill is known. If that curse falls into Michael Sama's hands, the consequences are unthinkable. I have to see this through to the end. And with that, Lucas sealed the holy sword. Instantly, the cursed power erupted from within him. As the curse's power flared to life, his consciousness was dragged into a void. He followed the trail relentlessly. And then, he had a lock. Asterisk. Control C asterisk. 10,000 meters up, a jet streaked toward the island nation, and its passenger was Turner, the world's #1 hunter. Boss, if we're heading to the island nation, why this specific aircraft? Richard, have you forgotten our guild's creed? No, sir, I have not. The moment you become complacent is the moment you die. I understand. I won't let it happen again. 15 years ago, during the Great Disaster, I was already in A rank. I nearly lost my life. In the end, it was the Western hunters who pulled me from the brink. Soon after, a being from beyond our dimension granted me a new power, and with it, I became the #1 hunter in the world. When the dust from that disaster finally settled, Scion entrusted this to my care. Turner held it in his palm, multi-dimensional fragment #2, pulsing with a golden light. After 15 years of silence, it resonates. What in the world is going down in the island nation? I have to get to the bottom of this. Meanwhile, above Ginza, a toxic, demonic energy choked the skies. Hunters from every direction converged on the location. The corruption was thickest here. This was ground zero for the subspace opening. The Great Sage Guild took charge of the World Tree at the hospital. Guildmaster Shinoda Shiro worked to contain the encroaching darkness with his magic circles. Guildmaster Takuchi dispatched his members to reinforce key positions. He sat alone in the heart of Ginza, waiting for hell to break loose. The smaller guilds focused on getting the last of the civilians out. Speaking of which, where is Hunter Sano? He said he had some personal business to handle first. Cut to a shopping mall deep within Ginza. Sano's crew was loaded down with shopping bags. Even Little Stone sported a small backpack. Just then, Lucas arrived, his hand resting on his sword. How did you find us here? Save it. I'm not here to waste time with you. I'm here for Sano. Sano's eyes locked onto the holy sword, and Shirasaki's words echoed in his mind. If I could just copy that blade, I might be able to cleanse this foul energy. The thought sparked. Sano vanished. An instant later, he reappeared behind Lucas. His fingers grazed the hilt, but Lucas already knew he was there. Sano recoiled instantly. Don't try anything funny. I know all about your abilities, including your times, copy times skill, asterisk, control plus, asterisk. The word struck Sano like a physical blow. How could he possibly know my secret? Sano tried playing dumb, but Lucas saw right through it. That act won't work on me. My family. We're risking everything for this. The attack closed in. Sano vanished. Asterisk shadow step asterisk. He appeared behind Lucas, but the holy sword was a natural counter to darkness. Lucas didn't hesitate. He unleashed his own skill. A brilliant, blinding light erupted from the holy sword. This is bad. My times, shadow step asterisk. It's sealed, so this is the power of the holy sword. Its light purges all darkness within a 10-meter radius. Nowhere left to run. This was getting complicated. Do I have to use the Khaleesia Dragon Sword? Do you have any idea? I've been searching for you for so long. I need to know how you master the times control plus times skill. I see it now. You're one of the cursed. Just like me. You want to kill me and take my power. You're no different from Kurosaki. The name enraged him. Lucas lunged, sword first. The sudden assault caught Sano off balance. The blade plunged through him. It was too easy. Lucas was stunned, but this was exactly what Sano wanted. He finally had his hands on the holy sword. Asterisk, control plus asterisk. The holy sword began to merge with a new master. The copy was a success. The holy sword was his. He instantly produced a high-grade healing potion. One swallow, and the gaping wound sealed itself shut. The truth hit Lucas. Sano took the hit on purpose, just to copy his sword. I'm only going to ask you this once more. What is your plan for times control plus asterisk? Do you really even have to ask? To become the strongest hunter in the world, to surpass even the transcendent ones. That answer wasn't enough. Lucas charged again. We're running out of time, Sano warned. Didn't you listen when you received the curse? 5 years. That's all that remained until the great disaster, and Lucas had been completely in the dark. When the curse took hold, his mind was flooded with an overwhelming torrent of information. It was impossible to process it all. This hourglass, branded on his skin, it was a countdown to the end. At that moment, a sickening shriek tore through the sky. Is it starting now? Someone whispered, their voice trembling. The dark subspace, a gateway from another dimension, began to rip open. Once it manifests, it will bleed corruption, creating a contaminated zone. Within that area, every hunter's health and mana will be slashed by 30%. On top of that, the use of ordinary magic skills will be utterly nullified. If that gateway opens completely, this city is doomed to become a living hell. The elf's mission was now complete. Time to report back, he thought, turning to depart. But then, countless spears of black lightning rained down upon Kurosaki. Shirasaki had arrived, and with him stood Ares. Going somewhere? You're not leaving. You're dying right here. Too bad for you, Shirasaki sneered. You're far too late. The subspace can't be stopped. This whole city is finished. But that's fine by me, he continued, his eyes locked on his prey. My only target is you. Besides, the subspace's little debuff means nothing to me. You think you're the only one immune to such effects? Kurosaki shot back. With a flick of his wrist, a long sword materialized from the shadows. Allow me to show you the true face of dark magic. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association, pandemonium broke loose. Every hunter's system blared with a dire notification. A subspace was opening. I've never seen a debuff this insane, a top-ranked hunter yelled. Restricting magic skills? How are we mages supposed to even fight? Mages across the city reached for their power, only to find it gone. Their spells sputtered into nothing. Then, a colossal tornado of dark energy erupted from the city's heart, and from its swirling vortex, a gaping wound in reality tore open for all the world to see. And then, a lone figure emerged from the tear in space. This was him, the architect of all this chaos. Looks like the whole cast has arrived. Let the real show begin. Below, the hunters stared, bewildered. What was happening? A gate this massive? For just one elf? But then their eyes fell. A tide of monsters flooded out from the gate. The sheer scale of the horde sent a wave of panic through their ranks. You've got to be kidding me. How are we supposed to fight that many? A hunter cried out. Above them, the mastermind's voice echoed. I have waited 15 long years for this. Now, my children, unleash your rage. On his command, the monstrous army charged as one. But one man, bald and built like a mountain, stepped forward to meet the tide. You think numbers will win this fight? You have no idea who you're dealing with. With a roar, Takuchi activated his times, stone armor asterisk. Fists like boulders smashed into the charging horde. He bellowed, I don't need your cheap magic to activate my times, stone armor asterisk. Picking you off one by one is a waste of my time. Come on, all of you, at once. Takuchi's taunt drove the frontline monsters into a frenzy. In the next instant, an unseen force tore them to shreds. Master Takuchi is a beast. Let's move in and support him. And with that, the two forces collided in a storm of violence. Hunter Nanase dove into the chaos, his blade already singing. Elsewhere, President Fuwa found himself swarmed, the monsters closing in for the kill. Just as their claws descended, Fuwa slammed a massive shield into the ground, halting their charge. The tower shield held firm, deflecting every single blow. He then heaved it high, swinging it like an axe. The impact cleaved the monster before him, clean in two. The impact didn't just stop. It tore through the monsters standing behind it. That giant shield moved like a massive sword. Even without a skill, the raw force was overwhelming. For President Fuwa and Master Takuchi, these beasts were trivial. For the other hunters, it was a massacre. There were just too many of them. The horde was endless. If the tide didn't turn, they were all dead. In that chaotic moment, a shadow fell over Nanase. She was the new target. A colossal bird dove from the sky. Nanase threw herself aside just in time. A level 150 boss griffin, a predator known for its lethal ambushes. It was an actual boss-class monster. A boss? This early in the raid? One hunter screamed, It's not the griffin you should fear. It's the flames. They don't go out until you're ash, and our healing is sealed. Nanase knew. If anyone got hit by that fire, it was over. I have to stop it before it can attack. But in the next instant, A torrent of hellfire erupted from its beak, blazing straight for Hunter Nanase. Nanase's breath hitched. This is bad. I'm about to be swallowed by the inferno. Suddenly, a figure blurred into view, right in front of her. The flames consumed them both. But from within the firestorm, President Fuwa stood, his shield cleaving the blaze in two. Hunter Nanase, this one is yours. Take its head, stop it from breathing, fire again. The order was given. Nanase charged. The griffin met her advance with another blast of fire, engulfing the ground. But that wasn't enough to stop her. She vaulted high into the air. She brought Time's witch's blade times down on the griffin's skull, but the massive creature actually dodged. It raised a giant talon, swinging down to crush her. Nanase snapped her sword up to block. Damn, I never expected a beast this size to be so fast. And just then, the griffin froze. It sensed a far greater danger. It shot skyward, instantly evading the attack. It was another assault from President Fuwa. I think I just made everything so much worse. With it in the air, taking it down is now a nightmare. The griffin could rain down fire, untouchable from the heavens. Nanase, get behind me! But she didn't retreat. She charged forward. Guildmaster, cover me. I can absolutely take that thing down. A faint smile touched President Fuwa's lips. He then hurled the giant shield with immense force. Nanase used the airborne shield as a launch pad, vaulting onto the griffin's back. She hoisted the witch's blade and brought it down with savage force. A heartbeat later, the griffin's head was torn from its body. Its massive frame crashed heavily to the ground. But then they saw it. The griffin's corpse was bleeding pure, dark magic. They had finally slain a boss-level beast, only to make the dark magic suffocatingly dense. It was clear now. The higher the monster's rank, the more corruption it unleashed in death. Across the field, Hunter's skills sputtered and died, and the monsters were pushing them back. We can't go on like this. It's time. Unleash your trump cards. A mage produced a magic scroll, and a glowing glyph erupted from the parchment. The raw power instantly shredded the monsters to pieces. But these scrolls were single-use items, turning to ash the moment their power was spent. Well done. That power was incredible. Don't start celebrating yet. I don't have many of these magic scrolls left. Just then, a hunter in red buckled, coughing up blood and writhing in agony. Ikanaga moved to help, but in the next second, he too choked, blood filling his throat. What is this? It's contamination. The more monsters we kill, the more this dark magic seeps from their corpses. We're suffering from magic poisoning now. Too bad you've only realized it now. It is already too late. Every last monster in this dark subspace has been steeped in a corrupting aura. When they die, they release that contamination back into the world. You thought taking them down would grant you safety? Their end will be your own. So have fun. An endless horde awaits you in this domain. Ikanaga's world crumbled as he watched. Is this the end for our nation? Then, a voice he knew cut through the chaos. Get up. This isn't over. This is only the beginning. Sano's squad hit the front lines, hauling bags of all sizes. Ikanaga's eyes widened in disbelief. Sano? Before he could even ask, Sano shoved a healing potion into his hand. Drink this, Sano commanded. His voice was firm. Don't worry. From now on, leave it all to us. Ikanaga stared, stunned. The Sano he once knew was gone. This was someone new. He watched as Sano's gaze hardened, his system panel flaring to life. First order of business, dealing with this pathetic debuff. He unleashed his skill, *Control-E Magic Infinite Copy *. In an instant, a tidal wave of magical energy erupted from Sano. Across the battlefield, hunters felt their skills roar back to life, their dormant power reignited. President Fuwa felt the shift, a surge of power cutting through the oppressive air. The subspace's curse wasn't gone, but this endless stream of magic was a lifeline, letting them fight again. This scale of magic output, President Fuwa breathed. It's incredible. The elfman's confidence shattered, his face a mask of disbelief at the sheer force. Sano was single-handedly overpowering the subspace's domain with pure, raw magic. How is he doing this? The elfman raged. It can't be. *. Control plus *? But even with their powers restored, the monstrous tide was still overwhelming. Sano's team pressed on, pushing deeper, those strange bags still in hand. Suddenly, a wall of flesh and claws, a pack of giant beasts blocked their path. We're too close, someone yelled. Sano didn't even flinch. It's fine. He gave the order. Open the bags. His team moved as one, tearing open the mysterious sacks. Countless small round orbs spilled across the ground. The hunters nearby stared, confused. What was his plan? A low whisper escaped his lips. Go, my children. Sano's voice boomed. Eradicate them all. The scattered orbs suddenly erupted, twisting into the forms of tiny gargoyles. A stone tide surged toward the monsters. But the first wave was crushed. obliterated by the monster's brutal fists. Damn it, Sano gritted his teeth. Even with this many. It's not enough? But then, a living swarm scaled a monster's arm. They tore at its weak points, a relentless crawling wave of stone. In seconds, the colossal beast crashed to the ground. The message was undeniable. An army of ants can devour an elephant. And his army was hungry. And just like that, the tide turned. The gargoyles' unending assault made killing these giants child's play. Then, it happened. Sano's gargoyles evolved, hitting level 3 and unlocking a new arsenal. Skill 1, Puppet Creation *. He could now forge puppets in his own image, even recreating those lost in battle. Skill 2, Puppet Armor *. The gargoyles could become a living suit of stone, encasing his entire body. Skill 3, Sensory Link *. Sano could now see and hear through the eyes and ears of his creations. And Skill 4, Command Authority *, allowing him to issue complex, specific orders to his legion. A grin spread across Sano's face. The power flooding his senses was intoxicating. Without hesitation, Sano issued a new command. All of you, gather. Before the astonished eyes of every hunter, they began to shift, to merge. Rise, he roared, my combined titan! From the swirling vortex of stone, a colossal dragon clawed its way into existence. It beat its immense wings once, launching itself into the sky with a deafening roar. The other hunters could only stare, their minds struggling to process the impossible sight. Am I hallucinating? One hunter choked out. His little gargoyles. They just became a goddamn dragon. But the dragons soaring above had noticed, their eyes fixed on the new stone behemoth, and they wasted no time, unleashing a torrent of hellfire straight for the intruder. In a flash, the stone dragon was swallowed by a storm of fire. It froze, completely helpless. Seeing their opening, the other dragons dove. They slammed into the stone dragon's skull, a coordinated, brutal strike. The massive beast plummeted, shattering into a million fragments on impact. A wave of shock silenced the onlookers, but then, the shards began to move, reforming into a swarm of smaller stone dragons. They shot into the air, a living tempest of rock aimed straight for the sky. The dragon in the sky roared, recognizing the new threat. It unleashed another torrent of searing flame. The swarm of tiny stone dragons was consumed by the inferno, but they began to spin, their whirling bodies forming a shield that deflected the blaze. An instant later, they burst from the fire, completely unscathed. They tore straight through the sky dragon's flesh. Their lethal momentum never slowed. In moments, they had wiped the skies clean of every last dragon. A flood of experience points washed over me. I leveled up again and again. The hunters on the ground could only stare, their jaws hanging open. With the air clear, it was time to handle the ground troops. I activated Time's auto hunt mode *. Lucas, standing off to the side, looked on in disbelief at the mountain of dragon corpses. Is this the true power of a controller, he wondered. This power, it feels like it's already surpassed the curse itself. Could the curse actually have been purified? Just then, Sano materialized right behind Lucas. He demanded to know who had opened the subspace. But Lucas couldn't risk his family. He refused to sell them out. He wouldn't break, not for anything. Let me tell you, Sano sneered, the real chaos hasn't even begun. Suddenly, the very ground beneath their feet began to fracture and split. Countless thick vines erupted from the earth, instantly ensnaring Sano. Lucas dodged just in time, but the vines weren't done. They whipped around, lashing out at him again. He dodged again, his holy sword flashing out, ready to purge the corruption. But vines shot from the shadows, ensnaring his limbs in an instant. They surged over him, a living tide swallowing him whole. In seconds, the entire ground was a writhing carpet of thorns. Damn it. What is this stuff? He choked out in his mind. They weren't just plants. They were alive, pulsing with a dark will. This wasn't random. Someone was pulling the strings. He forced his head up. An elf floated above, watching with cold indifference. An elf? In our world? He wondered. How is that possible? Master Shirasaki had hunted his prey all the way to this very trap. But his times, black lightning times, crackled against the elf and simply fizzled into nothing. The elf scoffed. Haven't you figured it out yet? Your dark magic. I've already mastered its pathetic corruption. To prove his point, he lunged, a blur of motion aimed at Master Shirasaki. The tip of his blade, seething with a void-like energy, met Shirasaki's shield. The barrier didn't just break, it dissolved into dust. Shirasaki leaped back, but not fast enough. A bloody line was carved across his cheek. Shirasaki touched the wound, his eyes wide. No one has ever done that before. The shadows around the elf coiled, growing thicker, heavier with malice. How is he wielding this much power? Shirasaki thought, a cold dread setting in. Then the horrifying truth hit him. He's not immune. He's absorbing my lightning. Without warning, Kurosaki swung his blade with terrifying force. A colossal wave of raw power tore through the air, aimed straight at Ares and Shirasaki. They dove apart. Barely. The attack cleaved the entire building behind them clean in two. See? Kurosaki sneered. Your mortal tricks are now useless against me. As he raised his sword for the final blow, Ares unleashed a desperate torrent of ice. A prison of frost shot up, trapping Kurosaki's feet. Shirasaki stared in disbelief. The subspace's power suppression, he asked. Is it gone? You can use magic again? The ice began to crack as Kurosaki let out a low laugh. No, this has to be the effect of Sano's infinite magic. I'm only at about 50% of my power, but that's more than enough to stall him. Kurosaki's magic flared, and the ice beneath his feet shattered instantly. Ares tried to pull the same trick, but as the frost crept in, Kurosaki launched himself into the air. He shot directly toward them. Think you can trap me? Kurosaki challenged. I am the master of the Blood Tower Guild. In that critical moment, Ares threw up a magical barrier. You might not realize, he said. My dark magic consumes ordinary spells to grow even stronger. Instantly, the magical shield began to dissolve into nothing. Seeing his defense crumble, Ares quickly snatched a magic scroll from his pocket. He ripped it in half. The runes within blazed, forming a new barrier of light. Still struggling before the end? Kurosaki mocked. Believing it would just absorb the blow, he raised his sword to strike. In the next second, the barrier shattered like glass, but Shirasaki moved to intercept, shielding Ares just in time. He unleashed a blast of black lightning at Kurosaki. Kurosaki met the attack head-on with his blade. Seizing the opening, Ares summoned his ice magic again. A prison of countless ice spikes erupted, trapping Kurosaki in an instant. Tell me, Ares demanded, where did you get the times, shadow movement times skill? Or, I will introduce you to a world of pain. You hunted me all this way, just for this? Kurosaki scoffed. You know, Lucas told me some very interesting things. A violent surge of magic exploded from Kurosaki. The immense power slammed into Shirasaki, engulfing him completely. When Shirasaki opened his eyes again, the battlefield was gone, and he was back in a cave. Beneath him, a body lay still on the cold ground. It was Nanki, his own brother, corrupted by a vile magic. Across the ravaged battlefield, the elf stalked toward Lucas. He effortlessly plucked the holy sword from Lucas's weakened grasp. And here I thought this would be difficult, the elf mused aloud. This was always about the sword, wasn't it? Lucas's voice cracked with betrayal. No, the elf replied coolly. Your unique Control F ability is just as essential. It is the key to finding Control C, and finding it quickly. Once the Holy Sword's power is fused with Control C, I can finally save my world. Let me enlighten you, he continued, a cruel smile on his lips. In my world, a curse plagues some of us. I am one of the afflicted. What? Michael? You're cursed too? Lucas stared in disbelief. So you're just trying to steal Control C? Michael's admission was a cold blade. Unfortunately, as much as I'd like to, I cannot absorb a curse from another dimension. The original plan was for me to kill you. Your death would transfer your curse to me. Rage burned through Lucas. He was never an ally, just a pawn to be sacrificed from the start. Just then, a cold voice cut through the air from behind Michael. I think I heard something interesting. And just like that, Sano appeared. His blade lunged, a shadow strike, but thick vines erupted to block the blow. So, you copied the times shadow movement times skill, Michael observed, his eyes narrowing. The vines whipped back, lashing out toward Sano. It was you, Sano shot back, his voice dangerously low. You're the one who ripped open the subspace and plunged this city into chaos. Asterisk, Control 5, Giant King Spider's silk asterisk. In a flash, countless strands of ethereal silk exploded outward, ensnaring Michael. This is your copied curse? How ridiculous, Michael scoffed. A cage of thorny vines burst from his body, forming a protective shell. A pathetic web like this can't possibly hold me. Are you so sure about that? Sano challenged. In an instant, the silk bristled with countless spikes. It coiled tight, contracting around the vines with crushing force. The vines splintered into nothing. Michael leaped back the very moment the vines exploded. You didn't just merge your skills, you empowered them. Is this the best your curse can do? Sano blinked, reappearing behind him. What's the matter? Scared of what I can do? Michael sidestepped the attack with ease. Yeah, and it just makes me want to take it for myself. Funny, I was about to say the same thing. Sano lunged, his hand outstretched, activating times, Control C, search subspace asterisk, no copyable object found. Sano's mind reeled. Impossible. Too bad. You can't take a single thing from me, Michael shot back. Michael's vines erupted, ensnaring Sano once more. At the same time, Lucas tore himself free. This was bad. Without the Holy Sword's seal, Sano felt the times Control F times curse slipping from his grasp. A tidal wave of raw information crashed into his consciousness. Sano's phantom and Michael's. They shared a strange link of energy. Why were they connected? Could the subspace be the key? There was only one path left. One way to copy Michael's power. Across the battlefield, Kurosaki shattered the last of the ice spikes. Master Shirasaki was still lost to the illusion, completely defenseless. Now I just have to finish this mage, and victory is mine. Kurosaki roared, charging straight for Ares. Ares threw up an ice wall. It shattered like glass. An overwhelming aura of magic pressed in on him from all sides. Ares fell back, knowing escape was impossible. Just lay down and accept your end, Kurosaki snarled. And then, Ares' magic warped into something new. True power belongs to those who master a single path. How could I possibly fall to a wretch like you? Kurosaki felt a sudden chill as the sky bled to black. He looked up. A mountain of ice descended from the heavens. Its impact shattered the street into dust and ruin. Are you insane? Dropping that in the middle of the city? Kurosaki screamed. For a second there, I really thought I was dead. Kurosaki gasped, just as an icy grip seized his body once more. Don't worry, Ares said, his voice a chilling calm. The civilians were all evacuated long ago. Now, you will face the full force of Master Shirasaki's wrath. It was only then Kurosaki understood. High above, Shirasaki floated. The illusion that held him now shattered. How? How did you break free? Did you devour the abyss itself? Kurosaki demanded. I told you I would be the one to end this, Shirasaki answered. A terrifying energy erupted. It pierced straight through Kurosaki's chest, but the look in Master Shirasaki's eyes wasn't one of victory. Don't you have questions for him? Ares asked. No, Shirasaki replied, his voice heavy. Not anymore. I already found the answers I was looking for. Sending me into the abyss. That was his greatest mistake, Shirasaki said. Within that darkness, I found a clue, a way to cure the addiction to dark magic. But for now, we need to get to Sano. What did you see in there? Kurosaki choked out. Shirasaki met his gaze. I saw hope. Elsewhere, Sano's battle raged on. In a flash, he was gone. He reappeared behind Michael, his blade a blur of motion. But Michael was ready, his holy sword parrying the blow with a deafening clang. That time's teleportation times of yours is getting predictable, Michael grunted. Let me help you stay put. Michael plunged the holy sword into the ground at Sano's feet. In a flash, sacred light erupted, obliterating the shadows beneath him. There, your little escape route is gone. A second later, Michael summoned thorny vines, trapping Sano once again. The tendrils coiled tight, crushing him. He couldn't move an inch. Michael raised his sword for the finishing blow. Sano desperately threw his own blade up to block, but his sword shattered like glass on impact. Impossible. It's clear an ordinary weapon won't cut it here. Control 5. Use Khaleesia Dragon Sword. Sano immediately summoned his greatest trump card. A single swing. The vines exploded into splinters. A massive wave of energy roared straight for Michael. When the smoke cleared, Michael stood firm, having unbelievably blocked the blast. The power of the time's Khaleesia Dragon Sword **. It's truly monstrous. Without the holy sword, that might have actually been dangerous. Don't think for a second this is over. Sano launched himself high into the air, his blade raised. But before he could bring it down, a portal tore open the space behind Michael. Michael stepped through and vanished. Sano's strike sliced through empty air. Suddenly, the portal reappeared behind him, and the holy sword struck Sano down in one clean hit. All that power you borrowed from the sword, and you still fight like an amateur. Damn it. I never imagined subspace could be used for movement. How can I even begin to copy that? Lost in thought, Sano fumbled for a healing potion and quickly drank it. A high-level potion can seal the flesh, but the crushing internal damage remains. And since they're infused with divine power, they do nothing against a wound from the holy sword. Go on, let's see what else your little copycat trick can do. There's nothing left for me to copy, but it seems I no longer need to. The words barely left his lips before a torrent of times. Hellfire times erupted toward Michael. What the hell? Who is this? The sheer force of the blast ripped the holy sword from Michael's grip. It arced through the sky, plunging deep into the nearby earth. Michael reacted instantly, summoning a wall of thick vines to block the inferno. He strained, barely holding the searing flames at bay. It was Hunter Nanis, arriving in the nick of time. Are you okay? Thank God you're here. You couldn't have timed that better. Your gargoyles have already wiped out most of the monsters, and Master Takuchi is on his way. At that moment, the holy sword hummed, then shot from the ground straight into Lucas's hand. Michael, he snarled, I'll make you pay for this. Impressive flames, Michael sneered. But how long can they possibly last? She then sent a flurry of thorny vines whipping toward Nanis. My times, Hellfire times, doesn't fear your rotten tree roots. Is that so? Her smile was chilling. Then how about this? In the next second, the ground beneath Hunter Nanis erupted with countless vines. They instantly wove into a cage around her. Use times, hellfire times now, and she'd burn herself alive. But then, a flash of steel. The witch's blade sang, dicing every last vine to pieces. I'm more than just times hellfire asterisk. With Michael's attention fixed on Nanis, Sano seized his opening. He blinked behind her, blade poised for a devastating sneak attack. A massive slash of energy tore through the space she once occupied. But she was already gone, slipping away with her times subspace times ability. Looks like I'll have to get serious to deal with you all, she said, her voice dangerously low. She waved an arm. The ground beneath Nanis and Sano began to fracture. Unholy flower buds pushed through the cracks, pulsing and leaking dark magic into the air. Seeing this, Hunter Nanis immediately unleashed her times, hellfire times again. Her goal was to incinerate them all before they could fully bloom. But as the flowers burned, the dark magic only intensified, spreading like a virulent plague. The dark magic radiating from these flowers was 10 times stronger than the pollution trees. A single touch meant instant contamination. Worse, attacking the flowers only scattered their toxic spores into the air. Damn it, Sano thought, his heart sinking. The Times Holy Sword asterisk. Why did I copy Times Shadow Movement asterisk? In that critical moment, a brilliant light erupted nearby. It was Lucas, activating the Times Holy Sword asterisk. A wave of sacred power washed over them, purifying the darkness in a single, blinding flash. Sano and Nanis could only stare, their minds reeling from the shock. Lucas, helping times them asterisk? It was impossible. The unexpected betrayal sent a current of pure rage across Michael's face. In response, Missile unleashed a furious barrage of vines, lashing out at Lucas. You betrayed me first, Missile snarled, his voice thick with venom. So don't you dare blame me for what comes next. Lucas pressed his attack. He closed the distance in a blur. He unleashed his technique. Asterisk prayer thrust asterisk. Countless points of light stabbed toward Missile. A wall of writhing vines rose to meet them. The holy blades faltered, then vanished, pulled into the void of his subspace. Do you really think you can defeat me with the power of the Times Holy Sword asterisk? How naive, Missile taunted. Is that so? Lucas replied coolly. Under normal circumstances, yes. But I've discovered your secret. Your subspace is a part of the dark spirit itself, isn't it? It makes me wonder, what happens when a Times Holy Sword times pierces right through it? The next second, the holy blade slammed into the shimmering tear in reality behind Missile. Missile reacted instantly, a whip of vines cracking through the air, sending Lucas flying. But the damage was done. A hairline crack appeared in the subspace, like a flaw in black glass. Nanis seized the opportunity, surging forward with her blade ablaze. Looks like you have nowhere left to run, she declared. Panic finally flashed in Missile's eyes as he scrambled to defend himself. A direct hit from her times hellfire times would be catastrophic. He commanded his vines to form a desperate, living shield against the attack. But the terrifying flames consumed them completely, turning them to ash in an instant. They stared into the raging inferno. No movement, no sound. He was either dead or broken. In that quiet moment, Lucas turned to Sano, his expression serious. That subspace of his... You can't copy it, can you? Sano confirmed it. Exactly. His subspace was never a skill. It's an item, he said, just like the Holy Sword. Missile is a dimensional elf. That subspace is his gateway home. Lucas's mind raced. But how can he stay in our world this long? Sustaining a presence across dimensions, it should drain an impossible amount of mana. You're dead on, Sano agreed. My guess? He's anchored by an artifact. The subspace is probably tied directly to it. It clicked for Lucas. I see. I never touched the anchor item. That's why I can't copy his subspace. Lucas's eyes narrowed. That reminds me. Why the sudden change of heart? Why help me now? Sano didn't flinch. I was going to kill you, but when those corrupted trees had me, you walked away. You could have taken my times curse skill times right then and there. Lucas just shook his head. You're looking at it the wrong way. I have no interest in becoming a monster who hunts people for their skills, Lucas stated flatly. Listening in, Nanis was completely lost. Copying? A times curse skill asterisk? She stammered. And where did you even get the Khaleesia Dragon Sword? I thought you gave that back to Ares. The air crackled with tension. Before Sano could stammer out a reply, a sickening noise tore through the times hellfire asterisk. Massive vines erupted. They smothered the inferno in an instant. Atop the writhing mass stood Missile, battered, but unbroken. I was just planning to toy with you until Michael arrived, he snarled. But it seems I misjudged your power. The time for games is over. Vines shot forward, a whip-like barrage aimed for them all. They scattered, dodging the sudden onslaught. Sano barked an order. Nanis! Blind him with fire! Nanis obliged. A wall of times, hellfire times, roared to life, shielding them. I used the chaos. I vaulted onto the main trunk. And then, I activated the skill. Asterisk, Control-C asterisk. copying the corrupted world tree's branch. A seed, holding 1/3 of the world tree's essence, embedded itself within me. It will absorb, it will grow, and one day grant the world tree's blessing of life. But there's a cost. Any wielder of this seed will have it forcibly absorbed if their health falls below 15%, severing their connection to the branches forever, which means Missile is on his last legs. In that exact moment, Sano summoned the world tree's branches. Golden light erupted from the ground. Missile watched, stunned, as the dark corruption covering his body withered away. Damn it all, he cursed. That bastard actually copied the corrupted world tree. Lucas saw his opening. He vaulted high, aiming for the finishing blow. Missile tried to summon his own branches in defense. Nothing happened. His greatest power, the one he'd always relied on, was now utterly useless. In a desperate final second, Missile threw himself aside to dodge. He wasn't fast enough. A deep crimson gash opened across his chest. Damn it, he coughed, blood speckling his lips. I never thought I'd end up this. Pathetic. He reached to summon his subspace, to escape, but I was faster. Asterisk, Control-C, asterisk. I unleashed my spider silk and branches, binding him in an instant. Missile's teeth ground together in fury. Once an elf crosses into our world, they're just another monster, Hunter Nini declared. And my duty is to hunt monsters and protect our people. With that, her sword fell in a heavy, righteous arc. Terrifying hellfire erupted, engulfing him completely. Missile's howls of pure agony tore through the roar of the flames. I'm surprised, I remarked coldly, that even this couldn't kill you. You forced my hand, Missile snarled from within the inferno. I'll drag this world down into ours. Then, reality itself ripped open behind him. Stop him, now, Sano screamed. If he succeeds, our entire world is finished. He knew instantly what that gaping maw was, the subspace's true world-ending form. There was no time to hesitate. Sano charged straight for Missile. His blade, wrapped in a brilliant golden light, plunged directly through him. With a surge of raw power, Sano lunged into the subspace, dragging Missile right along with him. The sudden vanishing act left Nanosu and Lucas completely frozen, mouths agape. Inside, Sano found himself adrift in a completely alien dimension. The world around him was an endless, pitch-black void, utterly empty. Sano immediately dropped into a ready stance, his mind focused on his copy skill. Asterisk, Control-E, asterisk. He aimed to copy the very space around him. A system message flashed into view. Subspace is an item class link connecting to an alternate dimension. Full duplication impossible. The message left Sano reeling with confusion. So could he copy it or not? A second notification appeared, forcefully stripping dark subspace from the target's body. A dimension key is required to utilize this space. Sano whipped out the key, feeling it hum with energy. It worked. He triggered times Control-E asterisk. The system announced an upgrade to level 3. Then it skyrocketed straight to level 5. Now, every copied item and skill could be tucked away in this subspace, ignoring all compatibility rules. Perfect, he breathed. Now I can finally copy the Holy Sword. Across the void, the still-bound Missile began to speak, his voice heavy. My homeland and Greece. They were both pushed to the very brink of extinction, he revealed. This subspace was stolen from the fallen elf king, Grammar. So, to get the complete version, I need to defeat him? Sano asked. Defeat him? Missile scoffed, a bitter, broken sound. He single-handedly brought my entire nation to its knees. Right before he could kill me, a dimensional door opened by pure chance. I barely escaped into this world. I sacrificed everything to bring this subspace here. Wait, Sano cut in. How did you manage to turn it into an item? I used a curse from that dimension, Missile replied. The revelation hit Sano like a physical blow. Another dimension had curses? But his were supposed to be unique. I was just as surprised as you are now when I discovered this dimension had curses too. The problem is, I can't absorb any of the curses from this world. I'm curious if your times Control-C times can even copy them. So, my curse, that's what you were really after. If Michael manages to kill you, just hit times Control-E asterisk. I'll instantly rip open a dimensional gate connecting our worlds, and through it, the Elf King Grammar will finally descend. If it weren't for Saigon, he would have been here 15 years ago. Why are you telling me any of this? Because you won't live long enough for it to matter. Before Sano could even process the words, a colossal claw swiped through the air. He threw himself back, a hair's breadth from disaster. His eyes widened, fixed on the nightmare that had just materialized. It was a dragon, a massive, terrifying dragon. How did something like this even get into the subspace? A single glance told him this creature was on another level. If that thing breaks free, it's all over. Sano scrambled to evade another strike when a flash of brilliant light intercepted the beast. Lucas, he was here. You've copied the subspace, right? Lucas demanded, his gaze locked on the monster. Missile brought this dragon here. It's been twisted by demonic energy. I'll hold it back, Lucas declared, his holy sword blazing. You need to get out and seal this dimension, now. But before the words could fade, the dragon unleashed a deafening roar. The holy light shattered. The force of the blow sent Lucas flying. He hit the ground, unconscious. The holy sword clattered from his grip. In that moment, Sano's world froze. He fired his time's spider silk asterisk, desperately trying to reach his fallen comrade. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Hunter Nanai's system chimed, an experience notification. But she'd only fought Missile. She hadn't killed a single monster. It could only mean one thing. Beings from other dimensions counted as monsters. And as that realization dawned, the rest of the hunters began to arrive. They stared at the shimmering rift, debating their next move. But the air crackled. The rift began to pulse with a sickening light. A blast erupted from within. 2 bodies were hurled through the tier. It was Sano, carrying an unconscious Lucas. He ignored the shocked gasps, scrambling back toward the portal's edge. He had to seal it, now. Before that thing escaped, Sano's power flared. The edges of the rift warped, shrinking inward. But just as it was about to seal shut, a system warning blared in his mind. It read, "Internal force detected. Subspace closure denied. Portal must remain open." Impossible. Was it that monster's doing? Just then, a colossal head pushed through the shimmering tier. Then its massive body followed, stepping into their world. A wave of pure terror washed over the crowd. They could only stare at the beast. "Run!" a voice screamed. "We can't fight that thing." Maul's eyes widened. He knew what it was. "It's a dragon," he choked out. 15 years ago, just one of them wiped an entire kingdom off the map. The dragon emerged fully, the force of its wings blasting Sano from his feet. "Damn it!" Sano roared, getting back up. "I have to stop it." He activated his skill. Control 5, World Tree Branches, In an instant, thick branches erupted from the ground, coiling around the dragon, trapping it. It worked. The beast was held fast. A moment of relief shattered as the dragon let out a deafening roar. The branches snapped like twigs. Its maw opened, glowing with raw power. "No!" Sano screamed. "It's breathing fire! Get back!" Just then, Hunter Association President Fuwa slammed his tower shield into the ground. "Too late to run," he boomed. "Get behind me, now." Master Shirasaki shoved the others into formation behind the shield. The world became a torrent of flame, a sea of fire consuming everything in its path. And yet, when the inferno cleared, not a single person had fallen. Those dragon scales are impenetrable. Physical strikes and magic are useless. But I have a plan. We can turn Michael on the beast. The only problem? He's coming for you. Suddenly, a chopper sliced through the smoke-filled sky above them. Do we move in? Not yet. We wait. The dimensional fragment resonance needs to peak. Just before this chaos erupted, Missile and Michael made their final pact. I'm entrusting this to you. You are the one who will open the dimensional gate. Hunter Sagan has undoubtedly set measures to keep that gate sealed. And take this. It is the guardian stone of my elven clan, passed down for generations. When I fall, it will blaze with light. A beacon to guide you to the one who struck me down. That will be your signal. The perfect moment to strike. Back in the present, the guardian stone in Michael's grasp pulsed with a deep red light. A crimson beam lanced down from the sky, painting a target directly on Hunter Nine. All the while, the dragon continued its relentless demolition of the city. The hunters were overwhelmed, reduced to desperately dodging its fury. Then, Master Shirasaki raised his staff. He unleashed his ultimate skill, Black Lightning Asterisk. But even that dark magic was useless against its hide. It has to be physical attacks. That's the only way. But the sheer size of that thing, sending in regular hunters is a suicide mission. The casualties would be catastrophic. Damn it. If only Master Takuchi Tsuyoshi were here, he'd know what to do. Where the hell did he go when we need him most? In a forgotten corner of the battlefield, 2 hunters stumbled upon a strange, writhing sludge. An instant later, an intense heat began to radiate from it. Then, with a concussive blast, a figure of stone erupted from the muck. It was him, Master Takuchi Tsuyoshi, encased in stone by the dragon's fire. His gaze fell upon the colossal dragon. Damn it, that thing is way too big. At his side, stone gargoyles clawed their way out of the earth. Across the battlefield, my world tree branches lashed out, failing once again to bind the dragon. Then, Lucas's voice cut through the chaos. We can force it back into the subspace. No, I shot back. Doing that will lock me out of it completely. But the Holy Sword, we can use that. I know you copied the Holy Sword while you were in there. Replicate it tens of thousands of times. Channel the holy light through every last one. The plan could work, but the real problem remained. How do we push that monster inside? Just then, a heavy presence loomed behind me, Master Takuchi Tsuyoshi. Kid, he grunted, I need to borrow your stone gargoyles. Sano stared, completely baffled by the old master's request. I'm going to make that beast regret ever being born. An understanding passed between them in an instant. The plan was set. Sano would tear open the door. Master Takuchi Tsuyoshi would provide the push. In a flash, the gargoyle cores were replicated, countless copies scattering across the ground. They hit the earth and erupted, forming a legion of stone guardians. Master Takuchi Tsuyoshi surged forward. He slammed his fist into the ground. The effect was better than I could have ever imagined. The stone constructs resonated perfectly with his armor, amplifying his power. But the dragon roared, staggering back to its feet. One hit wasn't enough. As Takuchi readied another strike, I made my move. I sent the gargoyles flying a stone torrent aimed straight for the dragon's maw. Its jaws snapped shut, crushing them to dust. But that was never the point. Deep inside its throat, the surviving gargoyles began to overload with energy. A moment later, a muffled blast tore through the beast from within. The internal explosion sent the monster crashing to the ground, finally silenced. The crowd erupted in cheers, thinking it was all over. There was no time to explain they were wrong. I sprinted toward the fallen monster. It had to be sealed before it woke up. I activated times Control 5 asterisk, tearing open the black void of the subspace. A tear in space ripped open right behind the dragon. Master Takuchi Tsuyoshi, can you do that again? I asked, my voice tight. My stone gargoyles. They all self-destructed. I can't. The air grew thick with failure. If I copied a new set, their levels would be uselessly low. Just then, Hunter Neen stepped forward, her eyes blazing with resolve. We can use times, Hellfire's times shockwave, she said, her tone urgent. We have to move now. If that thing fully woke up, we were all dead. But it was too late. Its eyes snapped open. Run. Maul's voice was a raw scream of pure terror. The dragon's maw gaped wide, a furnace of churning flame building within. Without a second thought, Hunter Neen charged straight into death's embrace. If it unleashes that fire, she yelled back over her shoulder, this is over. As the torrent of fire began to erupt, Neen swung times Hellfire times with every ounce of her being. Her attack flew true, and was instantly devoured by the inferno. In a blink, the entire city block became a sea of liquid fire. I saw her fall. I activated time's shadow movement asterisk, appearing at her side in an instant. I cocooned us in spider silk. The ball shot out from the blast. We landed hard, clear of the flames, but not the danger. Neen, are you okay? I asked. I'm fine, she coughed out. But my blade, my witch's blade. And just as she said it, the weapon materialized beside us. I grabbed it on the way, I told her. Activating times, Control C asterisk. A system window flashed. Contact with the witch's blade confirmed. Commencing automatic copy. Due to a property conflict with the Holy Sword, the copy was being shunted to my subspace. I never knew. I could copy things just by touching them with my silk. Neen pushed herself up, her gaze fixed back on the monstrous dragon. That thing's fire. It's on another level, she breathed, her voice trembling. How are we supposed to fight something like that? And that's when a new voice cut through the chaos. Now is the time, it declared with chilling certainty. Asterisk, Control F, asterisk, execute target severance. In an instant, a pillar of yellow light crashed down from the sky, engulfing the dragon. Nanis and I were trapped, caught in the heart of its blinding glow. My head snapped up, a cold, sickening feeling twisting in my gut. A system notification flared to life before my eyes. Asterisk, Control F asterisk. The system detected an unauthorized use of times, Control F asterisk. My blood ran cold. It had to be Michael. From outside the light, Lucas's voice was a desperate roar. Danger, get out of there, right now. No time to think. I unleashed my own skill. Asterisk, Control 5. Giant King's Silk asterisk. Immediately, black gas flooded the area, swallowing all light until we were plunged into absolute darkness. A deafening rumble shook the very earth. And then, silence. The dragon, and the ground it stood on, had vanished. What in the world just happened? Why is there a massive crater where the beast just was? And the dragon, where did it go? Who was powerful enough to do this? Just then, President Fua gasped, his eyes wide with horror, staring past me. I turned to see Nanis A on her knees, coughing up blood, her body racked with pain. Her arm was gone, simply gone. Her entire coat was soaked in crimson. A wave of pure panic ripped through our group at the sight. Shinoda Satoru collapsed beside me, tears carving paths down his face. Why? Why did this happen to my sister? Arita Sarah can fix this, I promised, my voice steady despite the chaos. Don't worry. I'm taking her to Arita Sarah right now. I tore open a subspace and gently lifted Nanis A into my arms. As I stepped through the portal, Shinoda's desperate plea followed me. Sano-senpai, please, you have to save her. Leave it to me, I called back, the portal snapping shut. The moment I vanished, the thumping of helicopter blades filled the air. It descended from the sky, the infamous Rising Star Guild emblem emblazoned on its side. A moment later, Michael and his cronies touched down on the ravaged ground. "My apologies," Michael said, a chilling smirk on his face. "That attack was a bit excessive." Takuchi Tsuyoshi stalked toward him, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. "One of our hunters lost an arm to your recklessness," he seethed. Michael just offered a cold shrug. "That dragon would have wiped a country off the map. I used the necessary force." "Losing just an arm," Michael added, his voice dripping with disdain, "was a bargain." At his contempt, Master Takuchi Tsuyoshi's hand shot to the hilt of his blade. As the air crackled with killing intent, President Fuwa materialized between them. "That's enough," President Fuwa stated, his voice calm but firm. "I am the president of the Island Nations Hunter Association, and regardless of the methods, we are grateful for the aid." Just then, Lucas stepped through the crowd, his eyes locked on Michael. He pointed a trembling finger, shattering the fragile peace. "Don't thank him," Lucas warned. "He's the monster behind this entire nightmare." The accusation hung in the air, stunning both President Fuwa and Takuchi Tsuyoshi into silence. The friendly mask melted from Michael's face, replaced by a chilling, predatory smile. "He's not wrong," Michael confessed. "Every single moment was part of my grand design. And unfortunately for you, this is where your story ends." Power erupted from him, distorting the very air. He whispered the command, Control, A*. Select all targets for deletion. Miles away, Sano blazed a path through the subspace. Nanase held tight against him. He tore through the dimensional plane, bursting into the hospital's coordinates. "Just as I thought," Sano breathed. "The corrupted tree's barrier is meaningless in here." A violent, shimmering tear ripped open in the center of the hospital room. Sano collapsed out of the portal, Nanase limp in his arms. "Sarah, now!" he screamed, his voice raw with panic. "Her arm! You have to help her!" Areta Sarah could only stare, frozen by the sudden chaos. But Sano didn't wait, his own power already flaring to life. Control 5. Initiate infinite mana paste. He flooded her with energy. With this much power, he knew Sarah could regenerate anything. His next command was instant. Control plus reposition target limb. A flicker of hope ignited, a desperate prayer for a miracle, only to be shattered by a cold synthetic tone. System error. Objects severed by times control 10 times are permanently non-restorable. Areta Sarah's hands trembled. She had never faced anything like this. I can't restore it," she stammered, her voice tight with panic. A cold, sterile system message flashed before their eyes. "Injury inflicted by an external curse. Restoration via times control Z times is impossible." Damn it, Sano thought, his fists clenching. A curse. If I can't undo it, what if I just times copy-paste times a new one? He focused, copying the shattered times Witch's Blade Control 5 he commanded, pasting the blade into existence. For a fleeting moment, he thought it worked. Then, the error message flared to life. Cannot paste objects severed by times control 10 *. The copy of the times Witch's Blade times in his hand flickered and dissolved into nothing. Even this failed? No. Sano refused to accept it. He tried again, and again. 3 perfect copies of the times Witch's Blade *, each one met with the same cold denial. The blades shimmered on the ground for a second before vanishing. Failure. Damn it all. I refuse to fail. Control 5. Infinite copy, Sano roared, unleashing everything he had. An ocean of times Witch's Blades times flooded the room, only to shatter into light an instant later. The cycle repeated, copy, dissipate, copy, dissipate. The others could only watch, paralyzed, as a cascade of error windows filled their vision. And then, 1 times Witch's Blade times appeared, and it stayed. Unknown error occurred. Restriction on objects severed by times control. 10 times has been lifted. A slow grin spread across Sano's face. He actually broke the system. He turned to Areta Sarah, his eyes burning with a new fire. "Let's try this again." On the battlefield, chaos reigned. An inverted triangle suddenly marked every hunter. Michael's power. Control A. Select all *. Black lightning rained from the sky. It struck every single target. The Rising Star Guild was engulfed in a storm of raw, destructive energy. Michael activated times Control H *. He swapped places with a distant target. One moment he was there. The next, he was gone, escaping the blast zone without a scratch. A voice echoed from his new position. "Not bad at dodging, are you?" "A shame then. Wide area magic is my specialty." As he spoke, raw power coalesced around him, priming a devastating attack. But in that same instant, a cold, cruel smile spread across Michael's face. Black lightning, a nuisance, nothing more. Michael thought dismissively. Then came the snap of his fingers. You're first. Immediately, a swarm of small black orbs shot toward Shirasaki. They closed in, no path out, no escape. Anything they touched was just gone. Sliced clean off, dropping uselessly to the floor. You damn bastard, Takuchi Tsuyoshi roared, charging Michael with everything he had. A deafening crash. Debris exploded everywhere. And this is the president of the island nation's #1 guild? Pathetic. Michael sneered, a shimmering, translucent barrier materializing before him. The moment Takuchi Tsuyoshi's fist connected, his arm disintegrated. What is that power? Even an attack from Takuchi Tsuyoshi did nothing. Someone whispered in disbelief. Don't look so shocked. Michael replied, his own power flaring once more. He invoked Times Control 10 *, an ability that simply cut what was in front of him. A massive orb of pure darkness materialized in an instant. When the smoke settled, only a gaping crater remained. But at the edge of the blast zone, 2 figures stood firm behind an enormous shield. Stay out of this, old man, one of them grunted. That power, it's not normal. I barely managed to block that. Even my shield. It's cracking. Hearing that, Takuchi Tsuyoshi's blood ran cold. But that shield, it's supposed to be unbreakable. No weapon, no skill should even scratch it. He stared in horror at the legendary giant shield, forged from the bones of a legend itself. To think it could even stand up to my times, curse *. I'll say this once. Give up now, Michael warned. The moment the International Hunter Association hears about this, you and your entire guild are done for. And what if there are no witnesses left to talk? Michael shot back. With a cold smile, he unleashed his cutting skill once more. Control +10 *, slicing selected targets. A storm of black orbs hammered the giant shield. Raw, terrifying power erupted across its surface. Let's see just how long you can last, Michael sneered. Under the relentless barrage, President Fuwa and Takuchi Tsuyoshi could barely hold on. A heartbeat later, the spectral shield shattered into nothing. The black void slammed directly into the physical shield. The impact was immense. Takuchi lunged, grabbing President Fuwa by the collar. Fuwa was yanked clear just in time, his shield now a ruined wreck. But Takuchi Tsuyoshi wasn't so fortunate. Half of his body was simply gone. To see the world's 5th-ranked hunter brought so low, what a shame. You really think this is over? Michael declared. Takuchi growled, raw power arcing across his mangled form. Even if my flesh is torn to shreds, this stone armor, it doesn't break. Rock and earth ground together, his missing limbs reforming before their eyes. He became a golem of pure rock, swinging a furious fist down at Michael. The blow would have shattered mountains, but Michael was already gone. In a blink, Michael reappeared right behind him. He whispered, Control +10 *, and the stone arm disintegrated into dust. But with the earth as his ally, the armor began to mend itself instantly. The arm reformed. He swung. It was severed again. Damn it, not again. Takuchi roared in frustration. An endlessly regenerating golem. I expect nothing less from the world's 5th strongest. You bastard. Shut your mouth, Takuchi bellowed, launching another desperate punch. Every furious strike met empty air as Michael warped around him with ease. It seems you've forgotten something, Michael said, his voice dangerously calm. I am ranked 2nd in the world. Another flash of darkness, another stone limb severed from the golem. Your attacks are meaningless, Takuchi's voice boomed from within the armor. But even as he spoke, rock and dust swirled, reforming the arm in an instant. Michael didn't relent, unleashing a vicious storm of dark cuts that raked the Titan's body. It's useless, Takuchi scoffed. The battle locked in what seemed to be an endless loop. But then, a cold dread began to creep into Takuchi Tsuyoshi's heart. Something was wrong. The field of rubble around them, it was shrinking. The stones were vanishing. You finally see it, Michael said, a cold smile touching his lips. You've already gotten so much smaller. There aren't enough pieces left on the board to keep playing this game. Michael's voice dropped. My skill isn't just breaking your armor. I'm erasing its very existence. And you're next. The revelation hit Takuchi like a physical blow, raw panic shattering his composure. His stone armor was supposed to be infinite, his defense absolute. It was the source of his power, the reason he had never known true fear. But now, the very ground he commanded was being unmade, turned into a weapon against him. He refused to accept it. This reality was impossible. Michael simply raised his palm. In a single fluid motion, he cleaved away half of the stone titan's torso. It's over, Michael declared, his voice devoid of emotion. In an instant, dozens of dark spheres materialized, swarming Takuchi Tsuyoshi in a final, merciless storm. When the smoke finally cleared, the once mighty stone armor disintegrated into dust. Inside, Takuchi Tsuyoshi hung limp in the air for a moment before plummeting to the ground. The hunters below could only stare in disbelief. Their master, The great Takuchi Tsuyoshi, had been defeated. Is there anyone else? Michael's challenge echoed across the stunned silence. Just then, Ares, the head of the International Hunter Association's research team, ascended into the air. A colossal iceberg began to form above her, crackling with immense power. I will be your judge, Ares stated, her voice as cold as the ice she wielded. In the face of this new threat, Michael just laughed. You actually believe you can win? You'll just end up a failure, just like your mother. Don't you dare speak her name. Ares roared, her arm a blur of motion. A mountain of ice descended upon Michael. Is this pathetic display your best shot? Michael sneered. How laughable. He raised a single hand. Dozens of dark orbs flickered into existence. They met the ice. A deafening blast tore through the air. The glacier shattered, splitting clean in two and crashing harmlessly beside him. But from the smoke, another one, a silent predator from behind. Michael's eyes widened. He unleashed the orbs once more. But he was too slow. The colossal spire of ice slammed into the heart of the city. Dust and debris choked the sky, a monument to their failure. Hope flickered, and then died. Michael stood amidst the ruin, untouched. Do you truly understand the price of defiance? He asked, his voice deathly calm. In an instant, the spheres of darkness converged on Ares. Her strongest barrier flared to life. It cracked under the relentless assault. Then, it shattered into nothing. The force sent her flying. He gave no quarter. His next attack was meant to end it all. As darkness closed in, a brilliant golden light erupted from her. Arcane sigils blazed across her coat, forming an unbreakable ward. Even so, the impact was immense, launching her through the wall of a nearby tower. Is that Hunter Sagan's immortal coat? Let's see how long that relic holds up against my power. He invoked his skill, Control Plus, 10 times a power that could sever anything. The entire building imploded in a storm of dust and steel. But from the rubble, she rose, the coat glowing. Not a single scratch on her. For the first time, Michael saw his curse fail. His power had met its match. So this was the work of the legendary Archmage, truly a masterpiece. Just as Michael lunged for Ares, Maul charged from behind, sword raised for the kill. But Michael knew. A single sphere of darkness erupted. A brutal counter. Maul went down. Panic in his eyes, Shinoda Satoru scrambled to his fallen friend's side. More hunters were swarming the area. Michael scoffed. Time to take out the trash. His command was absolute. Control A*. Every hunter in sight was instantly locked on. Above every head, that chilling inverted triangle reappeared. He triggered the skill, a silent, invisible blade. Hunters began to collapse, their lives snuffed out in an instant. The survivors could only watch, paralyzed by horror, as their comrades fell like puppets with cut strings. Terror seized them. They turned to run, but it was already too late. A second later, dark spheres detonated at every hunter's feet. The smoke cleared. Incredibly, they were all still alive. It was President Fuwa, his shield battered and smoking, who had taken the full force of the blast. Fuwa's voice boomed. All survivors, fall back. We can't win this with sheer numbers. Then, his eyes locked onto one figure standing motionless in the crowd. Lucas. He saw the boy's trembling hands. If you're scared, Fuwa said grimly, then get out of here with the others. You have no obligation to die for this country. Just live. Live to tell the world what they did here today. But Lucas wasn't listening. His mind was spiraling back, lost in a memory. Hunter Sagan. Why do you fight so hard? You're even willing to draw on the power of the Holy Sword. This isn't even your home. Sagan looked at the young Lucas, and a look of understanding crossed his face. So that's it. Your parents refused me, because of you. Soon, borders, race, none of that will matter anymore. An age is coming where every last one of us will have to fight with everything we have. When that day comes, you'll finally understand the Holy Sword's true purpose. And in that moment, even if fear is all you feel, you cannot hesitate. The memory shattered. A figure lunged forward. Michael simply raised a hand. His voice was cold. Control. Delete target. A massive sphere of darkness materialized from nothing. But in the face of absolute annihilation, Lucas didn't stop. Harnessing the Holy Sword's might, he utterly shattered the sphere of darkness. Michael had absorbed times Control plus *, but was he unbeatable? Not yet. The Holy Sword was the reason why. Its sacred times, radiance times, held the line. Radiance times a power that could repel all forces of darkness. And since times curse power times mirrored those dark arts, radiance times could still fight back. Light and curse collided, neutralizing each other just as the holy blade descended on Michael. But then, a pitch-black longsword materialized, blocking the sacred steel. For the very first time, Michael had drawn his own weapon. I never imagined a coward like you would find the nerve to defy me. Shut your mouth, Lucas roared, unleashing a relentless storm of strikes. At this range, he thought, Michael couldn't possibly use his time's curse power asterisk. If it's just a battle of blades, I know I can beat him. But in that moment, Michael's chilling voice cut through the ringing of steel. I assure you, this is the worst decision of your entire life. Asterisk, Control X asterisk, Michael declared, and the world itself sliced apart around them. From this close, not even your times, Radiant's times can completely stop it. A heartbeat later, Lucas was swallowed by the abyss. A colossal sphere of nothingness devoured everything. Suddenly, brilliant spears of light pierced through the void. It was the Holy Sword's technique, asterisk radiant burst asterisk. Lucas barely clawed his way out of the suffocating darkness. But a sickening crack echoed in the silence. The Holy Sword, it was splintering. The next second, half of the legendary blade clattered to the ground, its light extinguished. This was it. There was no way to win now. I didn't think you had another trick left in you. No wonder Ares' assault was useless against you before. Now, without your precious Holy Sword, how will you possibly fight me? Tell me, right now, where is time's Control X asterisk? With that, his hand snapped forward, closing around Lucas's throat. He condensed a sphere of raw power, holding it inches from his face. Talk, or I'll end you right here, right now. A jagged tear ripped through the space behind him. Sano lunged from the rift, the Khaleesia Dragon Sword already descending. He swung for the kill. Michael dodged, a fraction of an inch to spare. You murder people just to steal their curses? Putting down a monster like you won't cost me a wink of sleep. Just then, a deep thrum resonated within Michael. His dimensional fragment was singing. It meant the man before him possessed a fragment of his own. And he was wielding the legendary Khaleesia Dragon Sword. So, this was the one. The target Michael had been hunting. Michael moved to attack, but a wave of hellfire surged to meet him. As the inferno closed in, he activated time's Control X times and simply vanished. Across the field, Hunter Nana stood her ground, glaring at him without a single scratch. A choked gasp escaped Shinoda Satoru. His sister was alive. She was whole. It was a miracle. Not even Master Kanda's legendary healing arts could mend wounds that quickly. But of everyone there, Michael was the most stunned. He knew the ruin his power left behind. This wasn't just healing. The wound was erased before it was ever truly made. Suddenly, a colossal surge of magic power pulled Michael's attention away. It was Arita Sarah, clutching a giant's heart as she tended to Master Shirasaki. She's the one with time's Control Z asterisk. I have to take her out first. From a distance, Nana saw his target change and swung her witch's blade with all her might. Two beams of pure energy shot straight for Michael. But Michael just raised a hand, a sphere of darkness effortlessly absorbing her attack. Sano countered, unleashing time's Control V times the power of the World Tree. Countless branches erupted from the earth, ensnaring Michael and wrapping him in a wooden cocoon. At the same time, Shirasaki's eyes opened. He stared in disbelief as his severed arm began to regenerate. It wasn't just his body. His tattered clothes and broken equipment were mending themselves. A skill that defied reality itself. It must have an astronomical cost. And then Shirasaki saw it, the source of the power. Arita Sarah was holding the still-beating heart of a giant. Sano, that snake, he swore it was one of a kind. Turns out, he's been mass-producing them all along. You're the first I'll save with this, he'd said. And now, we need your help. Only moments ago, Arita Sarah had offered to heal the hospital's most critical patients. A feat that would demand an immense amount of magical power from Sano. Sano's price was simple. Arita Sarah had to march onto the battlefield and treat his wounded soldiers. And then he produced it, the heart of a giant, and handed it to her. Consider this a bonus for sending you into such a dangerous place. But just as a flicker of gratitude sparked within her, Sano's next words crushed it. You can only use this heart for 10 days. My replicas, they come with an expiration date. If you want to make it permanent, your performance will decide that. The scene snapped back to the present. Arita Sarah raced across the war zone, a beacon of healing under Master Kinasaki's protection. At that very instant, the cage of branches shattered from within. With a deafening blast, Michael stood before them once more. You even copied the corrupted branches of the World Tree. Those things aren't even from this dimension. Just knowing you can copy items from other worlds makes me want to erase you completely. Michael activated time's Control A asterisk. Everyone on the field froze in place. Seeing his chance, Nanai immediately unleashed time's Hellfire asterisk, but the same trick wouldn't work on Michael twice. A colossal sword beam shot toward him. He simply raised a palm, asterisk, Control A, cut target, asterisk. The attack ceased to exist. But Nanai was already charging forward. A massive wave of times, Hellfire times, surged toward Michael. Michael smirked, ready to snuff it out just like the last attack. But his power failed. The flames didn't weaken. They roared, growing even more ferocious. With no other choice, Michael teleported high into the air. This infernal fire was becoming a serious problem. He had a new plan. He would eliminate the source, Nanai. He engaged, Control A, Target, cut. A massive sphere of darkness surged toward Nanai. In that instant, asterisk control 5 times flared to life, unleashing times spider silk times from the king giant's foot pearl. Sano whipped the times spider silk times around Nanai, yanking her from the path of destruction. Are you okay? He asked, but his help was met with pure fury. Stay out of my fight. Get a grip, this thing is on another level, Sano shot back. Go help the wounded, I'll handle him. Right now, I'm the only one who can. Without another word, Sano launched himself forward. Nanai watched him go, the fire in her eyes cooling as she admitted the truth. She was no match for that creature's bizarre power. Her jaw set. She turned to protect the fallen. Sano's system panel materialized before him. He engaged times control 5 asterisk, weaving the light and shadow of times spider silk times as he activated his times shadow movement times skill. In a flash, he was behind Michael, sword screaming down. But the strike met empty air. Michael was now behind times him asterisk. I can play that game too, Michael sneered, and my version is better. Sano whirled, his blade arcing. Michael blocked it cold. The energy from the blade still sliced a thin line across Michael's cheek. Impressive, Michael mused, a finger tracing the cut. For a copy. Michael initiated times control 10 asterisk. The command, cut everything, except me. The world around them instantly vanished into a void of black. But in the crushing darkness, Sano's resolve never wavered. He triggered times control 5 asterisk. Countless holy swords blazed into existence. In a heartbeat, a storm of radiant blades surrounded Michael, a cage of light in the dark. What's this, planning to take us both out? Michael laughed. Have you already forgotten about my curse? Before the thought could finish, a cataclysmic explosion tore through their position. The sheer force of the blast annihilated the entire street. Far away, Shinoda Satoru could only watch the mushroom cloud rise, his heart frozen with dread. In that moment, Master Shirasaki appeared. He spoke, his voice calm amidst the chaos. If you're worried about Sano, you can set your mind at ease. But his tone sharpened with a warning. This area is compromised. Get the wounded to the underground shelter, immediately. Meanwhile, at the heart of the blast zone, holy swords and a Khaleesia Dragon Sword lay scattered like tombstones. Through the settling dust, a hand reached out, grasping the hilt of a blade. It was Michael who rose, the sword in his grip. At that very same instant, Sano's body fully regenerated. He was back. I see, Michael observed, his voice cold and analytical. You can replicate your own body. Tell me, do you mind if I keep this times Khaleesia Dragon Sword asterisk? Sano's voice was steady, betraying nothing. Use it all you want. That blade is on a timer anyway. Just as he said it, the long sword in Michael's hand began to flicker and dissolve into light. It vanished. An expiration date, Michael murmured, a hint of genuine surprise in his voice. He took a step forward, his eyes locking onto Sano. If that's the case, what's the shelf life on that body of yours? Sano feigned ignorance. I have no idea what you're talking about. Michael let out a dry laugh. It doesn't matter. Your little curse is nothing to me. A dangerous smirk played on Sano's lips. Are you so certain about that? Every time I destroy you, Michael explained, his smile turning cruel, you come back, diminished. That copy and paste trick of yours returns a weaker version each and every time. The more I put you down, the less of you there is to get back up. This will continue. Until you fade away for good. A cold dread washed over Sano. He was right. Every single word was the terrifying truth. He had revived, yes, but he wasn't whole. The power he wielded moments ago felt like a distant memory. His basic defense was down to 245. His skill level, a mere 7. Proficiency, 10. The numbers were a death sentence. There was no path to victory here. But a desperate thought sparked in the darkness. There was one last gamble. If he let his health plummet below 25%, it would trigger the times Khaleesia Dragon Sword's Berserk Mode asterisk. It was a final, desperate card to play a chance for victory, born from the very edge of his own destruction. His resolve firm, Sano unleashed his power. Asterisk. Control 5. Branches of the World Tree. Asterisk. The roots lunged, but Michael was already gone a flicker in the air. He materialized at Sano's back, a black blade piercing forward. Steel mit flesh. A crimson line bloomed across Sano's neck. His health crashed below 25%, triggering the times Khaleesia Dragon Sword's times Berserk Mode. A violent crimson energy pulsed from the blade in his hand. Sano roared, heaving the sword high before cleaving down as Michael's eyes widened. The terrifying light tore the street apart, but Michael's curse flared, activating his own defense. Asterisk, control 5 asterisk. He sidestepped the cataclysmic strike, untouched. Michael smirked. Now that was dangerous. I didn't realize your little toy could go berserk. A shame it's still not enough to even touch me. Just give up. It's time to face oblivion. He raised a hand, his voice a whisper. Asterisk, control 5, target asterisk. Instantly, shadows erupted from the ground, clawing at Sano. swallowing him whole. In that last second, Sano used time's shadow movement asterisk, appearing behind Michael, his blade already falling. Michael didn't even turn, he just whispered, asterisk, control, 10 asterisk. Absolute darkness devoured them both, a void lasting 10 agonizing seconds. Trapped inside, Sano felt unseen blades tear him apart. Agony. But then, a flicker. His own time's control, 5 times flared, knitting him back together. Alive again, only to be torn apart once more. An endless cycle of death and rebirth. Elsewhere, Lucas convulsed on the ground, the curse's poison racking his body. His mind screamed for release. If only. A replicated holy sword. Suddenly, a heavy coat settled over his shoulders. The searing pain began to fade, the dark energy receding from his veins. A gentle voice spoke. My mother left this to me. I don't know its power, but it quiets even the darkest curses. Lucas's eyes shot open, staring at the fabric. Could it be? And then, another voice echoed from the shadows behind him. Lucas, do you see it? The difference between the skills Michael uses and our own? Just as you suspected. His abilities aren't conventional hunter skills. The voice explained that Michael's times Control X times didn't just cut objects, it erased them from existence entirely. You must have felt it, the way you can't unleash the witch's blade's true power. It appears something went horribly wrong during Michael's restoration process. If this continues, he might just unravel completely. The voice added a chilling thought. Even Sano can't perfectly remake what has been erased. Lucas's blood ran cold. You mean Sano might not be able to win? He has a single, fatal weakness, the voice replied. To compensate for it, he's been desperately trying to claim the giant's heart. The focus snapped back to the battlefield. Michael's voice echoed across the wasteland. Asterisk. Control X. Asterisk. The magic that surrounds you has been severed. When the smoke cleared, Sano was on his knees, a broken figure tormented and covered in wounds. He felt a hollow void where his power once was. He could no longer use his times, Control X times skill. Both fighters were pushed to their absolute limits. Sano gasped. Your curse! It eliminates the very magic around you. Is this why you're after the giant's heart? Michael just scoffed. You're figuring that out now? It's far too late. What can you possibly do at this point? A system notification flashed before Sano's eyes. User is severely injured, unable to utilize control-type skills. Sano's hands fumbled for his backpack, desperately checking for one last option. Sano possessed 3 dimension fragments. They pulsed with a strange light, resonating with the fragments his opponent held. So, you have them as well, his opponent remarked with a knowing smirk. His enemy's words sparked a sudden, desperate idea in Sano's mind. The one who holds the most dimension fragments could combine them, their power growing with each piece. Fueled by this realization, Sano pulled a simple longsword from his pack. It seems you can no longer wield the power of the curse, Michael sneered. What good is a simple piece of steel now? In an instant, Michael vanished. He reappeared right in front of Sano, driving his own sword through him. You and I exist on entirely different planes. Before you die, hand over the fragments, Michael demanded. His voice strained. A smirk played on Sano's lips. You want them that badly? Fine, come and get them. At his word, 3 pulsating dimension fragments shimmered into existence in his palm. Instantly, a piercing hum vibrated from the artifacts. Answering the call, the fragments hidden in Michael's own pack began to tremble. Sano's voice dripped with condescension. You didn't know? Whoever holds the most can simply take the rest. It doesn't matter where you hide them. In a flash of light, the fragments were ripped from Michael's pack, hovering in the air. Oh, and one last thing I forgot to mention, Sano added, his tone dangerously casual. Their reunion creates a rather violent explosion. The artifacts slammed into each other, unleashing a cataclysmic blast that tore the sky apart. The shockwave gouged a massive crater into the earth, swallowing the landscape. Smoke cleared to reveal Michael, his body broken and bleeding. A fatal miscalculation, Michael coughed, blood on his lips. They actually explode. Through the haze of pain, his eyes locked onto his prize amidst the rubble. 4-dimension fragments, glowing softly on the scorched ground, just within reach. He warped reality, appearing instantly beside the shattered stone. But as his fingers brushed their surface, another hand shot out, snatching them away. It was Sano, back from the dead, thanks to his times copy and paste times skill. In his grip, the Khaleesia Dragon Sword pulsed with the wild energy of its berserk mode. Damn you, you're still alive? Michael's voice was a guttural roar of disbelief. Sano's blade fell. Michael triggered his times, teleport times skill. He was a fraction of a second too late. The raw, untamed power slammed directly into him. The resulting shockwave annihilated everything for a city block. Get up from that, Sano whispered to the dust and ruin. Calmly, Sano secured the dimension fragments in his system inventory. His heart was still pounding. That was too close. For a second there, I really thought I wasn't coming back. It felt just like the Snow Mountain maze. Another impossible recovery. But how long can my luck hold out? It seems I still haven't fully mastered the power of the times, curse asterisk. In that moment, a furious Michael rose again, his voice echoing with a dark chant. Asterisk Control A, select all entities in this area. Asterisk, I will erase every last one of you. Asterisk Control N, terminate selected targets. Asterisk, waves of black energy pulsed outward, consuming everything. How was this even possible? Sano thought, his blood running cold. Where was he getting the mana for a spell of this magnitude? Then the horrifying realization struck him. Michael wasn't drawing mana from the air. He was burning his own life force to fuel the attack. This was a catastrophe. The area of effect was just too massive. Even Sano's times, Shadow Step times, wouldn't be fast enough to escape. Seconds later, a dome of pure darkness swallowed half the city whole, and at the edge of that consuming void, a man wielding twin axes appeared. It was none other than Turner Miller, the world's #1 ranked hunter. This sphere of darkness, is this Michael's doing? He asked, his voice grim. Yes, and it's far worse than we ever anticipated. Beside him stood Shinoda Shiro, president of the Great Sage Guild. Sir, he reported, I've made contact with the White House. They've ordered us to stand down and not interfere. And what about our request to the International Hunter Association? The government is mobilizing its own military forces. This whole situation is spiraling out of our hands. It seems we're completely on our own. Just then, Turner revealed the final dimension fragment. Don't worry about their orders. I came here for a reason. I'm breaking in. He planted his feet, gripping his axes tightly. Funnel all of your mana into me. I'll take care of the rest. With a surge, Shinoda Shiro's vast power flooded into Turner. Control Plus Mal activates, storing magic, overwriting previous data. The energy coursed through him, and in moments, Turner wielded 10 times his natural power, granting user unique skills. Compatibility with Titan X confirmed. 2 spectral, giant purple axes materialized, ghosting around his form. He gripped the massive axes. He launched himself from the roof. He descended, axes screaming for the dark sphere below. My magic! It's reinforcing his very weapons. But even this, it isn't enough to shatter that sphere. As Shinoda Shiro moved to intervene, Turner's axes met the devouring darkness head-on. Control Plus, engaged. Sever surrounding magic. But the moment Turner's own magic vanished, asterisk Control Plus asterisk, release 4th layer magic. He was erasing magic and replenishing it in the same breath. A perfect, deadly cycle. As Turner unleashed the 10th layer of power, a fracture spiderwebbed across the dark sphere. Turner pressed his assault. The crack splintered wider. In an instant, the entire dark sphere shattered apart. At its core, Michael could only stare, his face a mask of disbelief. All darkness across the area vanished as if it were never there. Turner touched down, landing softly on the ground before turning to Sano. I can feel it. The presence of dimension fragments on you. Sano's breath caught in his throat, his eyes wide at the man before him. It was him, Turner, the #1 hunter in the world. That thing around your neck. It's a dimension fragment. What are you doing here? Are you here to take the fragments from me too? We don't have time for this right now. Let me handle the immediate problem first. His gaze shifted, locking onto Michael nearby. It's been a long time. If you're also after the dimension fragments, I'd advise you to leave. Now, you're just as irritating as ever, a complete menace. In that moment, Shinoda Shiro touched down. Sano, where is everyone else? They're all inside my time subspace asterisk. As he spoke, he held out his palm, tearing open a portal in the air before him. Instantly, Shinoda Satoru rushed out, sobbing as he clung to Sano. Master Sano, I thought you were gone. I'm so glad you're okay. Michael's voice cut through the emotional reunion. You, the one with the times replication times skill. I may have underestimated you. I'm about to depart. But you need to understand something. My goal was never the dimension fragments. It's the control key skills, those otherworldly forces that cursed us. They will return one day. And we can't stop them with these tainted powers of ours. That is why the hunter Saigen split the key into 5 fragments and sealed the gate between worlds. Opening that gate now is just begging for our own destruction. Are you truly prepared to face that kind of reality? Get stronger, or the next time we meet, I'll send you to hell myself. With that final word, he vanished. Are we really just going to let him escape like that? It's fine. The next time we see him will be his last. After the introductions, Turner revealed his own dimension fragment. I only managed to get this one. How about you? How many do you have? I have all the rest. The news sent a jolt through Turner, his eyes wide with disbelief. Then let's merge them, quickly. Form the key, he urged, but someone's voice cut him off. Calm down. They explained that this warp space around them was created by the merger of just 4 of the dimension fragments. The thought of 5 fragments merging. The devastation was unimaginable. Then, a new plan surfaced. Head to Country M. They claimed their guilds had the means to contain the fragments safely. I'm not setting foot in that godforsaken place, one voice cut through the discussion. That's when an idea sparked in Sano's mind. His gaze fell on Shinoda Satoru and the team. A guild, he thought. What if he built one himself? 3 months passed since the war with Control Plus X. Now, they were in the vast Nevada desert of Country M. Their vehicle crept into the infamous Area 51, the massive gates sealing shut behind them. The scars from the great battle had finally faded from Sano's body. He was whole again. I can't believe this, someone breathed out. We're actually inside the legendary Area 51, and you can all thank my connections. With the top brass back home, a voice boasted. After all, you're looking at the world's most outstanding hunter. Shinoda Satoru leaned in, whispering to Sano, who knew he had a sense of humor. Even Ikenagaso was with them, a surprising addition to the crew. Ikenagaso turned to Sano, his voice low. Are you sure it's all right for me to be here? Sano just nodded. Of course, you're one of us now. Master Takuchi's voice cut in. Did we really travel this far for just one thing? This facility isn't just about aliens, their guide explained. Our research extends to hunters and everything related to the mazes. Another scientist added. Specifically, we focus on artifacts left by interdimensional races. But our top priority right now is a unique set of skills known as Time's Curses Asterisk. Arita Sarah's eyes widened. So that's why they needed her. Their ultimate goal was within reach, opening a gateway to another dimension. But not everyone shared their optimism. Opening a dimensional gate. This isn't some simple experiment. Barris, you're being too cynical, someone shot back. Think of the opportunities for humanity, the research, the development. It all hinges on opening that gate. And besides, it's the key to finally understanding Hunter Sano's father's work. Sano's mind raced. What was his father times researching? Uncovering that secret. That was the real reason he was here. Let's rewind 3 months. The scene. H Country's Hunter Association headquarters. A post-war debrief was underway, the air thick with tension. By this point, Michael was the most wanted man on the planet. A voice cut through the silence. What's the status on the city? The response was calm, confident. There's no need for concern. Repairs are underway. We're already at about 80% restoration. Stunned silence fell over the room. 80%? In just 1 week? How is that even possible? Another hunter demanded. The speaker shook his head. I'm sorry. That information is classified. We have special assets. Their identities must remain confidential. What I can say is this. Sano is the one we have to thank for ending this nightmare. The name hung in the air, and whispers erupted across the chamber. But Sano, standing near the back, tuned them all out. Their praise meant nothing to him. He turned to Nanessa, his voice low. How's Lucas? Nanessa sighed. His family pulls a lot of strings, but even they couldn't stop the interrogation. From what I hear, she added, he's been completely cut off. The important thing is, he surrendered all the holy swords to the state. Sano nodded slowly. He knew exactly what Lucas had done. He remembered the end of the battle, handing Lucas a perfect replica of a holy sword. Take this. Ares' warning echoed in his mind. Without the sword, the curse's agony would be unbearable. So he'd given him a way out, a fake to turn in, a real one to survive. Later, Sano sought out Master Shirasaki. They needed to talk about what came next. Country M, Sano stated. Why there? Master Shirasaki's gaze was grim. You saw the explosion, didn't you? That was the result of just 4 dimension fragments colliding. Imagine the power when the final piece joins them. It's beyond comprehension. Now tell me, Sano, is there anywhere in this country that could possibly contain that? What about your subspace? You still have it. You should be able to merge them in there. I wish it were that easy. I've already tried. It's no use. Dimension fragments won't merge in a subspace, which means the only place left is the desert region in Country M. You're not seriously thinking of joining Turner's Guild, are you? Besides, there are 2 things I need from you. 2 things? After that fake giant's heart you pulled, you have the nerve to ask for my help? I'm starting my own guild, and I need your help. Your own guild? Why? You know you always have a place in my guild. I know. But this is about getting stronger with my friends, on our own terms. I need a guild that's ours, where no one else is pulling the strings. Later, at the Hunter office. Ares? I never expected to find you here. I'm in H Country to investigate my mother's disappearance. A nearby hunter looked between them, confused. Wait, you 2 know each other? We did. From before my mother was gone. You know, something's been on my mind. There was someone else the Western hunter met after me. A researcher from Country M's Area 51 facility. Do you know a man named Sano Kazuya? The name echoed in Ares' mind, a ghost from his mother's journals. The journal said he was a supervisor studying dimensional artifacts. The Western hunter treated him differently, like he was family. Right on cue, Sano walked through the door. He stopped. "You're talking about my father." The entire room fell silent. "I can't believe it. Sano Kazuya is your father?" Just 1 week later, Sano's guild was officially established. "So this is it, our new guild hall?" "It's perfect. And I'm officially member number 2. A voice from the crowd cut in. "Hold on, I think I'm member number 2. "You wish. You're number 3 at best," another hunter shot back. "What's with this obsession over the pecking order?" Even Hunter Nanase and President Fuwa arrived to offer Sano their congratulations. "Sis, you should just ditch the association and come join us. We'd love to have you." President Fuwa just chuckled. "You two have some nerve, trying to poach my people right under my nose." As they all shared a laugh, a lone figure stepped through the doorway. It was Lucas. "My family has cast me out. I have nowhere else to turn." Lucas's voice was firm. "I came here intending to be this guild's first member. You still think you can be number 1? Get real," someone scoffed. "Even I only managed to snag the number 2 spot." Another person nearby looked on, completely lost. Then, "Who is the first member?" Sano finally spoke, a smirk playing on his lips. "It's about time we welcomed our founding member." Deep beneath the earth, in the cavernous city of the Skull Tomb, the air was thick with despair. "Slave number 1, what are you doing? Did you forget to collect the skeleton sword on the ground? Are you useless?" The broken man huddled in the corner flinched. "Yes, I'll get it, right now." A newcomer with dark hair watched, confused. "What's his actual name? Why does everyone call him slave number 1? "His name? Ikanagaso, I think. Doesn't matter. He's buried under billions in debt to the maddest guild. He's their property for life."